Director of the Center for Future Technologies in Cancer Care. The center is an NIBIB funded center that's focused on point-of-care technologies. And we are hosting the IND, IDE, and reimbursement for new drugs and new devices seminar here today. I want to introduce a little bit about the POC-Turn centers and what they encompass and what they focus on, since they are funding this seminar today. There are three of them. There are ours, the Center for Future Technologies in Cancer Care. We focus most of our effort on translating technologies from the bench to the bedside, from engineers and clinicians into places where they can be clinically tested for the screening, monitoring, and diagnosis of cancer. There is another point-of-care technology network site at CIMMIT at MGH, and their focus is on primary care diagnostics. And there's a third at Johns Hopkins University, and their main focus is on sexually transmitted infections. We all have roughly the same specific aims in our center. Ours are focused on cancer care, and we have a team of interdisciplinary professionals that come together to focus on the identification, prototyping, and early clinical assessment of new technologies. And again, screening, treatment, diagnosis, and monitoring. So we look at technologies that are small scale, molecular diagnostics, for instance, which we'll talk about today. In some cases, we look at devices for monitoring the delivery of chemotherapy while it's being given. And in other projects, we fund our mobile health projects, so monitoring pain, for instance, or monitoring nutrition for patients while they're in care. So any questions you might have about the center, you can go to our website, which is on a couple of these slides. So these centers are actually quite large networks that reach out into the community in a number of different ways. Today we're collaborating with the BU and the Duke CTSI, but in the larger sense, the POC-Turn network is focused on helping people and helping clinicians and engineers and patients and other care providers overcome basically three main barriers to translating technologies. So patients' perceptions, how these tests are used and what the devices and results might mean. Barriers that clinicians and physicians might have to using new technologies, and then finally systems barriers to incorporating the data that we're generating. And sometimes these are quite large data sets that we're trying to mine in order to help individual patients. And just to make the point very quickly about how big the POC-Turn network has become over the last 8 or so years. We put ourselves in the center because this is our diagram, but the other centers are equally as large. Often they're nodes. We touch people all throughout the nation, and we fund projects all throughout the nation at many different sites outside of BU, and even in many cases outside of the United States. But today, here we're working in conjunction with the Boston University Clinical and Translational Science Institute. And the BU CTSI was created in 2008 with the goal of providing a virtual and geographic home for clinical and translational research in order to promote and facilitate high quality and high impact translational research across all components of Boston University and its partner institutions. And the partner institutions are expanding quickly. And finally, in August of 2015, the CTSI was awarded an additional large grant to continue the support of scientists at BU in conducting cross-cutting clinical research and turning these discoveries into treatments, diagnostics, and improved public health. So our mission at the CFTCC and the mission of the CTSI are complementary, and we work together in many ways. So in order to introduce our speakers today, I'm going to invite Mary Tara Roth from the CTSI. She is the director of the CRRO at the CTSI, which is the Clinical Research Resources Office, which some of you from BU may be familiar with. Mary Tara is responsible for defining the office's services and overseeing the implementation of those services to support clinical researchers at BUMC and also in many cases recently on the Charles River campus as well. And in addition, she works in providing services to investigators, study teams, especially in the area of regulatory consultation, which is what we're here for today, for all levels of those research teams. So I will happily introduce Mary Tara, and while she's getting started, I'll switch the presentation.
Great. Hi, everybody, and thanks so much for coming today. I'll just say I'm going to introduce our first speaker. But before that, I'll say that I met Erin back in 2009 when we first got our CTSI, the funding, and Bruce Burnett, who's the director of the Regulatory Affairs Office, came up to visit and talk about their program. And at the time, we were really looking for some assistance, and especially in the area that they were really had developed some expertise in, which is working with the FDA and working with investigators to ensure that their submissions to FDA for doing research on drugs and devices were, were good enough so that the research could continue, and helping to support sponsor investigators in that effort. And it's a complicated process, and I must say that, and we'll all be learning about that today, the Duke CTSI has been extremely generous with me, and I know with other CTSIs, in helping provide this information to the CTSIs, including ours, to help our own sponsor investigators get through this process. So it's been great. We've collaborated on lots of different events. Duke has done this for the last 3 years, and then another year before that as well. So it's been really, really nice to work with this group. So I'll tell you a little bit about Erin. Dr. Erin O'Reilly received her undergraduate degree in molecular genetics and her PhD in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology. And after her postdoc, she transitioned to industry and worked for a medical diagnostics company. And then she returned to Duke in 2007, which is 8 years ago exactly today, as a regulatory coordinator for an oncology team actively involved in clinical research. And then this sparked more of her interest in the early drug development process. She then transitioned to the Duke Translational Medicine Institute's, the DTMI, Regulatory Affairs Group in 2008. And so now in her current role, Dr. O'Reilly works with investigators and their study teams through the regulatory process. The DTMI Regulatory Affairs Group serves as a no-cost resource to the clinical research community at Duke, and they offer regulatory and quality assurance support in all aspects of clinical research, from preclinical requirements to first-in-human studies and beyond. So it's my pleasure to welcome Erin, and I'm sure you'll all benefit from the knowledge as we have as well. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Erin.
Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. It's nice to see you all this morning. Yes, I was just noticing the date this morning. It's my 8-year anniversary today. I feel like I've been in graduate school all over again. Mary Tara was telling me beforehand that there might be some people here from small biotech companies. Can you just raise your hands, maybe, so I get some idea of how many people? And then are the rest of you from academic health centers? Anyone else out there that might have a unique story? No? Yes? A nonprofit, okay. And then how many of you have worked on a project that's held an IND before, or is this kind of, raise your hand? Okay, so we've got some experienced people in here. Feel free to raise your hand at any time if you want to contribute, a story or an anecdote about some of your experience. I'm sure we'd all benefit from hearing it. Morning. So I thought for the first part of our discussion today, since many of you or most of you are from academic health centers, you might be doing research and you may or may not need an IND, and you might not be sure of when you need that FDA oversight and when you don't. So I thought we'd just start today by talking about that, IND exempt studies and when you need an IND. And I don't know how to go forward. Can Lena help me or someone? Is it this? Okay. Is there a place I point? So it's not going.
It's not going. Okay, then I'll just do that.
I tried that.
Try that. Either work.
Maybe it's just having a moment.
I hope not.
chosen. So we do have a large regulatory affairs office with 8 people like me who are scientists who have transitioned to working in regulatory affairs, and we have some support staff as well. Someone's picture looks like it's missing. No, we're all there. So we have a large office. You're welcome to contact any of us at any time after this presentation today. You can find our contact information at our website. We also have, I'll be referring to some templates today. You can go there to get our templates. There'll be a few things that I don't go into a lot of detail about today, but we may have a recorded webcast online where you can go and find out more information about some specific topics. So feel free to go to our website. This is the outline of what we're going to do here before the break. I'm hoping to get through all of this before the break. That's the plan. And just, again, please interrupt me at any time with questions. So we have to always start any regulatory talk with some definitions so we know, where we are. The terms that we use in regulatory really are meaningful. So the first question is, what is a drug? And so, we probably all think of Tylenol and I'm not supposed to have commercial bias, so acetaminophen and ibuprofen, things like that. And so it's something traditional that we would think of, any article that's intended for the use in diagnosis, mitigating, curing disease. That's something that I think we all think of right away. But it can also be just any substance other than a food, of course, that's intended to affect the structure and function of the body. So you may not always be you may be using a drug and not thinking of it that way because you're not trying to treat a disease. You could be doing a structure function study. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're going to do some case scenarios to practice. So even if you're just trying to evoke some kind of physiological response, that could be a drug. That could count as a drug in the eyes of the FDA. The next question is, what is an investigational drug? And that would be any article that meets that definition of a drug that is not approved for marketing in the U.S. as a drug. And it could also be an approved drug that's already on the market, but you're using it in a different way that's outside of the approved labeling for that drug. And of course, the practice of medicine allows for this kind of off-label use of drugs outside of clinical investigations. They don't need any regulatory authority to do that, but if you want to use a drug off-label in a clinical study, then there could be some regulatory oversight that would apply to your study. Do you guys have questions so far? You're still drinking coffee and waking up? And so the last definition is, well, then what is a clinical investigation? And for this, we're going to look in 21 CFR 312. Those are the regulations from the FDA that apply to INDs. And we look to the definition there. It's where you're an experiment, using a drug outside of the practice of medicine. And it's, to me, the thing that I like to remember about this is that it's not just a group of subjects. It could just be one human. It doesn't have to be like a whole cohort of people. So that's a definition per 312 of a clinical investigation. So if you have a study, this is kind of the most straightforward part of the talk where there's no gray area like there is in regulatory a lot. If you have a study that's using an investigational drug, you're going to need an IND application to the FDA. And this is essentially a request to the FDA to, get authorization from them to administer this investigational test article in a clinical investigation to an individual patient or to a group of study subjects. And so here's a roadmap. I wonder if this, no, not very bright. This is a roadmap of, thinking about our test article. Is it approved or not as a drug in the U.S. already? And if it's not, it's an investigational drug, and you have to have an IND to do that study. That's very black and white and easy. What about if you're using a commercial drug in a study, something that's already on the market, but you're doing something different with it? So a commercially available drug is something that's specifically been approved for marketing in the U.S. as a drug. And do you guys know how do you get that kind of approval from the FDA? An NDA. which stands for a new drug application. There's also a different marketing application called a BLA, or a biologics licensing application, and that's if you have a biologic that you want to put on the market. And so this is a very specific process that you go through with the FDA to get approval to sell your drug on the market, or to sell your substance as a drug on the U.S. market. And that approval for marketing it's approved in a very specific manner that's defined by the drug labeling. And so if you have a study that is using a commercially available drug, it might need an IND and it might not. It depends kind of on how you're using it. So we're now on the other side of the roadmap. You're starting out your study. You've got something that's already approved in the U.S. As a drug. It's commercially available, and you know, do you need an IND or not? It's going to depend on how you're using it, and so you have to think about drug labeling. And so when I say drug labeling, what does that make you think of? Does anything come to mind? Indications are listed somewhere, and what's that document called? The package insert. And so that's where we usually look the most to find out, you know, what is in the drug labeling. That drug labeling is actually all of the printed material that accompanies a drug, you know, from the sticker on the outside of the bottle to the box. But when we talk about it, we're talking about the package insert itself. And you can find package inserts at the FDA website. You can Google drugs at FDA, which is maybe easier than this link. And you can find a lot of the current drug labeling there. Sometimes I find that I can't find everything I need at the FDA website, which seems maybe like I should be able to, but sometimes I can't find things. And so the National Library of Medicine at the NIH also has a very nice website for looking up current drug labeling. So I've listed both of those links here for you. So if you're starting out with your study, you know, the first thing you want to go do is look at the labeling and say, well, what is this used for? Have clinicians in the group today? Okay, we've got a couple. You know, I think some clinicians get very used to prescribing something for a certain indication and it works, but that doesn't mean that it's in the labeling and that it was actually approved for that, which is fine in the course of medicine. But if you want to transition that indication into studying it in a trial, it could be off-label. So if you were using a drug on label, that would mean, you know, you're following everything from the package insert. It's the same indication, the same dose, the same route of administration, the same patient population, and the same drug formulation. Any kind of changes from that would be off-label use of the drug. So if you're doing a study with drugs on label, you're not going to need an IND. And can anyone think of some examples of, well, you know, why would I be studying a drug, you know, according to its current labeling? Could you say that again? Comparative effectiveness trials is a common example. Perhaps you're a company and you want to show that you're better than a competitor. You're going to be following your labeling and looking for a difference between your drug and maybe your competitor's drug or other drugs on the market. And then what would you do at the end of that comparative effectiveness study? Maybe you found out that your antihistamine was better than the other one on the market. You want to start advertising that, right? And how do you do that? You've already got your approved NDA, you've got your package insert. Pardon? What'd you say? You want to update, you want to get your package insert updated. And so you would do that through, I don't know if it's called a supplement or an amendment to your NDA, because we don't have NDAs at Duke. Just one BLA, but I'm not involved in that directly. So you would want to kind of amend your new drug application. And so that data from that comparative effectiveness study, this is kind of the loop for this. The example always leads me to my next point, which is that if you were doing a comparative effectiveness study, your goal would probably be to change your labeling. And so then you would want to do that study under an IND because you're going to be submitting that data into a marketing application. So that's the easiest example that I always come up with, but then I loop myself around and go, oh, but you would want to do that under an IND because you're going to want to submit the data to your NDA. And I'm trying to think on the top of my feet if I can think of some examples of Duke, at Duke where we have done some things on label and not needed an IND. And there have been a few examples of where a drug is like newly on the market, and I think just some of our physicians maybe aren't quite, you know, they want to study it in a trial because they don't feel like there's been enough statistical support for it, even though it was enough to get marketing approval. So I have had people study drugs in clinical studies like according to the label because they're just trying to gather a little bit more information and see if it really works in their patient population. But it doesn't come up very often. So if we go back to our roadmap, you know, if you're on label, just sort of, I don't know if you can see this. Does this show up? Oh, look at that. If you're on label, you don't need an IND, assuming that you are not intending to use the data in a marketing application. But if you are off-label, we still can't say that you need an IND for sure, but this is where you're really going to have to think through what you're doing and try to understand when you're going to need an IND and when you're not. Are there questions so far? Have I used words that I haven't explained thoroughly? Anything I need to repeat? Okay, good. So in order to know, okay, I've now gotten to the point where I'm doing an off-label drug study, and Erin still hasn't told me whether I need an IND or not, and I wonder when she's going to tell me. What we can do for some guidance is go to the FDA regulations and the FDA guidance documents on IND exemptions. And so these are the 3 resources, you know, that are out there for us. Within the IND regulations, Part 312, there are actual regulations about IND exemptions, and that's 312.2b. And then there are 2 guidance documents out that, you know, I think I know them almost by heart, you know, like with all of the examples. There's a earlier guidance that came out that was specifically focused on the treatment of cancer, and then a somewhat more recent guidance document also followed that for indications outside of oncology, and they gave some more examples in this particular guidance. And so I'm going to be going through the rationale of these regulations and these guidance documents so that when you're doing a trial you can kind of assess whether you're going to need an IND or not, and then we'll do some practice, you know, case scenarios for this. Oops, I did something wrong. There we go. So the very first hurdle that you have to cross in determining whether or not you need an IND is that you have to be first, and I've said this, but just to bring the point around again, you have to be starting with the investigation of a drug product that's already lawfully marketed as a drug. So just because you can buy it in GNC and it comes in a capsule, you know, that could be marketed as a supplement that may not be approved as a drug. And so just because you can buy it on the market doesn't mean it's approved as a drug. So you want to be starting with something that's already lawfully marketed as a drug. And then in the regulations, and again, this is from 312 in the regulations, there are 5 criteria that have to be met in order for a study to be considered exempt. And the first 2 are about marketing applications. You know, if you're doing a study that's designed to support the approval of a new indication or of a change in the label, you can't be exempt because that data is going to be used in that marketing application. And so, you know, the FDA wants it sort of under their oversight, you know, from the start. Or if you wanted to do a study, the study can't be intended to support a significant change in the advertising of the product. So as long as you're not planning a marketing application, and if you have a small study with only, you know, I've had some people say, well, what if the trial works really well and then it does seem to have a commercial life and I didn't do it under an IND, you know, will the FDA accept the data? And yeah, you can still submit that data, but probably your small trial is not going to be enough to support a marketing application. So you would be designing another larger study anyway, you know, to generate that data that would be used in a marketing application. So you could still talk about, you know, what you found with the FDA. It's not like they would put a big, you know, F on it because you didn't do it under an IND. Are there any questions about that, those first two? And then the next one is kind of the more important one for the clinicians to think about in the study teams. The study cannot involve a route of administration, a dosage level, or a change to the patient population that significantly increases the risks associated with the use of the drug, or, you know, on the opposite of that, decreases the acceptability of the risks. And so this is kind of the risk assessment that you have to do. You know, are you using a dose that's never been explored before, and is that going to be too risky to expose people to without extra oversight? Or are you doing something that's well, you know, within the labeling? Great, we have a question. That's a great question. So the question was, because I don't know if it got picked up by the mics, what is the standard for assessing that risk? Does it have to already be in the labeling, or could it just be general knowledge that this is okay, or perhaps in publications? And so you can rely on literature to support, you know, that what you're doing has been done before, and that would sort of count in in the column to swing you towards being IND exempt. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other follow-ups to that? Hi, everybody. Come on in. There was construction at my hotel, so I was definitely up on time today. Otherwise, I'm not a morning person. So this is the risk assessment that we kind of ask people to think about, because we'll have a physician or their team come to us and say, do I need an IND for this? And I kind of have to say to them, well, I don't know, you have to tell me. Like, these are your patients, and this is, you know, you're familiar with these drugs and these patients, and, you know, what issues they have. So what do you think? Like, how do you feel about the risk? And so it's something we kind of put back on the investigators. The fourth and fifth criteria, we're going to come back to the risk assessment. But just to cover the fourth and fifth criteria, you have to conduct your study in compliance with, you know, IRB and informed consent regulations, and hopefully everybody's doing that. We don't have any issues with no one using or not using an IRB. And then the study has to be conducted in compliance with the regulations regarding promotion of your investigational drugs. And, you know, you can't say, you know, come and join our study, it will cure your insomnia. You know, and the IRB would help you make sure you're not doing anything promotional. That's one of their filters. So when you're evaluating those risks, or you're asking a PI to evaluate risks, they need to think about those changes from the labeling. Like, what am I doing outside of the labeling? Am I changing patient population, and am I adding two drugs together that have never been used in combination before? What other drugs is this patient population usually on that I need to think about those, you know, drug-drug interactions? So you just kind of have to think about all the risks associated with the changes. And then I just have this question. Do you have to go to the FDA to get this IND exemption? Do you need a permission slip to not have an IND? How many say yes? How many say no? And how many just think, I don't really know? I think everyone, maybe you don't know. But you don't have to go to the FDA to get, like, permission to do your study without an IND. The IRB can help you with that determination. And this is what the FDA says about that, you know, and I've alluded to this a little bit already, that the assessment of risks involved in a therapeutic procedure is a part of the everyday practice of medicine, and the individual investigator should be able to determine the applicability of the exemption. And so I gave this talk years ago to a more commercial group of people, and they didn't, there's a fly on me, they didn't like this at all. They didn't really want the investigator deciding. You know, they wanted to decide, and But this is what the FDA thinks, these are your patients and things that you're familiar with, so you should be able to make this assessment on your own. And this statement is, it's not found in the regulations directly, but it's found in both of those current FDA guidance documents that I referred to. Does everybody know what FDA guidance documents are? Because we see the regulations out there, but sometimes it's not very clear, and so the FDA helps us out by publishing formal guidance documents, which help us understand their current thinking on different topics. And so they have hundreds and hundreds of guidance documents out just on about anything you can think of, and they have a very nice searchable database where you can find them. I didn't know if I'd explained that, so that's what I'm talking about. So we usually tell our investigators that if they feel comfortable that their study is IND exempt, they can just go to the IRB. They don't have to go to the FDA to get any paperwork from them. And at Duke, they are supposed to submit their rationale for why, the study is IND exempt. We have a checklist at Duke that they can use. They actually always have to use the checklist, I think. But they can also write a narrative to kind of support their thinking that they don't need an IND. It can also be helpful in their protocol if they describe, this dose is commonly used in the everyday practice of medicine, or this has been studied in dozens of other trials and other patients. I'm very comfortable with what I'm doing in this trial. So that's where a lot of people just start, especially if they're feeling very confident. And, the only issue with that is if the IRB doesn't agree with you at that point, how far along are you in the process? And then you may have to go to the FDA at that point. So sometimes if people feel a little uncertain about what they're doing, we encourage them just to go ahead and ask the FDA, because you can always ask the FDA if you want their opinion or their feedback. Other reasons to go to the FDA right away are time constraints, which I just kind of referred to. Sometimes you don't want to wait till the end of your IRB review process to find out that they didn't agree with you and that you now have to go to the FDA for an answer. That could slow you down a little bit in your process. You may be working with an industry partner. I referred to that their discomfort with not having the paperwork in place for knowing that the FDA agreed that it was IND exempt. So our physicians are sometimes collaborating with industry partners, and those industry partners want to have that letter from the FDA that says that the study is IND exempt. Again, the study team or the physician just might not be sure themselves about how risky it is. And then I think I'm sure there's someone out there, academic health center or otherwise, that maybe just has a local policy that they want the FDA input. I haven't heard that from anyone yet, and I don't think that's the policy at BU, right, Mary Tara? You can start with your IRB at Boston University. Is there anyone from Harvard here? Do you know if you can just go to your IRB or not? I think so, because we, the CTSIs all have regulatory people, and we all chat with each other, so I would think I would know if there was one out there that had that sort of stricter policy. And so if you do send your study to the FDA for assessment, they're going to be thinking about all the things we already talked about. What are you doing outside of the label? Is it supported by the literature, or is it something really new and uncertain and potentially risky? There are different ways that you can get feedback from the FDA, both kind of informal and formal. And it will depend on sort of which division you're working with. Some of them are okay with kind of a more informal interaction, while others want a more formal, what's actually just an IND application. And so one of the places you can kind of start is you're welcome to contact us to say, have you ever worked with this division and what do they want? But the FDA also publishes at least one group of they're called pre-IND consultation contacts. And these are the people you would contact if you wanted to have a pre-IND meeting. We're not talking about that today. But you can also contact them to say, we have a study, we think it might be exempt. Can we just kind of send you our protocol, or do you want something more formal? And you can see a list of these people if you go to this tiny URL and it's a little fuzzy up there, but it looks much clearer online. And these names are put out there from CDER, which is the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and I have not seen that CBER, the Center for Biologics, I don't believe they have the same sort of group of people put out there for us. But you can reach out to anyone at the division at CBER as well. And if you ever need help like finding, well, what division do I go to and how do I find their contact information, I'm sure Mary Tara can help you, or we'd be happy to help you. And so just kind of reach out to them. And we have found that there are certain divisions, like cardiology is perfectly fine with a protocol and a cover letter, and they give you a very fast turnaround. Oncology, on the other hand, wants the full, package of a full IND with a protocol, consent. They want everything. And so we're hoping to figure out all the divisions eventually. I don't think we've submitted to quite all of them yet. So if you do the informal process, it's usually just a cover letter and your protocol, and they respond to you pretty quickly within a couple weeks. Haven't we heard back, Erica? Yeah, 2 weeks. And I tend to do more oncology, so I'm more used to the longer process. The formal process, it's still not that long. The formal process is to actually just submit an IND application, or what looks exactly like an IND application, but in the cover letter is where you would argue, we're submitting this, and I'll be the sponsor of this IND if I need one, but I don't think I need one, and here's why. And we explain in those cover letters, we always relist those 5 exemption criteria and kind of check them all off. We're not going to be using the data in a marketing application. We do the kind of present the risk assessment and kind of check all 5 of those boxes. And then that kind of alerts the FDA that they're still going to evaluate it anyway, but at least they know you're thinking that you think it might be exempt. And we usually don't send a cover letter in saying, do you think this is exempt or not? We usually take a stand that it is exempt and then ask if they agree. And we find that that's a good way to communicate with the agency anyway, is just to present what we think and then ask if they agree. And we could always help you with those cover letters, or Mary Tara can help you with those cover letters. If you do the formal process, it's a 30-day review because it's an IND submission, and so there's a statutory requirement that they respond within 30 days. And I think in the last 7-ish years since I joined our centralized regulatory affairs group, I think there's only been 2 that have come back past the 30-day mark, which is always a little strange because you don't know what's going on. And I don't know if we stumped them or if maybe it was during a government shutdown or something, but for the most part we always hear back within 30 days, if not before. And the kind of nice thing about doing a formal submission is that if at the end of the review process you're not exempt, well, then you've already basically submitted an IND, so there's nothing else for you to do. So some people just kind of prefer this anyway. Our office will do these for study teams for free. We usually turn them around pretty quickly, so there's really no barrier, at least at Duke, to doing this, and I'm sure not here either, right? Do you do these, do you charge, or do you do these for free? You don't charge? No charge at BU either, thanks to the CTSI funding. So if we look to those guidance documents, I've kind of been speaking generally, and I want to go through some of their specific examples that they addressed. What if you're using a probiotic? What if you're using an endogenous compound? And then what about all these changes from the labeling? So if we first start in thinking about a change to the patient population, and again, you can see this more clearly in the actual document. Obviously, you can't read that. But basically what they're saying, this is from the earlier guidance that was targeted towards oncology investigators. And if you look in that guidance, they give some examples towards the end of the guidance about, here's some studies that we generally think would be exempt, and here's some other examples of studies that we think wouldn't be, exempt. And one of the things they address in that guidance is changes to patient population. And so the first example they give of a change in patient population that they do think would be exempt is, if you had a trial using marketed drugs to treat kind of a different cancer, for, like, you know, maybe you had a drug approved in breast cancer that you now wanted to use in prostate cancer, they would consider that to be exempt as long as you were giving it according to, you know, a similar dose and a similar schedule to what was in the labeling. They wouldn't need to see an IND for that type of change in patient population. While on the other hand, if you know, a lot of oncology drugs are cytotoxic, and does everybody know what that means? Who can tell us what cytotoxic means? I know, you guys must know. So these are the like the chemo drugs that make you sick, that actually kill growing cells, and you know, you wouldn't want to give that to people unless they were really sick and really needed it. So if you wanted to use a drug like that in a patient population that doesn't normally get cytotoxic drugs as their treatment, a non-malignant disease like rheumatoid arthritis or multiple sclerosis, I don't know why you might think adriamycin might work for that patient population, but if you had some rationale for that, that would be exposing that patient population to kind of a new risk that they normally don't get with the types of therapies that they receive. And so for that case, they would want to see that run under an IND, or more likely they're going to want to see that run under an IND. So that's kind of a change in the patient population to think about. What risks is this population normally exposed to, and how am I changing it in the course of my study? Route of administration changes, you know, you could be exempt if you're changing the route of administration, but they just want you to think about it clearly, that if you were going to take an oral pill or tablet and crush it up and then start injecting it, you know, there could be a lot of risk with that. How do you know it's sterile, and how do you know it's, you know, a uniform dose? And they're probably going to want to see that kind of change in route of administration run under an IND. Or just, you know, I reviewed a study. We also, in our office, review all PI-initiated studies at Duke and kind of provide like a regulatory assessment of them to make sure that nothing gets missed. And I reviewed a study this week where they're changing from an IV route of administration to an intrathecal route of administration right into the CNS, and they're going right to the IRB with it, and I'm not sure they have the data to support that it should be exempt, so we'll see what the IRB thinks about their submission. We might be doing another IND exemption submission to the FDA. And then they also talk about dosages. I think we all commonly would worry about increasing the dose, because then you've got more metabolism issues to worry about. But, you know, if you were lowering the dose, that could also put people at risk, you know, and the easy example is perhaps a vaccine study where they may not develop, they may not develop, they could induce a hypoimmunologic response and make them tolerant, and so then, you know, it would kind of defeat the whole purpose of the vaccine. And then what about drug modifications? That's another thing you need to think about when you're using a commercial drug. Once you take it out of its commercial packaging and like over encapsulate it and then put it, you know, maybe you're trying to blind a study with placebo control, so you're over encapsulating, putting it into new vials, like that's no longer the marketed product anymore that you're administering in your trial. So they say in their guidance that kind of low-risk modification of over-encapsulation, maybe changing color or scoring for blinding purposes is, you know, they're not worried about that. But whenever you are making a drug modification, they would like you to consult them and give them detailed manufacturing information so that they can make that kind of determination. And we had an example of someone who wanted to take an oral tablet and crush it up and make it into a skin cream, and they were able to get an IND exemption for that, even though that's a, you know, very different formulation. But they did have to submit their manufacturing process and how they were testing it and how they knew putting it into the cream wasn't sort of deactivating the active ingredient, and so they were able to do that single submission and then get an IND exemption letter back for what they were doing. So you can make some modifications and perhaps still be considered IND exempt. I have referred briefly to drug combinations. You know, if you're doing something new where this is a combination that's never been done before, or it's not supported by the literature, that's generally not going to be exempt because there is the possibility of synergistic toxicities between the two drugs. And then what about placebos? You know, we used to get a lot of calls at first about, well, I'm using a placebo, doesn't that mean I have to have an IND? And that doesn't matter at all. You really want to think about the active drug, and does that portion need the IND or not? Then some other things that they've specifically addressed in their guidance document are endogenous compounds, live organisms, dietary supplements, and then research without commercial intent. Oops, I went the wrong way. So endogenous compounds are things we already have, naturally found in the body. These are often used in challenge studies to evoke like a physiological response or characterize a disease. And these kinds of studies are going to require INDs because even though you're not trying to treat, cure, mitigate disease, it's still a structure function study where you're changing metabolism or you're evoking a physiological response. And so those are still going to count as drug studies, and those are going to need INDs even though they're being done with a compound that's like already in the body. And we have, probably 6 or 7 of this type of IND at Duke. We'll go through some examples of these as well. And this is just a reminder about, it could be an article intended to affect the structure or function of the body, not just treating disease. And then what about live organism types of studies where this is often done with like a challenge? We've had some studies at Duke where they're intentionally infecting people with cold viruses or flu viruses, and I think that's, we're not the only ones doing that, in order to kind of study the immune responses for early detection of infection. There's obviously no therapeutic purpose to giving someone the flu virus, but it is intended to affect the structure and function of the body, so those studies are run under INDs, not one that I volunteered for. I've been in a few studies, but not for flu. What about dietary supplements? And this is the one sort of regulatory loophole out there, is with dietary supplements. So these are defined, these are products taken by mouth that are intended to supplement the diet, and they contain a dietary ingredient. And so the examples of these are vitamins and minerals, amino acids, metabolites. My husband's very into bodybuilding. We have a whole drawer of these, and I'm convinced they don't do anything, but they make him feel better, so okay. And I make him tell his doctor every one he's taking, just, in case there's a concern. So when do you need an IND for these types of studies? And that need is really determined by the intent of your study. If you're using a dietary supplement in what would fall into the structure of function category, you don't have to have an IND for this. And I don't know how they got this loophole worked out, because it's kind of like outside of the box of all the other thinking. But if you're doing a structure function study with a dietary supplement, you're not going to need an IND. And the example that they give from the guidance is if you're studying the effect of calcium on bone mass or the effect of fiber on bowel regularity, that would not require an IND. And then the flip side of that is if it were a therapeutic study where you're trying to diagnose or cure disease, you would need an IND for a dietary supplement with that kind of intent. And they kind of give the opposite examples. If you wanted to do the same study, but your endpoint was more calcium for osteoporosis prevention or effective fiber to treat diarrhea, then that becomes a therapeutic intent trial with a dietary supplement, and those do require INDs. And just a reminder, these are already on the market in a whole drawer in my kitchen, but they're not approved as drugs. So normally they can't be considered IND exempt unless they're in a structure function study. And then people, we did have a few people, I don't think we get a lot of these anymore at Duke, everybody knows, but we used to get, well, I don't have any intent to market this, I'm just doing research, and they just reiterate in their guidance that that doesn't have anything to do with anything, you still fall under the IND regulations. So I think we have time to do a few case scenarios, and I will send out all the case scenarios even if we don't go through all of them. Oops. Where is the second slideshow? Do I need you to bring that up? One. Wait. I think, let's just go to 3. I feel like something got a little screwy there. Yeah. Thank you. It's always weird when you're not at your own area. Okay, so let's just do some practice. We'll just do a couple of these, and again, I'll send them all out with the answers so that you can see them later. So if you're an investigator or you're working with an investigator who wants to study an anti-flu drug to treat flu symptoms in children under the age of 10, the drug is called Influne. I guess that's how you would say it. It's currently approved in the pediatric setting, and it's given by intramuscular injection. In this particular proposed study, the study team wants to administer it via intranasal drops. My kids don't like getting shots, so I could see why maybe someone would want to explore this. In this particular case, a compounding pharmacy is going to receive the commercially available Influne. Let's say it comes in ready to inject syringes that are sterile, and the compounding pharmacy is now going to move them into new vials and make them into like a nasal drop. So the first question is, that first hurdle that we talked about, does this study even qualify to be considered for an IND exemption? Yes, right, it does, because it is an approved drug. So we can at least consider the 5 criteria. I'm not saying it is or isn't exempt, but we can at least think about it. And so what things are off-label in this particular case? Several things. The route of administration is obviously off-label. Anything else that we might wonder about? We're not sure what kind of dose they're going to get with an IM versus an intranasal. That could be different. And, they may be making some formulation changes. I mean, we didn't really go into that. Maybe they're mixing it with something else. So these are things that you would want to consider. And so, there isn't necessarily a right or wrong answer to this, but what would you guys think? Would you think this could end up being an exempt study, or do you think there are too many unknowns? I think we could say there are too many unknowns in this case, right? We would want to see the protocol, and we would want to ask a lot more questions. But, let's say you did feel it was eligible for exemption. There are some things that you could submit to your IRB, or if you just wanted to go to the FDA to get their opinion, maybe there's some previously published data about this change in route of administration, or maybe you really are you're going to be delivering the same dose, you're really not doing anything but moving it into the new vial. So maybe you want to argue that it is exempt, and here's our manufacturing information. So maybe you would go to the FDA with that. Okay, so that's that scenario. Here's another example. An investigator wants to do a trial to assess the effectiveness of vitamin D in the treatment of depression. Vitamin D is manufactured, there's different sources of vitamin D. One of them is manufactured by Company X, and it's legally marketed as the drug to treat osteoporosis. So it's out there with a package insert. There's a cheaper version from Company Y, which your grant has enough money for. And it's on the market as a supplement. And so this investigator, or you are going to use vitamin D capsules from Company Y. That's what you were able to get funding for, is the cheaper supplement version of vitamin D. So is this study eligible for an IND exemption? Right, it's not, and I guess I didn't highlight that, but it's not eligible because they're using a supplement, and they're using it in a treatment trial, And so they're going to have an IND. And on top of that, they are using, they're not even starting with an approved drug. So this study is going to need an IND unless they decide they can get some extra money and switch to the commercially marketed version of the vitamin D that's out there. And in that case, it's more likely that they would be IND exempt if they were starting with the company X product. And we had a study team do this. I think it was some kind of fish oil study, and they were going to use the supplement version of the fish oil that's everywhere and easy to get and affordable. But for some reason, they really didn't want to have an IND, so they switched to a commercially available version of fish oil, and they were able to do it as an IND exempt study. What time is it? I think we have time to do them all. Is that okay if we do a couple more? Okay. I hope. We've shortened the talks a little this year, so we're trying this for the first time. So case scenario 3, you have 2 drugs, drug A and B. They're both FDA approved for the treatment of a rare type of colon cancer. Oops, I didn't hit the right bullet. An investigator wants to add a third drug, drug C, to the therapeutic cocktail. Drug C is also an FDA-approved drug. And the investigator got this idea because she read a paper and saw that this similar triple cocktail was working in a breast cancer population, and so she wants to try it in her colon cancer population. So that's the scenario. And the first question is this study eligible for exemption? Right, because we're starting with 3 commercially available drugs, so we can at least think about it. Yes, it's eligible. Doesn't mean it is, it just means it's eligible. And so how many things are off-label in this particular example? What kind of changes have we made? So I think I heard everything. So we have a new combination that's not, it's out there in the literature, but it's not in the labeling. And we are changing patient population. I didn't, tell you anything about the doses, so we're not really sure about that. What kind of doses are they using? So drugs A and B are approved to be given in combination, but they're not approved with drug C. And drug C is not approved in colon cancer itself, nor is it approved to be used in combination with these 2 drugs. Again, we don't know what doses, we don't know the schedule. We're assuming the route of administration is probably the same, but who knows? So for this, what kind of documentation would we send to either our IRB or directly to the FDA? This goes back to an earlier question we had. You would want us to submit or talk about those breast cancer studies where the combination was well tolerated and seemed to have some effectiveness. And then maybe there's some studies out there with drug C by itself in the colon cancer population that you could talk about. Kind of, present anything that you can. And this is sort of the classic example from the FDA guidance of, this is maybe one that the FDA would think that they don't need to see depending on those doses and what the data were to support this one. So the last one that we'll do is we have an investigator who wants to do a structure-function study of changes that occur in the eye after exposure to ragweed, which seemed really bad for me this year. I don't know about anybody else. One of my allergies. Ragweed extract is an FDA-approved drug that gets used for the prick test to diagnose allergies. So we are starting with an FDA-approved drug. And this investigator wants to use the extract in the eye to study structural and functional changes after exposure. So I already answered my first question. We're starting with an approved drug, so it's at least eligible to consider for exemption. What's off-label here? We're changing the intended use, and we're changing the route of administration and potentially formulation, but we don't know. Also dose, we don't really know what the skin prick versus putting it in the eye, what is that change in dose? This is something we would want to talk about in our submission to the IRB or the FDA, kind of provide those details, or was there another study done of something similar? So those are the ends of those 4 scenarios. I'm going to exit this and try to go back to the main talk. And Should I just break early, Mary Tara? She walked out of the room. Or should we go like maybe another 10 minutes and then take a break? Let's do that? Okay. I just saw one yes, so I went with it. You can blame someone over there. Hopefully I won't need the technical support people to come back again. That's the one I just did. That's the ugly ones that I hope to not have to go back to. Erica's talk. I need your help again. I don't see my main talk again. Wait, is this it? Yes. Okay, never mind. I got it. Okay, so we're going to move on to part 2, and I'll watch the time to make sure we break appropriately. So now we're going to talk about you've thought about your trial. You know that you need an IND. And so now what do? How do you submit this to the FDA? So that's what the point of the second half is to talk about how to prepare an IND and how to maintain an IND. And this is the outline that we're going to be going through. Again, we're going to start with some definitions for this part of the talk. A sponsor, in this case, in this regulatory discussion, is an individual, a company, or an academic institution, or even a nonprofit that takes responsibility for and initiates a clinical investigation. So that doesn't mean it's the financial sponsor. And so we always need to be careful when we use the word sponsor to be clear about whether we're talking about the financial sponsor or the regulatory sponsor. An investigator is someone who actually conducts the clinical trial and under whose immediate direction the drug is being administered or dispensed. And then if we combine those two, as you know, all of our academic health center clinical investigators, a sponsor investigator is an individual who both initiates the trial and then conducts the investigation, and whose under immediate direction the drug is administered or dispensed. And so I think we had a few examples of sponsor investigators in the room. Some different, an IND is an IND. They're all going to have the same requirements, but, we can put them into some different general buckets. The first would be maybe something we think of as a commercial IND, where the ultimate goal and the whole reason you're doing this is to obtain marketing approval to put your drug on the market. Whereas sponsor investigator INDs, or what the FDA often calls research INDs, these are primarily research-driven with the goal of publication or submitting it, new data to get more grant money, that sort of thing. But the end goal is usually publication. And then I hope we have a little time at the end to talk a little bit about expanded access types of INDs. Again, they're still INDs with the same reporting requirements, but they are to allow individual patients to access investigational drugs, as well as maybe other larger populations to access drugs that are working but are maybe not quite yet on the market. So maybe we'll have time for that at the end. This is the overall format and content of an IND, and these particular sections are taken directly from 21 CFR Part 312. This is the current format that we follow today, and we do most of our submissions in paper. Possibly if we come back next year, we'll be talking about a different format, the Common Technical Document format that we're slowly converting to, which is a more international way of doing regulatory submissions, and those submissions done in that format can also be submitted electronically to the FDA. And I'm going to come back and revisit that a little bit again at the end. But whether you're using the 10-section format or the CTD or Common Technical Document format, you're still going to be putting the same content in there. And we do recommend, if depending on which template you're using, that you follow whatever script is there and in place, and use standard headings for put things where the reviewers at FDA are going to expect to find them, because they get a lot of submissions every year, and I'm not going to go through the numbers here in detail, but you know, every time they receive a new IND, whether it's electronic or CTD or the paper 10-section version, they have 30 days to get an answer to you. And if they can find things where they expect them to be, the review process will be a lot smoother for everybody. And I think we're supposed to take a break right now. This would be a perfectly fine time to break. We talked about like the big picture, and we'll go into more detail after the break. So come back at 10 o'clock, and I'll start talking again at 10.
Well, just one box at a time, so we can know which one is which.
But if this is not something I can answer quickly, I'll put you in touch with me. Okay. Or you could just reach out to me.
Yeah. Well, it might be quick, but if you don't mind, it's fine. It just sounds like she wanted me to.
Anything? Good? Other one?
It's not really. He's just more, you know, he's doing bigger picture things. And
Good?
Yeah, she wanted us to set up a phone conversation. But anyway,
is it like a study?
yes. It sounds like now it's not free time, so maybe I can be better.
Good? What's it?
Bigger questions. Yeah. Well,
Both sides?
Is everything okay?
I don't know. We're trying to fix it.
You don't know what's
Honestly, I don't know what.
okay.
Because I'm
It seems like it's working here live anyway. Is it like the WebEx that's maybe not working?
maybe again. you look under there, they have it next to the power box.
Right.
It says power next to the microphone.
So it's like the current that's like,
It's just like,
right.
yeah. So I feel like this is the only thing that brakes are for. Fixing stuff. Okay. Actually, can you go to the mixer? Input 2 and 3. There's a mute button right above the faders.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Good? Alright, I'm gonna go.
When we're thinking about our IND content, all INDs, whether they're research focused or marketing focused, are going to have some forms and a table of contents and things like that. And then you start getting into the meat of the submission with, sections 3 and 4, which are the introductory statement and the general investigation plan. And those sections are focused on, what are you doing? What are you using? Why are you doing it? How are you doing it? How are you measuring it? That's, where you kind of tell them your story. We often will be given a clinical protocol that a study team has worked on, and we can kind of pull a lot of information from the protocol. Sometimes we have to get additional information from the literature or ask them to help us with that. But that's what gets populated into those sections. And then we kind of move into the investigator's brochure and some other sections. And what you're going to put in these other sections is kind of going to be depending on, is this a drug that you're responsible for manufacturing? Those of you in biotech are going to have, that are with small companies are going to have to fill out a lot more of this information versus those of you who are at an academic health center that might be using a drug off-label or might be working with a commercial partner that's providing you with an investigational drug, and they're really the ones responsible for all of the manufacturing information. So if you are working with a external company that's providing you with the investigational product, or you are working with an off-label drug, there's a lot of these sections, which I've highlighted here in blue, that you can reference either directly to the drug labeling to support your use, or you might have what are called letters of authorization or cross-reference letters from the partner that you're working with. And a letter of authorization is kind of like a permission slip from from a sponsor, usually a company. They send it into their IND, or it could be a device. So an IDE would be for a device. Maybe it's a drug master file, but they send this kind of permission letter into their filing, stating that all the confidential information from their application, which they have not shared with you because it's proprietary, all of that information can be used in support of your submission. So you're not expected to know how a company is manufacturing its drug product. They've already provided that information to the FDA, and now they're letting you kind of cross-reference it in support of your filing. They should send you a copy of that letter that you can include in your submission as well to say, we're incorporating by reference here the CMC, the chemistry, manufacturing, and controls information from, this other IND, from this other company. So sometimes our kind of sponsor investigator INDs are just, they're not very big, they're not very thin, they're pretty thin because we're not having to provide all the information de novo. We can reference it to the package insert, or we can reference it through a letter of authorization to a bigger filing that's held by a company. Are you going to need these letters of authorization for your submissions? If you're using an investigational drug that's not on the market at all, and you're not the one responsible for the manufacturing, you're going to have a letter of authorization most likely, or how else are you going to support, what you're doing, the safety of what you're doing. If you're using a commercially marketed drug that you're buying off the shelf for use in your study, or even if a company is donating to you from their commercial supply, you really don't need a letter of authorization because the support for everything that you need is likely to already be out there in the labeling. So that's what a letter of authorization can do for you. And if you're working with your company, you're going to need to talk to their regulatory people to make sure that they give you this, so that when you go to submit your IND, you have support for those sections. The Section 7 about manufacturing, Section 8 for pharmacology and toxicology. Does anyone know what that means? And so this is where sometimes the names are not intuitive. This is where you put the animal safety data, the non-clinical study data. Before, if you have a new chemical entity or a new biologic that's never been in humans before, you're going to have to show some level of safety of that particular test article in animals. We could have a whole separate 2-hour lecture on CMC and probably tons of lectures on pharmacology, toxicology, and how to design those studies. And we don't have time for that today. We're happy to help if these things come up for you. We do have a template for CMC sections that we can share with you if anyone needs those for a small molecule or a cell therapeutic. You won't find those online because they're just not as commonly asked for. So the next section I want to talk about is protocols, what all goes in that particular section. Obviously, your clinical protocol is going to go into that section. You can actually submit multiple protocols, and so we have had a few people who just know right away that they're doing 2 different things at the same time, and so you can submit more than one protocol to an IND, but usually for a sponsor investigator IND, it's one protocol per IND. That tends to be the normal formula. You also are probably going to have to submit a developed informed consent, although that's not true with every division at FDA. The oncology divisions will not review your IND application without an informed consent, whereas I think some divisions, at least I've heard my boss say, he would submit a consent and they would get sort of annoyed with him, like, we don't need this, and now you've sent it, and so I have to review it. And so, maybe you can reach out to the particular division that you're going to be working with just to kind of see if they want that. I kind of find it's more wanted than not wanted. So even if the study team doesn't have it ready yet, I'll say, well, make sure you're working on it because they may ask for it during the review process. The other thing that we put in this section, and we always kind of tab it for a paper copy so the reviewer can find it, is another form that I'll talk about again, which is called the 1572. Are you guys familiar with this particular form? This is kind of what the investigator signs. I'll talk about it again in a minute, but we stick it in here with the protocol section because it's really a part of the investigator is a part of the protocol. And so we're starting to kind of fill out what we might put in our IND. I had talked about letters of authorization earlier, and I usually put that in section 5.1 because that's the first time I refer to something is often when I get to this section, so that's where I'll tab that. It's not required. I just think as long as you tab it and make it obvious to the reviewer that they know that it's there. And then in our protocol section, you've got the items that we just talked about. For those of you who do have to fill out, more chemistry, manufacturing, and control data, or perhaps some animal studies, as I've said, those could be their own talks, and it's going to depend on the third bullet. We've got some people here from biotech who are you guys developing drugs or devices yet? Future? So you're going to have to fill out more information for these sections to show, support for your application. And, basically if you have to submit a CMC section, it's almost, it's a recipe. What are all the raw ingredients? How do you qualify them? How do you know that they're okay for use? What are the steps of your process? How do you know things are going well throughout your process? At the end, how do you know the product's okay? How do you know it's stable? How do you know it is what you think it is? So it's kind of like a cookbook, a recipe for how you make your drug and how you test it. And the CMC sections for small molecules look a little different than those for cell therapies or vaccines. And, you would have to populate those sections if you were the sponsor of the manufacturing, if it was really your test article. And we were talking at the break, we have about 120 active INDs at Duke. And I would say off the top of my head, and Erica can back me up, that maybe 15 to 20 of them are, where we're actually doing the manufacturing. And so we've had to, send in many more volumes of paper with our initial submissions for those particular projects. We have, I think, is it 4 GMP facilities on campus now? And we're all getting more GMP savvy at our institution. The last section, which I haven't mentioned yet, is the previous human experience section, section 9, in this paper format. And, if this truly is a new chemical entity or a new vaccine, this could be a very short section. There may not be anything to put here, but this is also where you would have a more developed discussion about what else has been done with, in the literature with what you're trying to do. What else out there supports the safety of what you're going to do beyond maybe some animal studies. Again, if it's a new chemical entity, you may only have the animal studies to go on. So are there any kind of questions about just kind of the overall content and structure of an IND? It's going to be very case specific, on how it's done, but I hope that gives you an overall picture of the kind of information that you need to do this. I just briefly wanted to mention the 3, required forms that you have to have in an IND and where to find them at the FDA website. The first one is the 1571. It has to be submitted with every IND submission. It's kind of called the cover sheet. Kind of helps route your submission at FDA and tells the project manager like what is it. And the 1572, the 1571 is also like a contract between the sponsor of the IND and the FDA. So it's not, you're signing that you are responsible and that you're accepting those responsibilities and that you're going to follow the regulations. And I think people need to just think about that when they sign, I'm taking responsibility by signing this form for this IND application. The 1572 is what the investigator signs, and for a sponsor investigator IND, that may be the same person that's signing both of these forms. That's not always the case. But this is kind of more the contract between the investigator and the sponsor, or it could be between you and yourself if you're the sponsor investigator. This is, again, you're taking responsibility, you're agreeing to follow regulations, and it's sort of providing the FDA with the information that you are a qualified investigator. This is where they put a lot of facilities information and a lot of IRB information goes here. What labs are you using? What are the qualifications of the investigator? And this form does need to be kept up to date, but you don't necessarily have to submit it with every submission. The 3674 is kind of like, I call it the new form, although it came out when I first started at Duke, so it's about 8 years old now, and I guess it's not new anymore. This is, does anyone know what this form is for? This is the clinicaltrials.gov form, which I'm not going to talk about today, although we have a whole talk on it on our website. And this is the form that you have to submit. At least, you have to get it in there once to say that you do have an applicable clinical trial, or maybe you don't. And this is how you provide your NCT number or your National Clinical Trials number to the FDA. It's the certification that you're following those particular laws about trials disclosure. Again, that's a whole other talk. So, but make sure you're using the correct versions of these forms. They do keep them updated from time to time. If you go to the website right now, you'll see that the 1571 and the 1572 are technically expired. But that's the most current version the FDA has, and so that's the one that you use right now. We always get a lot of calls about that still. Where's the right one? This one's expired. So this is the big picture of everything that we went over. I also didn't mention section 10 for additional information. This is where you could put maybe some reprints of some studies that kind of support what you're doing. This is also where there's some extra categories that sometimes have to be addressed. If you're using a controlled substance, you have to add something to this section. If you're doing studies in a disease, that occurs in the pediatric population, you should address that here. Maybe you're not doing your initial study in the pediatric population, but so there are some extra things that get put in to INDs depending on what the content of those INDs are. So I think that is all of that about forms and content and structure. And so now we're going to talk about actually, you've got this thing ready to go. Where do I send it and what happens to it? So in addition to all of those 10 sections, you're also going to have a cover letter The cover letters are important. Again, they help the project managers know, like, what is this and who do I need to tell about it. It's really good to have a second contact name on the cover letter of someone who can speak to the FDA on behalf of that application. INDs are considered confidential, so it could be that if it's a sponsor investigator IND and it's just, you know, the same person as the sponsor and the investigator and there's no other name there and the FDA can't reach that person, there's technically no one else they're supposed to talk to if no one else was named in the cover letter. So sometimes PIs can be hard to find and track down, so make sure you put some other people on there that are allowed to talk to the FDA, or at least one other person. You need to submit, this is kind of old school from the paper regulations, you need to submit an original and 2 copies. And I've heard FDA reviewers at conferences kind of laugh about this because, you know, there's way more than 3 people, you know, reviewing your application these days, but that's still what's in the regulations, and so that's still what we do. They're supposed to go into these particular type of report covers, and we're happy to help you find those. And they're supposed to be in different colors. Again, this is kind of getting old school now, so, but it's still in the regs, and so this is still what we do. There's also a requirement that the IND be paginated uniquely throughout, and I would just like to bring this up to, you can certainly consecutively number your IND from beginning to end. You know, we all have PDFs now, and it's easy to paginate them from front to back, but I tend to not do that or spend my time on that because it doesn't say consecutive, it says unique. And so to me, page 2 of the consent is unique and different from page 2 of the protocol, so I don't spend my time on that. Some people do. Where do you send the submission? These are the different addresses. If you have a small molecule or a well-defined biologic, that's going to go to the CDER, or the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. If it's a vaccine or a cell therapy product, it's going to go to CBER, the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. CBER has moved their central document room, and I'm pretty sure I've got the current one up here now, but you can always double-check these addresses at the FDA website. And we often address the cover letter in the initial submission to the division director, just because it feels weird to us to send it off to whom it may concern. And but you know, the document room is going to find the right division even if you're not sure, so that's not required. We can help you find that name if you would like it. As I've mentioned before, the FDA is required to respond to you within 30 days. That's a statutory requirement. You as the sponsor should receive an acknowledgement letter with your IND number on it. This comes by snail mail and is paper. This doesn't always happen. Sometimes you'll get it as attached in an email. Sometimes you may just get a phone call from the project manager. That may be the first time you hear about your IND number. But you should get this acknowledgement letter. And it's an important letter to hold on to because it will contain the name of your project manager. And that's your point of contact for the IND who you're going to be working with over the long haul. Don't lose the letter. Don't throw away the last page, which is technically where the signature and date are, because they electronically sign things, and it doesn't look like part of the letter, but it is. Don't throw that away. If they don't identify any concerns or issues with your IND during that 30-day sort of safety review period, the IND will be considered to be what they say in effect. They don't ever use the word approved, although we like to say, you know, oh, our study was approved by the FDA. Like, the FDA doesn't use the word approved. They say it's in effect. They don't really, it's not routine for them to send a letter or any kind of confirmation, which is a little anticlimactic. You know, you want to get something back, but they don't routinely send you letters saying that the IND is in effect. Sometimes you'll get an email saying that your study is safe to proceed. Occasionally they'll send out formal letters, you know, that are called safe to proceed letters. You can always kind of try to ask the project manager for that if you think you need it, but again, it's not something they're required to do, and basically 30 days after receipt is technically legally your effective date, so you don't have to have anything back from them. We like to encourage people to try and get something, something back. You know, especially if they never got their acknowledgement letter. That's a real concern. If they haven't heard anything in 30 days and they didn't get the acknowledgement letter, you would really want to try to find someone at FDA and make sure that they did get it and did review your application. What if during those 30 days they do have some concerns or issues? You know, they don't like something you're doing, or they think it's not well supported, or they have concerns about your product. You know, again, this is, you know, their review is all about safety, safety and rights of the subject. So they may have some objections to what you're doing, or they may require more information. And sometimes you maybe don't have time to pull it all together before the end of the 30-day review period. We often are hearing back from FDA within 48 hours of the 30-day like cutoff deadline. And sometimes our study teams just don't have time to respond to questions. And unfortunately, I had an investigator recently who got like 40 questions back. It's the most, I think it's our record. And that's unusual, but you know, he was at a conference and he didn't have time, so he couldn't respond, you know, by the deadline. And we tried to commit to responding, because often you can make commitments in writing saying we will not proceed until we've addressed all of these issues. You know, we promise to make these changes. I think in his case, he wanted to argue back a little bit, so he didn't want to just agree to everything. You know, hopefully you can make some commitments in writing, even if you can't quite update your protocol by the deadline. And in that case, you can avoid what's called a clinical hold. In his case, he just went on clinical hold. He couldn't turn that around quickly enough. So if you can't resolve these issues within the 30-day period, you get put on this kind of status called clinical hold, which is not as big of a deal, I don't think, in academia. There's no investors, you know, freaking out or anything. And, you know, you get a formal letter from the FDA where they identify like all of the hold issues they have with your IND. And, you know, then you just have to spend the time responding to their questions, their concerns. Maybe you have to gather some more data. And then you submit what's called a hold response, where you're responding to all of their issues, and you ask that the hold be lifted. And this is kind of a formal status that you can be put on, and you can't really proceed until you get a formal letter saying that you're off hold or that the hold has been lifted. And I guess that's a major downfall to it is once you're on hold, you're now outside of the magical 30-day clock. And so when you do submit your hold responses, you know, you might be on the back burner for a while in getting the hold to be lifted. So that's the main drawback, is just that it can cost you some time. And so it is in your best interest to try to, you know, I always ask PIs, you know, okay, if we submit it tomorrow, the 30-day review is going to be this day. Are you here like that week? Because that's going to be the busy time. And I've had people say, oh yeah, I'm going to be here. And then I think they're just not thinking about it. And one PI was like in the Galapagos Islands, and, you know, there was one of the questions that I just didn't feel like I could respond to for him, and he was completely unreachable. So, you know, his IND went on hold. And so make sure that the study team or, you know, people are going to be around during that last week of the 30-day period so that you can effectively respond to things and make sure you've addressed all their concerns. So other formats, I alluded to this before, and we're working on transitioning to this as well. There is also another format for submitting INDs called the Common Technical Document. You can submit this in paper. You don't have to do electronic submissions just because you're using the Common Technical Document format. It is organized into sort of 5 modules as opposed to the 10 sections, you know, that we've talked about. But in all of these is kind of all of the same information you would be submitting anyway. You're just putting it into, you know, different areas. And as I said, we're transitioning to this now. We do have electronic submission capability at Duke, and we just kind of want to be ready to more easily transition our submissions to electronic if we want them to be that way. Because we have things that leave Duke, they go on to a life outside of Duke, and we think it's easier if they're in the Common Technical Document, since that's more becoming an industry standard way of doing these submissions. But as far as we have heard, academic health centers are still never going to be required to do electronic submissions. I haven't heard that that's going to change, so you don't have to switch to this format, and you can, you know, as of right now, you can keep submitting on paper, and that's fine. I briefly mentioned that there are other ways that patients can access investigational drugs that are not yet on the market, and this is under the Expanded Access Program. And Erica has a nice, you know, hour-long presentation on all of this. Their FDA has done a nice job of outlining this process, especially, you know, for companies and for sponsor investigators, and I've put those links on here. My understanding of how this program came into effect is, you know, it used to take, I think, 5 years from the time you would submit an NDA to actually getting marketing approval. You know, I don't know what the exact years were, but for certain oncology treatments and HIV treatments, you know, there were very clearly very effective drugs that were helping people in clinical studies, but all the studies were done and the marketing applications had been submitted, but there was no way people could have access to these drugs because there weren't studies open anymore, and yet the drugs weren't on the market yet. And so my understanding of the history is this is how the Expanded Access Program was started, was to allow HIV patients and oncology patients and patients with serious and life-threatening diseases to access investigational drugs before they got put on the market. And, you know, so I'm mainly thinking of a treatment IND where a particular IND or protocol would just be opened as a way of allowing people to come in to have access to that drug for treatment purposes rather than for the study of safety and efficacy. There also may be a case, you know, and they've kind of revised these regulations and updated them, and there are guidances out available about these programs as well. But you may have a single patient who doesn't qualify for your trial because they don't meet one of the exclusion criteria, but you still think this is the best potential therapy for them. And you know, you can't treat them off-label because it's not an approved drug, and so this is a way you can provide access to those single patients. And sometimes there's time for a 30-day review of those particular applications. There's a drug. We have several expanded access single patient INDs at Duke for people with tuberculosis who are being treated with a leprosy antibiotic that's no longer on the market in the US because there isn't leprosy here anymore. And so that, you know, that drug is available in Europe, and it has to be imported here basically under single patient INDs. And that's, you know, there's plenty of time to review those applications. It's not like an emergency situation, but there are also allowances for emergencies when you really just need to treat someone right away with an investigational drug, but you don't have the time for this 30-day review process. And so, you know, we always have a number of these coming up for serious and life-threatening diseases. And you can kind of go to the FDA website to see, they've got tools to help you evaluate which of these you might qualify for. These are somewhat streamlined applications for single patient INDs and emergency INDs in order to kind of get things going. But then it's still a real IND, and it still requires the same type of maintenance that we're going to talk about in the next section. You still have to do annual reports if the patients are living, you know, long on these therapies. You still have to do safety reports and things like that. I think a lot of people think, oh, I got permission, and now I don't have to think about the FDA anymore. And you do still have to maintain those INDs. And I don't know why I didn't remove this animation. Sorry about that. So now we're going to, are there any questions about the review process during the 30 days? Because we're going to move on to maintenance. So taking care of and feeding your IND, it's a living document. It's not a one and done kind of thing, so you have to keep it up to date. And one of the main kind of bread and butter, you know, ways that we do that are these IND amendments. There are lots of different flavors of IND amendments that you could be submitting to the FDA, and they are all sort of highlighted for you in box 11 on the form 1571. And we're going to kind of go through all of these in detail so you don't have to be able to read them. So any kind of maintenance to your IND would include all of these submission types. And the first one that we're going to talk about is the most common one that we run across at Duke, which are protocol amendments. It would always be nice if we wrote the perfect protocol right away and never had to change it, but that is not often the case, and we have to make some changes as we go, so we have protocol amendments. We could also be submitting a new protocol. Perhaps you did a small pilot study and 10 subjects, and everything looks great, and you want to now move on to do a larger study. You could be submitting a new protocol to your IND for the same indication and same patient population. And so we could have new protocols, changes in protocols. I'm going to talk about new investigator on a different slide and what that means, but I just kind of wanted to let you know that as an academic health center, you're never going to be doing number 4. Those are post-marketing requirements. These types of studies are only done, you're sort of required to do them when your marketing application gets approved. You get, you have these post-marketing requirements from the FDA. So you might be still submitting those back to you. You have your NDA approved, but you still have to do these post-marketing studies, maybe in the pediatric population or in a different population. And so you still submit those studies like back to your IND. And so that's not something we do at Duke. People often call these phase 4 studies, and you probably will never do a phase 4 study as an academic sponsor investigator unless you've submitted a marketing application. You might be a site in one where you have an industry partner, but it won't be your own. So just a few bullets about new protocols and changes to protocols. Obviously, they can be submitted to, they're submitted to an existing IND. It's really helpful to provide a brief summary or rationale of the differences. What are you changing and why are you changing it? Or why are you doing a new protocol? What's different about this? How is this advancing what you want to do? It's important to remember that there's no 30-day clock with this type of submission. It's not like you're going to find out in 30 days whether they were happy with your protocol. It's, unfortunately, you send it off into the void, and if you don't hear back, you're okay. But that's always a little bit, can be a little nerve-wracking. So that's why if you're making some significant changes or you've got like a brand new protocol, we think it's good to check in with the project manager to make sure they've gotten it, make sure they've had time to review it. We tend to send an email that says, we'll attach a PDF of the submission, for ease of review and say, here are the changes that we made, and we intend to implement this new version by a day. And then at least you've kind of given them some warning. Try to allow, time. They're not going to have time to review it in a week and be okay with it. Our IRB tends to, if they're nervous about a change that it might be kind of significant, they will ask the study team to wait 30 days, even though they're aware there's no statutory 30-day review clock. It's just a time frame that makes them feel comfortable. So some of you may keep that in mind. You want to allow for time. Again, check in with a project manager, especially if you feel it's like a significant change. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that you can do these submissions in any order. It's not like you have to submit to your IRB first and get approval and then submit it to the FDA. They can really be done in parallel. And then we think that you should send your IRB approval letters for these new protocols or these protocol changes to your IND, but I would never do a whole submission, just to send that in. I kind of batch it maybe with some other submissions. You'll notice on my slides that I'm careful about when I use the word should and the word must. If you see the word must, that means it's required by a regulation. And if you see the word should, it's just what we found to be a best practice, or perhaps it's mentioned in a guidance document. So there's that disclaimer. What about protocol changes? I get calls about, we changed an address of a lab, do I really need to send in this whole protocol, to my IND? It just doesn't seem that important. And so if we look to the regulations, this is what they say about protocol changes. If you have a phase 1 study, a first-in-man study, where you have a change that significantly affects the safety of subjects, they want to know about that before you implement that change. For a phase 2 or 3 trial, they want to know about safety changes as well as anything that would significantly affect the scope of the investigation or the quality of the study data. So, you can go by this and kind of filter, like, what protocol amendments do I need to send them now? But we think it's a best practice just to send them all changes before you implement the change, no matter how simple they are, because if you get around to your annual report and you haven't reported them, you still have to report them at that time. So no matter what, these protocol changes have to be submitted to FDA. And we think it's easier just to do them in real time while everybody remembers what's going on and where that track change version is on our shared drive. And if you have some staff changes, you don't want to lose that, that history. And so we really encourage people to be sending these in real time. And if we're helping, we have an electronic IRB, which I assume you guys do as well. We'll ask the study team to list us as key personnel so that we get automatic notifications of when there are protocol changes, because the study teams sometimes forget about FDA, and especially if it's just a minor change, they may not think about it. So we're there to remind them, like, this one needs to go to FDA, or we think you should. There is an exception if you need to eliminate an immediate hazard to a subject that you didn't think about ahead of time and it's not really written into your protocol. You can do that kind of change. Maybe you really realize you need to do a dose reduction for someone because you don't want to completely pull them off the study drug because it might cause like side effects, but you didn't write those kind of dose de-escalations into your protocol. You could just do that and then you could modify your protocol later. You are still expected to subsequently notify the FDA of some kind of, if you had to make like an emergency change, but this has not happened at Duke. Hopefully we've thought through those kinds of things. The last type of protocol amendment that you're going to do has an unintuitive name called the New Investigator Protocol Amendment. And this is mainly relevant for any of you who are running multi-center studies. Do we have anyone who is involved with being the regulatory sponsor for a multi-center trial? A couple of people. Duke does allow sponsor investigator multi-center trials, which I know some institutions are less comfortable with. It's mainly our oncology groups that do that, and they're much more comfortable with that, and our oncology department is set up for that. We do have a few other investigators who maybe are working with rare patient populations, and there's no way they could do a trial just at a single center. They've really got to have the West Coast location open. So we do have some smaller, multi-center trials run by sponsor investigators outside of oncology. And we're very involved in those trials and helping them, with their oversight. So, so this new investigator protocol amendment is basically how you notify the FDA that you've got this site opening up. Every site is going to have a principal investigator. So whenever a new site opens up to enrollment, that's now a new investigator that you need to tell the FDA about. They need to be notified of this new principal investigator or this site joining the study within 30 days of that site enrolling their first subject. You as the sponsor must collect that 1572 and CV from the PI at each of those sites and send in that information to the FDA. And then you also want to be sure to, as a sponsor, collect the IRB approval letter from that site surely before you send them any of the drug, because that's how you can make sure they're fulfilling their responsibilities as an investigator. And that's why if any of you have participated as a site, in a sponsored study, you've got people really hassling you for paperwork, and it's because they need to know that this was done because they're responsible. There are also information amendments, which is where you would submit manufacturing changes, or perhaps you've done some. You need to do two, usually before you can start a first-in-man study, you need to do toxicity studies in 2 animal models. But then after that, you're going to be needing to do some ongoing animal studies, looking at reproductive toxicology. There's ongoing parallel animal studies that are going on with a commercial IND. And so a farm tox information amendment might be where you would submit the results of a new reproductive toxicology test that you did in animals. Those are the kinds of things that fall into these buckets. A clinical information amendment, maybe you have a safety event that, we'll talk about formal IND safety reports in a few minutes. Maybe you have an event that doesn't quite reach that level of reporting, but you still want to let the FDA know about it, and you could communicate it to the FDA through a clinical information amendment. So, you know, again, these amendments are just new technical information, new manufacturing information, things like that. Kind of organize your cover letter to kind of explain what the purpose of this amendment is and what you're submitting. And they want you to submit these kinds of amendments like as needed. This is for all IND maintenance. You do it as needed. They really like it if you can batch things every 30 days. But that's not always possible. You know, we've got some fast-paced trials going on, and it's just not possible for us to wait 30 days because then we'll be in violation of some other requirement. And so, you know, we do our best to try and batch things when we can. And now I'm going to talk about formal IND safety reports. This is when you've got a serious adverse event that has occurred in the course of your study that was unexpected and is related to the study treatment. And so these are formal IND safety reports that have to be submitted to your IND. There are two kinds, you know, that you can submit: an initial report for when the event initially happens, and then there could be follow-up reports that follow it. So as I said, this is for a serious and unexpected adverse event associated with the use of the drug. So these are the kinds of events that have to be reported quickly, and we'll talk about those timelines to your IND. These types of reports could also encompass, maybe you did that reproductive toxicology study and things don't look so good. You know, there might be some teratogenic effects that you're noticing, and that would fall as an IND safety report of a serious finding that you would want to quickly report to your IND. The sponsor investigator has to notify the FDA about these events, but then if you have a multi-center trial, you also have to notify all of your participating investigators about these events. And just to review some more regulatory definitions, we have to always think about our definitions. What's a serious adverse drug experience? That's anything that occurs at any dose that results in any of these 5 bullet points: death, life-threatening situation, inpatient hospitalization, or just prolongation of a hospitalization, something that causes a persistent disability or incapacity, or a congenital anomaly or birth defect. So those things all fall into serious adverse drug experiences. And then what about expected and unexpected? This one can be a little bit harder to define sometime, but it's any event in which the specificity or the severity is not consistent with like what's in the package insert or what's in the IB or what's in the other study documents. And sometimes it can be hard to tell early in the drug development process, especially if you're working with a very sick population. Was this just part of their disease, or is this part of, did they have a seizure because they have a brain tumor, or did they have a seizure because of our treatment? And sometimes it can be hard to tell. So this one is often a little bit gray and hard for people to decide. And that's why we often, for sick patient populations with new drugs that we don't have a lot of experience with, we often are submitting a lot of clinical amendments to just get that information reported. So if you do have an IND safety report to submit, you've got something unexpected that's serious that you really think was related to the use of your drug, or at least possibly related to the use of your drug, you would have to submit, if it was fatal or life-threatening, it has to go to the FDA within 7 calendar days. If it was an otherwise serious adverse event, you have 15 calendar days. If you find out your reproductive toxicology study gave you some teratogenic results, that's another 15 calendar day IND safety report. And then these follow-up reports, you never really have to do a follow-up report, but often more relevant information becomes available because these are pretty tight timelines, and so you can update the FDA with follow-up reports. We don't actually have a lot of IND safety reports at Duke. We rarely have things that meet all 3 of those criteria, but we still do some safety reporting under clinical amendments. If you may do your IND safety reports on a MedWatch form, and if you're going to do that, you want to use the correct version of the MedWatch form. Unfortunately, there are 2, and they have a very similar name, and they kind of look the same. And There's the one called the 3500. This is the voluntary form that your personal doctor could use to report something they had noticed in their practice, or you as a consumer can use this. And this is kind of sent off to like 1-800 FDA. You can submit them online. So that's the voluntary form, but you as an IND holder are going to use the 3500A, which is the mandatory MedWatch form. And so you're not going to send it off to 1-800 FDA, which I still see in a lot of protocols. It's not supposed to be there under an IND. It needs to go to your IND. It needs to be submitted to your IND in a formal IND amendment. You can still 1-800 FDA it as well, but make sure you also report it to your IND. You're not required to use the form. We tend to use them. I think study teams are just very comfortable filling out 3500As because they are also involved in commercial studies. And it also helps you capture all the required information that you're going to need for that report. And but you can use a narrative format as well. You don't have to use the form. And the other thing that you're supposed to do when you're submitting an IND safety report to your IND is kind of discuss this event in context with other similar events that may have occurred. Maybe it's time to make an update to your consent form. Maybe it's time to change your protocol because of some of these events. And that's something you should be doing if you're submitting IND safety reports. And now we have to decide if we have time for some more case scenarios. And what I think we'll do is I'll keep doing the lecture, and then if we have time at the end, we'll do some safety sort of case scenarios about, do you think this was serious or expected, and how would you report it to the FDA? Does that sound good, Mary Tara? You think we have time to do it now? Yeah, I think we're getting to the end. All right, well, case studies are always nice, you're right. Okay, we'll do them now. And I did not change the background of these slides, so they are this really bright blue color. Sorry about that. And then we've got all the ones we already did here. Just got to get through these 4. Okay. Sorry about the blue background. We used to have to use this slide format, but now we don't, and so we're trying to switch over to the white because we don't like this. But if everyone can read that, why don't you go ahead and just read that yourself, and I'll stop talking for a minute. Can you see it, Mary Tara? Okay. You can just kind of look at me when you're done. So Mr. Jones, he's in a phase 2 trial. He's having some problems with liver elevations and some tenderness. And now read, and the other thing I just want to point out is the investigator in this particular situation has already characterized for us, so we don't have to think about it, that the event is possibly related to the study drug. So I'm going to call that related. And so of our 3 criteria, we know we've met that. But let's go ahead and see what's in the investigator brochure about this drug. And you can go ahead and read that. So there is something in the IB about elevated liver enzymes. So what do you guys think? And again, there aren't necessarily right or wrong answers. And if there are any clinicians in the group, we'll let you have the final vote maybe. But do you think this is serious? So we've got some yeses and nos. Most clinical people that I talk to have said that they wouldn't call this serious. But, again, it's going to be up to the individual principal investigator for the study. So we're going to say that you're the PI for the study. So are you going to say this is serious or not? Not. So it is not serious. And, you know, what do you? Mm-hmm. If he was hospitalized, right, then what would we have to call it? We'd have to call it serious. Did I say he was hospitalized here? No, okay. I was like, I don't remember that part. So our PI in this case has told us that this is serious and that it's related. But what about expected or unexpected in this case? And so does everyone think this was expected based on what was in the investigator brochure? Okay, we all feel comfortable this was expected. I've had other groups disagree with that, but there's no right or wrong answer. So for today's vote, it's expected. And so would this be an IND safety report? No, it wouldn't be the formal IND safety report that has to go in 15 days because it's expected. It's described enough in the investigator brochure to make us feel comfortable. So how would we report this event to the FDA? Would we need to rush it in under a clinical information amendment? No. Where's the other time where we do the annual report, which we haven't quite talked about yet? That's where we kind of summarize the general body of safety information. So that's where we would report this event today. Okay, here we have scenario 2. Why don't you guys go ahead and take a look at this one? Most people are done reading this one. We can already tell 2 things from this slide already. Again, as Mary Terry was saying, there's a hospitalization that occurred and there's a death. So this is serious. We can't debate that. The investigator this time went ahead and called it possibly related to product use, so we know we're going to call it related. So we've checked 2 of the 3 boxes. What about expected or unexpected? Let's read what's in some of the labeling for this approved product. So what do you guys think about expected or unexpected for this one? Do you think the severity is described here of someone dying? Yeah, so this is where we're going to rely on our clinician to be the expert and help us decide. But this one, you know, and again, you know, we don't have a whole package insert to look at here. These are just simple case scenarios, but I would say that there's, you know, a severity discrepancy here between what's described here and someone dying. So I would maybe lean towards unexpected in this particular case. Right, not associated with thrombocytopenia. So yeah, there's not a right or wrong answer. So are you a clinician who's arguing there? You're what? You play one on television. Well, at least for this case, we know it's serious. We know it's study related. Maybe we're not agreeing on expected or unexpected. But if this were expected, this would be an IND safety report. And how long would you have to report it? This would be the 7-day report. However, if we went with it's expected, then we wouldn't have to report this until the annual report. Yes.
If the investigator came to you for advice, do you typically err on the side of
Caution.
caution? you would say, okay, take through the scenario, serious, unexpected, related, you should report.
Yeah. We would kind of take them through the criteria, just talk through everything with them. And if there's any question at all, you know, it's just a piece of paper, you know, some paperwork you can send in. There should be a low bar for going ahead and sending it in. You could also submit it as a clinical information amendment if you wanted to call it if you wanted to call it expected, but you still felt uncomfortable with it, we've done that with more at-risk populations. If it's a pediatric population, we tend to be more likely to send those in as clinical information events, or if it's very early in the process of we've got a new vaccine that we've never used before, and it's a very sick patient population, it's hard to know what's expected or unexpected, and so we tend to, be more likely to send those in. And yes, we would always agree caution is probably best. And so I just brought a few of those with me today, so we'll go back into the talk now. Is it those? I'm getting better at this. Faster. I shouldn't have said that, though. Now I've messed myself up. I knew which one it was, and I didn't hit it. Okay, here we are. All right, so even if you had no IND safety reports, nothing happened, you didn't change your protocol, you're still going to have to do, this is the one thing you're going to have to do every year is an IND annual report. And this is the one thing that we track for all of our investigators. At least they should be doing this. I should also say that our office is not required. People don't have to work with us, but this is kind of the one thing that we do check on. All INDs have to be registered with us, and we do at least make sure that their annual reports have been submitted. Most people want to work with us, but it's not a requirement. So these IND safety reports are due within 60 days of the anniversary of your IND effective date. So if today was our effective date, our IND annual report would be due no later than December 23rd. Generally, you don't want to send them in early because then you haven't had time to collect a 12-month amount of study data. This is the general content and structure of what's in an annual report, and we have a template for this at our website that you're welcome to go use. You're basically summarizing your safety and your enrollment data from the last year and telling them about any changes in plans you have for the upcoming year. Maybe if you have an investigator brochure, if it's your own product, maybe you're making some updates to that. Any protocol modifications that you didn't send in real time, this is the time to submit them. And we're happy to answer more questions about that, but I wasn't going to talk about any more detail for that today unless anyone has special questions. And I did say this before, but submit all the, we've covered almost everything in this box, I think. And these submissions should be filed, again, as needed, but if possible, not more than every 30 days. And now we're just going to finish up with a few additional topics that may be relevant to you and that I wanted to make sure that we had emphasized. The first are some notes on multi-center studies, and we've touched on some of these already. But as the sponsor of a multi-center trial, you have to obtain those 1572 documents and the CVs from those PIs at each site and submit that to the FDA within 30 days of them first enrolling. And you want to get IRB approval letters from each site. You should submit those to the FDA at some point. And then the other important thing to remember, and I think this is why some academic institutions are uncomfortable with sponsor investigators having multi-center trials, is that you have to be monitoring your study at each site, and that can, pose a lot of additional costs with either traveling to the site to monitor or having an electronic way of monitoring that site. So this can pose some challenges, but and again, our oncology group is really set up for this and has a monitoring group to handle this. And we've been able to help some of our other sponsor investigators set up monitoring plans for their smaller multi-center studies. But that can be a barrier to doing a multi-center trial as an academic health center, but there are ways to get it done. You also have to remember that if there is an IND safety report, don't forget to send it out to each of your sites and to your IND. And then remember that each PI at that site has to submit it to their IRB. And then if you are pulling together your annual report, make sure you get data from your sites as soon as possible so that you can get your report in on time. And remember that even though it's not your site, you're still responsible for everything that's happening there. You have the ultimate responsibility. Some reminders about cover letters are, we like to have them dated, the date that the actual submission goes in, but it's often impossible to find our PI on the exact day we're going to be sending it in. And so sometimes the days don't match, and that's okay. It's ideal if you can do that. You always want your cover letter to kind of give the project manager a summary of what is this submission, and do they need to route information quickly to a clinical reviewer, or do they need to route information to the pharmacology, toxicology person about an animal study. You can also ask, they say you can ask questions of the FDA in these types of cover letters. I've never had the FDA respond to a question I put in a cover letter, but I still put them in there, and then I can follow up by email about it, like, as I asked in serial 12, can we do this, or do you agree with this? So it's a way to document that I've asked the question. And again, it's important to list someone else that the FDA can talk to in lieu of the sponsor investigator. Financial disclosure, I just got a question about this earlier this week, again, about financial disclosure, and what are those forms, and why do we need them, and when, and what do we do with them? Financial disclosure comes from one of the regulations, Part 54, and it really only applies to studies that are going to be used in support of a marketing application. So all of those financial disclosure forms that you're filling out for commercial sponsors, they're kind of saving all of them up, and then when they submit their marketing application, they're kind of pooling all of that data and turning it into the FDA. And this is so the FDA can evaluate, was there one particular site that, had a lot of financial interest in this and was a high enroller, and do we need to take a closer look at that data? This is just to kind of keep everything above board and let everyone acknowledge what their financial interests are in the project. But if you're not ever going to be submitting a marketing application, you're never going to submit this data to the FDA. So we generally don't push this with our sponsor investigator initiated INDs because it's just never, and we tell them if you just can't sleep at night because you don't have these forms filled out, go ahead and fill them out and file them somewhere, but don't send them into your IND. They're not a part of an IND. There's no place for them in an IND. You can just save them. And I don't know about Boston University or Harvard, but Duke has a very sophisticated conflict of interest office, and we all have to re-sign our lives away every year. And, if there were ever a case where we did need to go back and recover the information, I feel certain it's going to be there at Duke, and it hasn't come up yet. So we kind of don't worry about these for most of our smaller sponsor investigator-initiated studies. And I think you cannot worry about them either, but that can be up to your institution. Do you require them, Mary Tara? You have an Office of Conflict of Interest office as well. And then what about at the end of your IND? You've done a great study, you've been published in the New England Journal, everything is great, but now you're done, and you don't want to have to keep filing an annual report every year because that requirement never goes away as long as your IND is in effect. And so how do you go about ending an IND? There are different formal ways of ending an IND. The one is called withdrawal, and that's initiated by the actual sponsor or sponsor investigator. And that's, you're just done, you're withdrawing. We've closed it in our IRB. Here's a copy of our publication. I don't know if they read them or not, but we tend to send them in if we have them. That's a very simple submission, and then you are done. The other one is called inactive status, which you can initiate yourself, or the FDA might put your IND on inactive status. Basically, the FDA will do it if you've had no subjects enrolled for 2 years, or perhaps you've been on hold for greater than a year. They may just kind of put your IND into inactive status. You can also request it, like if I'm not going to be enrolling anyone for a while. I don't want to have to keep submitting these annual reports, but I don't quite want to withdraw the IND yet because I'm not done with this project. you can request that it be put into inactive status. The nice thing about this is it's still there, you can still reactivate it, but you're not required to do an annual report every year. If your IND has remained inactive for more than 5 years, the FDA could terminate it. And I don't think we've had an example of that yet, so maybe that's coming. Termination is more of a punitive, I guess, way to have your IND ended. It's initiated by the FDA, and it's based on if they feel that you are having some safety, problems, you're not doing things right, or there were some deficiencies in your IND or your conduct. This is, not how you want to end an IND. They will usually let you know that they're going to terminate your IND. They will give you notice, and you could have a chance to respond to their notice. And we've never had any INDs terminated, fingers crossed, and that we won't ever have that happen. So those are the different ways you close an IND, and that is the close of the IND, session. So there's a few minutes for questions before we go and grab our lunch. Yes? So I'm going to repeat your question back and tell me if I get it right. If you happen to have an investigator who just never their IND is still active, but they're not submitting their annual reports, what happens? Is that the question? Usually the FDA doesn't notice right away. So if you're a week late, it's probably going to be okay. Not that you heard that from me. But they have eventually noticed, when our office first opened, we didn't know about all of the INDs at Duke, and I think some people didn't realize, just because their study was over, that, that they weren't done closing the loop with the FDA. And the FDA did send a letter, several investigators got letters, but I think it was like a year after, the annual report deadline, so it took a while for that paperwork to follow up. But they did notice and did send a letter with, some, I don't remember what kind of, you're in violation, or I don't remember what was in the letters, but they did notice eventually. A few weeks late is probably okay, but we try to do them on time. Are there other questions? Yes?
This is a very general question, but at the end of your IND application, how large are these applications generally? Are they hundreds of pages? Are they dozens of pages?
Most of ours for off-label use of a current drug or where we're working with a partner are 1 volume, and that could be 50 to 150 pages, I would say. But for some of mine, I've had a few small molecules where we're developing the small molecule, and those have been 4 volumes. They were probably 800 to 1,000 pages, and they didn't all fit in one binder. And then we have one which has been on 60 Minutes, so I can talk about it, where they're using a modified poliovirus for brain tumor treatments, and that one was 20 volumes, I think. It kind of broke the copier machine like twice, and we had to go scrambling for other copier machines late at night, and I wasn't there for that, so that was nice. But yeah, so it just, if you're doing the manufacturing and you're doing the farm talks, there's going to be many, many more volumes, and so that one was probably thousands of pages. Anything else? Okay, well, thanks for paying close attention. It's nice to not see a lot of laptops out, and and have a nice lunch. While you're enjoying Erica's presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I on? I'm a little early. Wow.
You're just on time. So from 11:15 to 12:15, Erica's going to start, and then we'll break for lunch. So I'll introduce Erica, but before I introduce Erica, I just want to call your attention to the evaluation form, which is in your packets. If there are some people who are just staying here for the IND portion, we'd love for you to fill these out and leave them at the desk, and certainly we'd love for everyone to stay for the whole day. here, and we're going to be talking about devices. And so I'll read a little bit about Erica. Erica Seeger-Johnson is a regulatory affairs scientist with the Duke Translational Medicine Institute, which is their CTSI. She provides guidance and support to Duke sponsor investigators in various aspects of regulatory affairs, including regulatory strategy development, preclinical testing, and manufacturing, regulatory submissions and maintenance, FDA meetings, and regulatory education. And since starting with the DTMI in April of 2014, she has developed a strong interest in medical device development and has conducted multiple pre-submission meetings with the FDA, in addition to supporting various medical device submissions. She has a PhD in molecular cancer biology from Duke and holds the Regulatory Affairs Certification RAC from the Regulatory Affairs Professional Society. So it's really a great pleasure to have Erica here sharing her expertise. So thank you. Thank you very much, Erica.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Mary Tara, and thank you all for being here today. Everybody can hear me okay? Great. So as Mary Tara said, we're going to switch gears a little bit and start talking about medical devices. Since you all just sat through a really great lecture on drugs and the IND process, I may make some parallels between, what the device requirements are versus those of the IND. And as we work through kind of the slides, please feel free to interrupt with questions, share your experiences, share your stories. We love to learn from everybody, so please feel free to interrupt and share anything of interest. So I won't spend time introducing our office since Erin already did that for us. But as she said, we're up to about 10 individuals now in our office, and we support any academic investigator at Duke, as well as we actually support a lot of investigators outside of Duke. So please feel free to come to us with questions when you have them. And we hope that you guys will find our website, as well as our various templates and instructions that are up there helpful. So please make sure to visit that after today's lectures. So in part one of the lecture today, for medical device studies and the IDE, we're going to talk a little bit about, as always, some definitions, and then we're going to jump into clinical investigations that use medical devices. We're going to walk through a little bit of the IDE exemption and how you determine when the IDE regulations apply to your studies. We're going to talk about something that's a little bit different from the world of drugs, a significant risk, non-significant risk determination in the IDE. And then lastly, for part one, we'll walk through IDE preparation and submission. Okay, so first, let's start off with the definition. What is a medical device? Well, per the FD&C Act, it's an instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, contrivance, implant, or in vitro reagent, I like to highlight that, or other similar or related article or component part or accessory which is intended for use in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions, or in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease. Or it can be intended to affect the structure or any function of the body. So since you all just sat through Erin's lecture on what a drug is, you'll notice that this definition is very similar, if not identical, to a definition of a drug. And so what's really the key difference here? And so I like to highlight that the difference between drugs and medical devices is that a medical device needs to achieve its primary intended purpose through physical action and not chemical or metabolic action. So that's the key thing that kind of separates drugs from devices. And so sometimes, I'll get the question about, well, what about like an in vitro diagnostic? How is that exerting its, function in a physical type manner? Well, it's certainly not doing anything chemical to the body. But one of the things we'll talk about a little bit later in the lecture is that in vitro diagnostics often rely on samples that are collected from the patient or the subject undergoing treatment. And in that case, there's a physical impact on that individual. And so that's how it kind of fits into this definition here. And there's other various things that we can talk about. So, but first, let's move into a little bit of, I have some examples here of what a medical device is. So the FDA has a really big job actually in overseeing medical devices, because as you can tell from this slide, a medical device is anything from as simple as, say, dental floss or a toothbrush, all the way up to and including pacemakers, contact lenses, MRI machines. So it can range from very basic kind of instruments all the way up to very complex machines. And so it's kind of a hard job that they have to sort of put in place regulations that can actually oversee all of these different types of devices. Because as you can imagine, that the risk associated with using, say, a toothbrush is very different from the risk associated with a pacemaker. And so they need to make sure that they have the appropriate level of oversight. And that's exactly what FDA does, is they take a risk-based approach to overseeing medical devices. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time today talking about marketing applications, but that's really the way that their marketing application is structured in terms of the regulatory oversight. So devices that have, you know, a lower level of risk often have less requirements for marketing, whereas those that have higher level of risks require applications and actually reviewed by the FDA. As I said, I'm not going to spend time talking about that today, because really, when you're talking about actually doing a clinical investigation of a medical device, you really don't need to understand a lot about the marketing pathway, but rather whether the IDE regulations apply to your study, and so that's what we're going to focus on. But if people do have questions about the marketing application, I'm happy to take them, you know, at the end of the talk or even afterwards, so please let me know. So first then, what is a clinical investigation? And Aaron covered this very nicely for us. So a clinical investigation is any experiment in which a drug, or in this case a device, is administered, dispensed to, or used involving one or more human subjects, except for the use of a marketed product in the course of medical practice. And so this would actually include clinical studies where you have a subject that's being assigned to a specific protocol or a specific treatment intervention according to a study protocol. So then how do you go about determining when a clinical investigation is actually what we call a device study? And so this is what we like to say is, if the objective of the study, and this is in the regulations, if the objective of the study is to assess the safety and or effectiveness of the medical device, it is what we call a device study and is subject to regulatory oversight by the FDA. So that's the key there. If you take one thing from the lecture today, is that you have a device study if you're looking at safety or effectiveness of your medical device. And in this case, if you have an investigation that is doing such, you are then subject to FDA regulatory oversight, and specifically you need to comply with the regulations outlined in 21 CFR 812, and this is the Investigational Device Exemption. So it's basically the counterpart to the IND that Aaron just talked about for drugs. And so then what is an Investigational Device Exemption? Well, it's a regulatory submission to the FDA that permits the clinical investigation of medical devices. An approved IDE allows your device to be used in the clinical study for the context of, in the context of collecting safety and effectiveness data. And then per the law, it allows a device to be shipped lawfully for the purposes of conducting clinical investigations. The law does actually not allow you to ship investigational devices across state lines. And so the IDE actually gives you permission to do this in the context of a clinical study. And so then one last question. What do we think? Are all clinical investigations that use devices subject to regulatory oversight by the FDA? I see a couple of heads shaking no. That's correct, no. So if the objective of the study is not actually to explicitly test the safety or effectiveness of the device, then it does not fall within the scope of 812. And so the example that we like to give here is that when you're using a device as a tool in a clinical study. So say, for example, you are using a blood pressure cuff to monitor blood pressure in subjects that are taking an investigational, say, drug product, a new blood pressure medication. And so you're using the blood pressure cuff just to monitor changes in blood pressure throughout the course of the study. You're clearly using a medical device, a blood pressure cuff, in the context of that clinical study, but your objective of the study is not to test safety and effectiveness of that blood pressure cuff. You're assuming that it's working. And so in that case, it's a tool that's just enabling you to read out, you know, the physiological effect of the medication. Does that make sense? So often we will see devices used in clinical studies where they're just used as tools and that they're not actually being investigated for safety and effectiveness. And I like to highlight here that even if, say, you were using a completely investigational blood pressure cuff in that study, but I mean, this would not be good clinical practice, but let's just say that that's what somebody wanted to do. If the objective of the study was not to test the safety and effectiveness of that device, they could go ahead and use that in the context of the study, as long as they had IRB approval and other things in place. So, does that make sense? Great. Any questions before we move on? Excellent. Okay. So, as I said, if you have a clinical investigation of a medical device or a device study, the objective of the study will be to assess the safety or effectiveness of the device. And if this is the case, you have sort of two pathways that you can sort of go down. So the first is that you can either be exempt of the IDE regulations, and the exemptions from complying with the IDE requirements are outlined in 21 CFR 812.2c, and we're going to go into detail on them in the next couple of slides so that you know how to apply the exemption criteria and determine whether your study requires an IDE. On the other side, if you don't fall into the exemption category, you have to have an approved IDE. And unlike drugs, where basically if you have to have an IND, you have to have an IND, here there's kind of two flavors of the IDE. You could have what's called an abbreviated IDE, or what I often refer to as a full IDE. And we're going to go into a little bit later in the lecture what the difference between those two are and how we differentiate what your study might actually require. But before we do that, I want to focus first on walking you through the IDE exemption criteria and making sure that you understand, when you have to comply with the IDE requirements. So, investigations that are exempt from the IDE regulations. So here we go. Here's the list. So if you are using a legally marketed device and it's used in accordance with its approved product labeling. So unlike drugs, where you only are subject to the IND requirements when your product is, when you're using it off-label or investigational, in this case, you're always subject to the IDE regulations when you're testing safety and effectiveness of a medical device, even if it's approved medical device that's out there on the market. Now, you can be exempt of complying with those regulations if you're using a legally marketed device in accordance with its approved product labeling. Does that make sense? Any questions there? Okay. The other exemption criteria, and that we see most often, I would say, is if you're working with a diagnostic device and it meets 4 specific criteria. I'm not going to spend time right at this second walking through those, but we'll go through those in detail in the next couple slides. I just want to highlight briefly that these first 2 exemption criteria, as Erin highlighted to you in her lecture, we review all investigator-initiated studies at Duke for a regulatory kind of assessment. And these are the 2 most common ways that we find that clinical studies at our academic institution actually are exempt of the IDE regulations. There are several other exemption criteria that you could possibly meet, although we often don't see those coming through our IRB. So most likely, if you're working at an academic center, you'll fall into one of these 2 buckets. The other possibility is that you could be a device. You may be doing a device study where you're actually doing what's known as consumer preference testing. So you're testing a modification or testing a combination of 2 or more devices that are in commercial distribution, not necessarily to determine safety and effectiveness, but just to kind of look at consumer preference. So we often give the example of, let's say that somebody's working with a breast pump, and they want to see whether, consumers of this product would prefer it to be, in an over-the-shoulder bag or a messenger bag or a backpack or battery-powered or electronic. There may be different things that they're just testing to see, which does the consumer prefer, so they could put their marketing energies towards making more of that product. So if the purpose is not for determining safety or effectiveness, but rather consumer preference, you can also be exempt of the IDE regulations. A device that's intended solely for veterinary use, a device for research on or with laboratory animals, and lastly, a custom device. So we sometimes have investigators that try to argue, that their device is a custom device. And actually, recently, FDA has issued a guidance document on exactly what they consider a custom device to be. It needs to be kind of something that's either requested from the consumer side or the physician side, something that there may be something about the physician or the patient itself that requires some type of modification of a device. And the requirement is that you have to make less than 5 devices of this type in a year in order to be considered a custom device. And there's other regulatory reporting requirements associated with being a custom device, and so I'm not going to go into that. But basically that if you were doing a study on a custom device for some reason, you could actually be exempt of the IDE. As I said, we don't see those last 4 very commonly, but these are all of the exemption criteria. So then to talk a little bit and focus more on, I said, okay, if you're a diagnostic device, you can be exempt if you meet 4 specific criteria. So let's focus on in vitro diagnostics just first. Why are they devices? Well, again, the definition of a device includes an in vitro reagent that's used in diagnosis and achieves its purpose through physical action and not chemical or metabolic action. So IVDs, I think many of you guys are familiar with these. They're used, or they function kind of, more in a benchtop type setting. They're not really used on or in a patient. They are intended for use in diagnosis of disease or other conditions. And they often are intended for use in like collection, preparation, or examination of specimens that are taken from the human body. Things like blood, spinal fluid, urine, etc. So the important thing about in vitro diagnostics is that the FDA considers the IVD to be the entire process from specimen collection all the way to results reporting. And so this is really critical because when we're going to talk about the exemption criteria, you'll see that it actually applies throughout this whole process here. So they really want to know how is the specimen collected and transported, how the specimen's being prepared, what the actual examination or analysis that's occurring, and what the methods are for calculating or reporting the results. All of that is included in what FDA considers the in vitro diagnostic. It's not solely just that, little test back in the lab, but also includes the collection, preparation, and results reporting. Any questions on that? Okay. So then let's walk through the diagnostic exemption criteria. So I told you that if you're a diagnostic device, and this goes for both in vitro diagnostic devices as well as just diagnostic devices, you can be exempt of complying with the IDE regulations if you meet 4 specific criteria. And so this is outlined, as I said, in 812.2c. So basically the 4 criteria you need to meet is that first, the device cannot be invasive. It can't require an invasive sampling procedure that presents significant risk. It can't introduce energy into the subject. And it can't be used as a diagnostic procedure without confirmation of the diagnosis by another medically established product or procedure. So you have to meet all 4 of these criteria in order to be exempt. And so then I just wanted to jump into a little bit more. FDA has issued a really nice guidance document about diagnostic devices and specifically in vitro diagnostics, where they give some more definitions about how you determine when a device is non-invasive and when an invasive sampling procedure presents significant risk. So I've pulled a few of these definitions here to discuss in the lecture today. So what does it mean to be non-invasive? Well, first, a non-invasive device, per FDA's definition, is one that does not penetrate or pierce the skin or mucous membranes, the ocular cavity, or the urethra. It can't enter the ear beyond the external auditory canal, the nose beyond the nares, the mouth beyond the pharynx, the anal canal beyond the rectum, and the vagina beyond the cervical OS. And so I think that's pretty clear and straightforward about where you cross the line from being non-invasive to invasive. Any questions? Okay, great. So then the next criteria was, okay, you can't be invasive, but then you also your device can't require an invasive sampling procedure that presents significant risk. So how do you determine if an invasive sampling procedure presents significant risk? Well, FDA says that they consider the biopsy of a major organ, use of general anesthesia, or placement of a blood access line into an artery or large vein to be procedures that would present significant risk. So if your sampling requires any of those things to occur, it would be considered invasive sampling that presents significant risk. And then I also just want to highlight here, because we see this a lot in our studies that come through at Duke, that blood sampling that involves simple venipuncture is considered non-invasive. And the other thing is that if you're using surplus samples or leftover samples that have been collected as part of clinical care, so let's say, as part of your clinical care, you were going in to have a tumor resection done, and that, this leftover sample was then used in the development of the diagnostic device. Those leftover clinical samples are considered non-invasive and not to present a significant risk, basically because they were removed as part of clinical care and not for research purposes. So if the sampling is being done as part of research, you have to consider whether it's invasive sampling that presents a significant risk, whereas if it's being done for clinical purposes, that question goes away. Any questions? Okay. So then the third criteria is that you can't introduce energy, which I think is pretty straightforward. Any introduction of energy counts. So I didn't go into sort of a description of that. But then the last one, what does confirmation by another medically established product mean? So the fourth criteria is that you can't be using your device as a diagnostic without confirmation by another product. And so it basically, in the guidance document, says that the test results should not influence patient treatment or clinical management, and that if the investigational test uses a new technology, or even represents a significant technological advance, there may not actually be an existing or an established diagnostic product that could be used to confirm the diagnosis. It may just be that something doesn't exist. Your technology is too advanced, and so that sometimes can be a possibility here. But that's the fourth criteria. So then, just to summarize for you guys one more time. Diagnostic devices can be exempt when they meet each of these four criteria. Any questions on that? Yes? That's correct. So the question was that if there's not a medically established product or procedure, then you cannot be exempt, and that's correct. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to yet go to FDA, and we're going to talk about that next. Okay, so those are the exemption criteria. So if you find out that your study does not fall into that left arm of kind of my diagram up there, and that you're not exempt of the IDE regulations, you then have to go down the other path where you turn to the right arm, and you have to have an approved IDE. But as I said, there's two flavors of an approved IDE. And so what we're going to talk about now is how you make the determination of whether your study requires an abbreviated IDE or a full IDE. And really what this comes down to is whether your device study is, and you have to consider the whole study, a significant risk device study or a non-significant risk device study. So non-significant risk device studies can be run under what's known as an abbreviated IDE, and this entails IRB oversight only, so you actually don't need to go to the FDA to conduct your study. You don't have to have an application on file for them. But if you have a significant risk study, you have to have a full IDE and comply with the full IDE requirements that are outlined in 21 CFR 812. And that, in this case, you actually have to submit an IDE application to FDA. And so how do you go about determining then, if your study is significant risk or non-significant risk? Well, the FDA basically tells us that a non-significant risk device study is any device study that does not meet the definition of a significant risk device study, which is very helpful, right? So we turn then to what is a significant risk device study? Well, the FDA defines for us a significant risk device as one that is intended as an implant or presents a potential for serious risk to the health, safety, or welfare of subjects. is used to support or sustain human life, is of substantial importance in diagnosing, curing, mitigating, treating, or preventing disease, or otherwise preventing impairment of human health, or otherwise presents, and this is sort of a key fact here, it's kind of a catch-all, or otherwise presents serious risk to the health, safety, and welfare of a subject. And for those of you that would like, thank you. And for those of you that would like more information, you can go to the guidance document that I've presented for you here. There's a tiny URL link on the bottom where FDA has basically walked through how you go about determining significant risk and non-significant risk medical device studies. And again, I just want to highlight one more time that it's not just whether your device is, a significant risk device itself, but it's really how you use the device in the context of the clinical study. So it's possible, so in this guidance document, FDA lists at the end some examples of what they would consider significant risk and non-significant risk devices. So things like, pacemakers and I think like other life-sustaining devices fall into the significant risk category, whereas other things like maybe urinary catheters or stents and stuff like that would fall into the non-significant risk category, but it's really how you're using the device in the context of a clinical study. So we've seen situations where you could have something that would actually be, by FDA's definition, like a non-significant risk device, but is used in just a significantly risky way in a clinical study. So you really want to consider the study and how the device is being used in the context of the study as a whole in making this risk assessment. And so as I said, you can go to this guidance for more information. But one of the things that I think the guidance does a really nice job of is explaining that this risk determination or the significant risk, non-significant risk determination should really be performed by the sponsor or the sponsor investigator of that study, because they, as Aaron highlighted and pointed out earlier, they are the ones who are going to know the device the best. They are the ones who are going to know the patient population. They should be able to kind of determine, given their clinical experience and their use of the device, why they think it should, which of those risk categories it falls into, and put together some rationale. And so basically what the guidance recommends you to do is for the sponsor to start with the risk assessment, basing this on the clinical protocol, the description of the device, maybe any reports of prior investigations if the device has been used previously, what your inclusion-exclusion criteria are, et cetera. Basically put together your rationale for why you think it's a non-significant risk or significant risk device study. In this case, if you already think it's significant risk, you should be starting your IDE application. So most likely, you're going to put together your rationale and you're going to say, we think this is non-significant risk. Submit that rationale to the IRB. If the IRB agrees with your non-significant risk assessment, they will say, okay, we deem your study to be non-significant risk, and you can then conduct your study under an abbreviated IDE. And so you do not need, for NSR studies or non-significant risk device studies, you do not need an IDE application approved by the FDA. The IRB serves as the FDA's surrogate for review and approval and continuing review of such studies. And the requirements for an abbreviated IDE are outlined in 812.2b. And I'm going to go ahead and show you those now. I think that most of you who are conducting clinical studies will, sort of say to yourself, we do these things all the time. A lot of these can be kind of defined as just good clinical practices. The one we often get the most questions about is actually labeling the device properly. Because I think a lot of times when you have a device study and you're developing something like, say, a mobile medical application or an in vitro diagnostic device or maybe an algorithm or some type of software component, there may not actually be a physical device that you could label. It's a little bit different if you have, say an x-ray machine or something like that, where you can slap a label on it, but there may be some other more software-based technologies or things like that that you can't exactly maybe put a label on. And so we often just encourage investigators, to sort of follow the spirit of this regulation. So label what you can, right? So, make sure that the information is provided to the study subjects in the informed consent document, which your IRB will make sure happens. Make sure that if you're reporting results back to an investigator using such a device, label those results as investigational. Just really try to make sure that you're putting out there that the device that's being used is not approved for this purpose. Again, most of these other ones are pretty much, if you're following good clinical practices, you won't have any issues kind of complying with the abbreviated requirements here. So then what happens, let's say you're a sponsor of a device study, you put together all your rationale, you submit it to the IRB, and they say, well, we don't know. We don't know if we agree with you. They take a board vote, and they're split 50-50 on whether they think it's SR or NSR. What do you do then? Well, in this case, the IRB will likely suggest that you request FDA input on the situation. And there are a couple ways that you could actually go about doing this. So FDA has actually set up one specific mechanism for you to get a study risk determination on your clinical investigation. This falls under their Q submission program, which is their basically the new program that they've set up for conducting meetings with the FDA. So there's a Q submission that's known as a study risk determination, which basically is a submission that goes to FDA. It includes a description of the device as well as the clinical protocol. We usually recommend having a cover letter that highlights the nature of the request, saying, hey, this is a Q sub, it's a study risk determination. We need help determining if it's SR and SR. And that we usually get a response within 60 days. In our experience, it's often been less even than that. And FDA responds with a binding determination on whether they think the study is significant risk or non-significant risk. But the one thing I like to highlight about if you're choosing this path is that there really is no required timeline for FDA to reply to this submission. So sometimes because of that, people will choose actually the second route that I've highlighted here, which is actually that if you're unsure, just go ahead and submit a full IDE application or a full IDE submission to the FDA. Because there is a time clock associated with that submission, the FDA has to reply within 30 days. And so if you're kind of under some time constraints, it takes a little bit more work up front to put together a full IDE application, but you'll get your response in maybe a little bit of a faster timeline. Whereas the study risk determination is less work up front, but it might take you a little bit longer to hear from FDA. So you sort of just have to weigh what's better in your situation. Yes? That's correct. So the question was, if you do the study risk determination and FDA comes back with an SR or significant risk determination, do you still have to then do the IDE application? And that's correct, you do. Yeah, so sometimes you save your work up front if you do the full IDE, exactly. Good question. Any other questions? Okay. And then the last category or last possibility is that you submit your rationale to the IRB and they actually come back with a significant risk determination, or maybe you as a sponsor, when you are doing your risk assessment, you just right off the bat say, you know, I know this is a significant risk device. You would then go straight to the FDA with an IDE application. So that's basically how you walk through determining whether the IDE regulations apply to your clinical study, and then how you go about determining if you're significant risk or non-significant risk. Any questions? Okay. So, oh, sorry, go ahead. So let me just make sure I have your question correct. Is it that you're asking, similar to how Aaron described, that there's pre-IND consults that we can kind of informally reach out to at CEDAR? Is there like a corresponding way to get an informal weigh-in from FDA on the device side from CDRH? Yeah, so I would actually say that there's not a predefined kind of sheet like she provided for the pre-IND consults, but in our experience, and I would say in my personal experience, The Center for Devices and Radiological Health, or CDRH, which is the center that oversees medical devices at FDA, they are very collaborative and work very well with investigators that are developing devices. And so I think they would highly encourage you to reach out to them for kind of like an informal assessment if you felt that made sense. They may in the end ask you, say that they'd like you just to do the study risk determination or to do the IDE, but I think it never hurts to kind of start there. Yes. So I'm going to repeat your question and tell me if I have it correct. So the question is, if you have done a non-significant risk, or if you've identified a non-significant risk approach, can you use those studies? Repeat it again. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So the question was, if you have basically designed your study in such a way that it gets deemed non-significant risk, but you're interested in marketing your clinical, or you're interested in marketing your medical device, which might require, say, an early feasibility study or feasibility study and then a pivotal study, can you use the data generated under the non-significant risk study for, say, like a marketing application? And yes, I mean, I think that's completely acceptable. I would encourage you, I think, if you're interested in marketing your device, to actually have FDA weigh in a little bit on some of those study designs, even if they are non-significant risk. And FDA does have mechanisms for you to do that, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. As I mentioned, the Q submission process, they have a meeting within the Q sub that's known as the pre-submission meeting, a great place to kind of meet with FDA, even if you don't have to do a clinical study, or maybe you just have to do a non-significant risk study, so you don't really need their oversight, but you'd like their input because you have plans to eventually market your device. So I would encourage that, but yes, I mean, definitely the data generated as part of that would make sense that it could be used in a marketing application. Any other questions? Okay. Well then, we're going to go ahead into the last part of part one, which is probably the most hefty part here. We're going to talk about IDE preparation and submission. And I apologize, I don't know why some of that is coming up in yellow and not black. But I will maybe kind of, okay, maybe later it's coming up in black. So, oh, there we go. Okay, now it's black. Magic. Okay, so I've outlined here sort of the 14 kind of just a broad overview of the components of the IDE content. So the first thing that I've highlighted here in red is the cover sheet, which is actually Form 3514. So in making sort of the drawing kind of correlations between this and the IND, this would be similar to the 1571 form that Aaron talked about earlier. It's basically the cover sheet. You can use it with any and all applications. The one thing I want to highlight here is that it's actually voluntary, so you don't have to use it. It is a little bit of a clunky form, so let me move to the next slide here, because it's actually used for any type of device submission that might actually go to FDA. So this would be the IDE, the 510K, a pre-market approval application, if you're requesting, say, a pre-submission meeting, or a 513G, which is a designation kind of request for what category the device would fall into, et cetera. Basically, any submission that would go to FDA uses this form. So it's a large form. It's about 5 pages long. And if you're filling out, like an IDE application, there may just be tiny amounts of the form that you actually have to complete. So it's a little bit clunky to use, but I certainly encourage you to use it if you'd like. But again, it is voluntary. usually captures the following information, which I think is important and easy for FDA to kind of categorize, but this would also be included in your cover letter. So things like, is this an original submission? Is it an amendment, a report, a supplement, which we'll talk about when we get to the maintenance part of the applications. What the device information is, what the name of the device is, the intended use, what device classification it falls into. It has contact information for the sponsor as well as the manufacturer, if those are different. And then any previous discussions that you may have had with the FDA, you can sort of also highlight this here so that they can sort of keep track of all of the ongoing discussions as you move through the development process. So that's the first thing that goes into the IDE content or the IDE application. The next thing is just the name and address of the sponsor, which I think is pretty straightforward, so I'm not going to spend time going into that. The next thing is the report of prior investigations. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time kind of highlighting what should be in this section. So generally it should be kind of any prior studies that you've done with this device, clinical studies, animal studies, laboratory benchtop testing. If you want to get more specific, you can include bibliographies of all the publications that have, you know, basically cited use of this device, whether they're your own or somebody else's. You can do then a summary then of anything that's unpublished, including that. And then the other thing that FDA really asks that you highlight in the report of prior investigations that is if you've done a non-clinical study, or an animal study, you need to tell them whether these studies were conducted in compliance with good laboratory practices or GLP. I'm not sure how many of you guys are familiar with GLP. Do you know what GLP is? Yes, a few hands. So GLP is basically good laboratory practices. It's the quality system that's sort of set up around if you're doing a non-clinical animal study with a medical device or even a drug, if you're talking about your tox studies. The good laboratory practice regulations are outlined in 21 CFR Part 58. So if you want to get more information on what the requirements are, it has pretty standard things like, you know, you have to have a predefined protocol, you need to have a study director, there needs to be an independent quality unit that's overseeing the work. It's basically the regulations that make sure that data, when it's submitted, is of substantial quality and that you can rely on the data that's been generated as part of that study. Any questions on that? Yes. That's correct. I think so. So per the regulation, definition of a GLP study is one that your test article is used in an animal model or some type of model like that, model system. I would also encourage, though, if you're doing laboratory or benchtop testing of your device, that you should apply sort of the same principles if you could, although there aren't any kind of current standards or regulations that are required for those studies. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then that's what goes into the report of prior investigations. The next part of the application is the investigational plan, and this is the biggie. So this is where you would state the purpose of the study. What are the name and intended use of the device that you're using in the investigation? What is the objective of the study and how long is the planned clinical investigation expected to last for? You would include in this section your clinical study protocol that would outline the methodology that you're following. You would also include in this section the risk analysis on the device. And so this would include kind of an assessment of the device and the attributes that that you expect the device to be able to do, any potential failure modes that you've identified of the device, whether you think all in all, you know, the potential benefits to the subjects outweigh the risks that you've identified. That's what this risk assessment would be about here. A description of the device would go in this section. So we most recently had a call with Ken Skotacek from the FDA where he told us one of the most common reasons that IDE applications are not approved at the FDA is actually because they're lacking in the device description section, which is actually kind of hard, I think, as a regulatory professional to hear, because it's one of the things that, you clearly know what your device is, you know how it works, how it functions. We just want to make sure that comes through in the application. I think sometimes the person that's actually developing the device knows so much and has almost too much information that it's hard for them to break it down for somebody else to read. So I encourage you guys that if you're putting together these applications, you write up your device description, give it to somebody who has no history or idea about the device, let them read it over and let them see if they understand, what your device is doing or intended to do. Because if they can't understand it, reviewers at FDA won't be able to either. Also in this section, you want to include monitoring procedures for your clinical study and any additional records or reports that would be important regarding the investigational plan. Any questions on that? Okay. The next section then is your manufacturing information. So similar to, kind of what Aaron talked to for the IND, if you're manufacturing your drug, what goes into this section really depends on whether you, as the device or as the sponsor investigator of the study, are actually controlling the manufacturing of the device, or if you're actually maybe having a device that's being given to you from a company and they're controlling the manufacturing. Additionally, it may be that you're using actually an FDA-approved device, but you're just using it off-label, or maybe you've made a modification to the device. We see this a lot at Duke, where people are using a device, but they need to modify it for a particular patient population or something like that. You can imagine that the amount of manufacturing information in all of those different scenarios would really change. And so I just want to highlight a couple of things that you can do in this section. So if you're using an FDA-approved device, let's say as is, but maybe just off-label, or if you've made a modification, you can certainly refer to the approved product labeling and include a copy or link to that actually in this section. You can refer to the approved product labeling and simply describe the changes that you've made to the device. If you're modifying it in some way, explain how you've modified it, how you've tested it to make sure that, it's going to meet the specifications it requires, and go from there. Yes? Approved and cleared devices. Thank you. So the question was, does this apply only to approved devices or approved and cleared devices? And this would apply to anything that's, I would say, lawfully marketed, so approved or cleared. And lastly, if, say, you are the sponsor investigator of the study, but you're actually working with a contract manufacturer to manufacture the device, or a device company who's developing a device comes to you and wants you to actually run their study for them, what might happen is they might actually have this information on file about their device in another application at FDA. So maybe they already have another IDE on file at FDA. Maybe they have a device master file, which is known as a master access file, or MAF. And so if that happens to be the situation, what you may do is actually refer to the letter of authorization, which Aaron went into a lot of detail about what specifically a letter of authorization is. And I'll cover that just briefly in the next slide. But basically then, the last situation here is if you're actually the sponsor investigator of the study and you're manufacturing your own device. So that would require a lot more information about how that's being done, and you would actually want to put in a full manufacturing section. If anybody has questions about that, we can certainly help and talk to you about that as well. And so, like I said, Aaron spent a lot of time kind of talking about the letter of authorization, so I won't go into too much detail unless anybody has questions. Sort of the same principles apply here. And so then, if you are actually manufacturing your own device and you needed to complete this section, here's just a kind of very general, broad overview of some of the things that you would want to consider including in this section. So it would be all of the methods, facilities, and controls that relate to how the device is actually being manufactured, how it's being packaged. So this would include things like sterilization, packaging, shelf life, how it's being stored, if it has special storage conditions, and then often sometimes devices not only require special installation instructions or training for installation, but also maintenance throughout the history of the device or the device used in that patient or person. And so all of that would also want to be included here, how you're going to go about kind of handling that as part of your clinical study. Yes? Yeah, so that's a good question. So the question was, what if you're buying some components from another manufacturer and the FDA needs more information on these components, but that information is proprietary, and let's say that the manufacturer you're working with won't give it to you. So really your only option in that situation is for whatever supplier you're working with that's providing you these materials, the manufacturers that you're working with, they would need to supply that information in the form of a master access file or device master file to FDA, and then give you a letter of authorization to their master access file or MAF. Good question. And so a lot of times that situation will arise because you may be working with specific materials, and the FDA for devices is often worried about biocompatibility and biocompatibility testing when it comes to different materials. And so it may be that the device company that you're working with has characterized this material extensively for the type of use that you are proposing. Let's say it's a long-term implant that will contact bone or something like that. Maybe they've already done all of that testing, but they don't want to give it to you directly, right? So they can actually supply it to the FDA in the form of a master access file, to which then your application you can reference. So good question. Okay, good. Okay, so that covers manufacturing information. The next part of the application is the investigator's agreement. So this is basically the equivalent of the 1572 form that you heard Aaron talk about when it comes to drugs. So it basically, and I'm not going to go into the investigator because Aaron talked a little bit about who the investigator is, but the information that would be included in the investigator's agreement includes the CV of the investigator, basically their qualifications and their trainings and why they're qualified to conduct this clinical investigation, the statement of the investigator's relevant experience. If the investigator was involved in an investigation that had been terminated for any reason, you need to explain the circumstances here. A statement of the, and lastly, it's a statement of the investigator's commitment to conduct the investigation in accordance to the agreement, supervise all testing, and ensure that the requirements for obtaining informed consent are made, or are met, excuse me. So basically, you're saying, as the investigator of the study, you commit to execute the clinical study in accordance with the clinical study protocol and in accordance with the agreement, and all of this information would be included as part of the application. So like I said, it's basically the equivalent of the 1572 form, except for devices they don't have a specific form for this purpose, but it kind of covers all the same information. And so lastly, I wasn't going to walk through the rest of the information that's part of the application because I think most of it is pretty straightforward. The investigator certification is basically just a certification statement saying that all investigators that are a part of the clinical study have signed the investigator's agreement, and that you will not have another investigator join the study or start conducting the study without reviewing and signing and agreeing to the investigator's agreement. So it's basically your certification that as the sponsor, you're going to make sure that happens for every investigator on the study. You then need to include the IRB information for all of the investigators' institutions that are involved in the study. So again, if it's a multi-site study, you may have one sponsor that has multiple investigators from various institutions. You would need to include all of the IRB information for all of those institutions in this section. Section 9 would be the name and address of the investigators' institutions. Again, this can be more than one. If it's the same as same address as the sponsor. You know, we usually just say it's a sponsor investigator study and it's the same address. Financial claims, this is basically just a certification that you are not going to charge for the investigational device, or that if you are going to charge for the device, that this doesn't constitute commercialization of the device. So that's what goes into Section 10. Per FDA's website, Section 11, the environmental assessment, is actually no longer required, but it's still listed in the regulations, and so I haven't removed it here. But if you go to their website, they say it's no longer required. Labeling is Section 12, so all of the labeling that will be put on the device needs to be included in the application. The informed consent document should be included. And lastly, if there's any additional information, here's where I would encourage you, if you've had previous discussions with the FDA and want to highlight to them, we've had a pre-submission meeting or we've had other discussions with you regarding this device, I would include that information there as well. Okay. Any other questions before we move into how you actually submit the IDE application to FDA? So we just covered all of the content and everything that should be included. Okay, great. So then 3 copies of your application are required for submission. And since December of 2012, the FDA has now required what's known as the e-copy. So it's an electronic copy. And we'll kind of talk a little bit about what the actual e-copy is. So it's an exact duplicate of the paper copy. It can be on CD, DVD, or flash drive, so any type of electronic media can be used. If it's not identical to the paper copy, you need to kind of explain in the hard copy or in the cover letter why it differs or how it differs. So for example, and you also would want to put a placeholder in the hard copy. So for example, if you had a video or something like that that was part of your electronic copy, but you couldn't replicate that in the paper copy, you would want to have a placeholder in your paper copy that said, here's the video of the device in use, and please see, this section on the e-copy, something like that. The cover letter must actually contain an e-copy statement or a valid e-copy statement. So in the cover letter of your application, you have to say, this submission contains an e-copy. The e-copy is an exact duplicate of the paper copy. Or if it's not an exact duplicate of the paper copy, how it differs. Again, maybe there's a video or something like that that couldn't be included. And lastly, all files that are submitted as in an e-copy need to be in PDF format, and so these need to be created using Adobe Acrobat 11 and below. And your PDF cannot have any security settings on it for the e-copy, and it needs to be 50 megabytes or smaller in size. So it's not that your entire submission actually has to be 50 megabytes or smaller in size, but every individual file on your e-copy needs to be 50 megabytes or smaller. So I'll talk about a little bit in the next couple of slides that you can submit an e-copy as kind of just like an individual e-copy. If you compile everything together into one PDF, it's less than 50 megabytes. You could actually submit one file as your e-copy, but let's say that doesn't work. You have a lot of images or movies or something like that. You could break them down into smaller files that are all part of one volume, or you can have a multi-volume based e-copy. So you can see it can get pretty complicated, and I'll show you some examples of that in the future. Yes? It does. So that was the next slide here. So I don't know how well you can see this here, but this is actually taken from the e-copy guidance. So there is a guidance on e-copy. I didn't have it on my last slide. I have it on my next slide. So if you guys want to see the tiny URL link. But basically for any, and I've highlighted here with a circle, for the IDE, any other type of IDE submission with the exception of a compassionate use IDE or an emergency use IDE, which we'll talk about later, they're expanded access IDEs. All other IDEs require 3 copies, and the e-copy is required. And so what the guidance says is they basically want you to submit for however many copies are required. So in this case, for the IDE, it's 3 copies. The first copy should be a paper copy. All additional copies should be e-copies. So in this case, you would submit 1 paper copy and 2 electronic copies. So you would send them 2 CDs or 2 2 flash drives or something like that. And so in the case of like, you know, a PMA, I think it requires 6 total copies. You would send 1 hard copy and 5 e-copies. The other thing I want to mention, so here's the tiny URL link at the bottom here to the e-copy guidance for those of you that want to look at this in more detail. But there's specific naming conventions that you have to follow for the e-copy, so you can't just name it however you want. You actually have to follow the specific naming conventions that are provided in the guidance. And so they all start with 001 underscore. Typically then it's like the number of the application. So in this case, all IDEs, when they're submitted to FDA, get assigned a number that begins with G, so G010101 underscore, and then you would give a little description of actually what is in that. So maybe it's the annual report, maybe it's a supplement, maybe it's an amendment, whatever kind of made sense there. Again, can't be larger than 50 megabytes, and so what may end up happening is you may separate it up into volumes if that made the most sense for your submission. And so here I'm showing you kind of a volume-based e-copy, how you would name that. They want you to name it VOL underscore 001 underscore cover letter, and then break it up. The next thing would be your report of prior investigations, and you could actually break up all 14 sections into individual volumes if you wanted. Any questions? Okay. The other thing I want to just highlight here, because I think it's a really useful tool, I use it all the time when I'm submitting my e-copies, is the FDA has like free software. It's called e-submitter software that you can download from their website that allows you to check your e-copy to make sure that it complies with the requirements of an e-copy before you actually submit it to FDA. So it's a nice little software package that you can download. It's really quickly. Basically, all you do is just load the file into that software, and then it'll run a little script, and at the end it'll say, you know, this file complies completely with the requirements of an e-copy. So it's a nice way to check yourself before you actually submit it, because if you submit it to FDA and your e-copy doesn't pass, you will be put on what's known as e-copy hold, and then you have to follow up later with a corrected e-copy that meets the requirements. So you don't want to delay your submission because of that. Here is the address for where the IDE should be sent in Silver Spring, Maryland, just so you have that. And then, as I said, the sponsor, once you actually submit the IDE to the FDA, you will be notified of the date that the FDA receives the original application. The IDE number, or the application number, will be assigned. So again, it starts with a G, and then it's a number of digits. The nice thing about CDRH is they're very efficient with this. So anytime you submit an IDE or any type of submission to CDRH, you will typically get this letter that basically says they received your application on the day they receive it. So we usually track our submissions by, we send them all via FedEx overnight, and we track them, and so we know they've been delivered at FDA, and usually that same day they're delivered, I'm getting a letter from them saying, your IDE's been received, we've identified this as an IDE, here's your number, and your 30-day clock is starting. So here, if your e-copy is missing, you'll be placed on e-copy hold, or if there's a problem with your e-copy, if you don't name it properly, or there's some other file issue, you're over 50 megabytes, or you have security settings, you'll get put on e-copy hold. And in order to get off e-copy hold, you have to send a revised e-copy only. You don't have to resend the whole paper copy, and just basically you have to also include with that a cover letter with an appropriate e-copy statement that says your e-copy is an exact duplicate of the previously submitted paper copy. Any questions on that, on the actual submission process? Okay. So then within 30 calendar days of the receipt date, FDA can basically do the following for your application. They can grant you IDE approval. They can grant you IDE approval with conditions. This means that they've basically approved your application as long as you comply with the following recommendations, or they need you to make some changes before they'll actually give you full approval. You can have what's known as staged approval, with and without conditions. So staged approval basically means that they're not going to let you enroll your full enrollment request right away, maybe because they have some safety concerns or they want to gather some preliminary data. So let's say you've asked to enroll, say, 200 patients or something like that in your clinical study with this device. They may say, well, we're concerned about, I don't know, the device being biocompatible or something like that. And so in which case they may say, well, we'll let you enroll 10 patients first, and if we don't see any adverse reactions, then we'll expand that, and we'll expand that. So basically means they're going to allow you to do it in stages when they closely monitor safety. And lastly, your IDE can be disapproved. So if there were just some things that they couldn't work to resolve in the 30-day review process, either with you or just on their end, that they felt like there was too many safety concerns, they won't let your study go ahead. And so, but if you don't, sort of hear anything within this time frame, which is typically unusual because it tends to be an interactive review process, but in the event that you didn't, the IDE application would be considered approved 30 days after it has been received at FDA. Again, similar to what Aaron said, we would never just encourage an investigator to just go ahead and start without hearing something from FDA. We'd encourage you to reach out to your project manager or whoever your contact was, on your initial letter, and kind of just make sure that everything was good. Okay. And I think with that, I think I'm perfect timing. We'll take a break and get lunch. Okay. Sure.
From 12:15 to 12:30, I think we'll probably carry it to 12:35 and give Erica a chance to make sure she has some lunch and a little bit of rest. And so you please go select. Yeah. But so there's lunches over there, and they include salad selections, a variety of meat selections, turkey, roast beef, that kind of thing, and also some vegetarian selections. So hopefully we have something for everybody. And I guess just, proceed and be nice to everyone. And we'll meet back at about 12:35. Okay. Oh, and for those who are not the speaker, you can continue eating when she's speaking. So that's the point. We just want to give her enough time.
not, is it?
Excuse me, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Erica will talk for, I think, another hour, and then we have a third and final speaker that Lena will introduce when it comes time. So I'll take it on.
All right, thanks guys. So please keep eating and enjoy your lunch and stuff like that. Again, continue to interrupt if you guys have questions. There's been some great questions around the room, so please keep that going. The second part of the talk is more on IDE maintenance. So what you should do once you have your IDE approved by the FDA, and then also we're going to talk about some additional device studies. So as I said, first part will be about maintenance. We're going to talk a little bit about FDA's expanded access programs related to medical devices. And then I'd like to talk about some newer topics, algorithms as medical devices, and mobile medical applications, since these are some new developing areas of interest. And then if we have time at the end, we'll do a couple of case scenarios as time allows. So, okay, so once you have an active IDE, what should you do? First, you also want to make sure you have IRB approval in place. Although we're not going to talk extensively about this today, you want to register your trial at clinicaltrials.gov if you're an ACT, or if you are interested in publishing. It's a requirement for a lot of journals nowadays. And then lastly, just check your local policies. There may be other requirements that you need to comply with. And so you just want to check with your academic institution or wherever it is you're conducting your study to make sure you have everything in place. So then, in terms of maintenance, similar to what Aaron talked about with the IND, if you have to go ahead and make changes to the protocol, let's say, once the study is up and running, how do you go about doing this? So these would be modifications to the investigational plan, whether you're making changes actually to the device itself, because this does happen in medical device studies that you start up your trial and you notice something maybe about, well, the device could actually function better if we made it slimmer or sleeker, or you have to change something about the device or the manufacturing, or even if you have to change something about the clinical protocol. All of these would need to be submitted to the FDA under your IDE. And now, unlike with drugs, there are some different categories for which you can go about actually submitting these types of changes. So there are changes that require prior approval, and these require a 30-day reply from FDA. There are changes that don't require prior approval, but you still need to let FDA know that you've implemented that change, and those require what's known as a 5-day notice. And lastly, changes that don't need to be submitted in real time, but need to be submitted as part of your annual report. As I said, all changes should be submitted to FDA. It's just sort of the level of the change that dictates the timing on which it should be submitted and how it should be submitted. So I have included a link here, a tiny URL link to a guidance document. It's a little bit older of a guidance document, but it still applies in this situation for if you're actually making changes during the course of a device study. So, and I'm just highlighting here some changes that fall into each category so you guys kind of know sort of where these might fall if you have this happen in your situation. So any type of change that could impact the scientific integrity of the data or affect the rights, safety, or welfare of study subjects should be submitted as a prior approval change that requires prior approval from FDA. So these are things like if you're going to change the indication, or if you need to change the primary study endpoint. Let's say you've accumulated some data and you've decided you're not going to meet your endpoints and you need to make modifications. That's something that really could affect the scientific soundness of your study plan. FDA wants to be involved in those changes. If you need to expand the study or terminate it early, FDA is going to want to know why and want to make sure that people are that their safety is taken care of. If you have things like statistical methods evaluations that you're changing, or maybe significant design changes, as I said, I think that devices, more than drugs, it's really an evolution of the design process that happens throughout the course of development. And so there may be things that you identify early on in your studies that you want to change about the design of your device. And these are things that the FDA feels could really impact either the safety or scientific integrity of your study, and they want to be involved. So that requires a 30-day prior approval. Now, modifications that require a 5-day notice to FDA, any type of emergency change. So similar to what Aaron highlighted in the IND case, the IND allows you the same kind of same possibility to make a change in an emergency situation. Let's say, something about the subject, there's something you need to change about the way you're using the device because of the subject, and the subject is at undue risk. If you don't implement this change, that's something that you could implement right away, but you need to send notice to FDA within 5 days. And then any changes that don't affect really scientific soundness or right safety or welfare of subjects, things like increasing the frequency at which information is gathered. Let's say, right now you have your study subjects coming in every 2 weeks for a visit, and you want to bump that up to every week because you feel like you would just get better information. Or if you're modifying the secondary study endpoints. And any kind of design or manufacturing changes that are not significant. And how you go about kind of determining whether your changes are significant in terms of your design is you would be following design controls at this stage. So it's not something that I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about today, but per the regulations, when you are conducting a study under an IDE, the only part of the quality system regulation that you need to follow, and the QSR is basically like the GMPs for manufacturing of drugs, is that you should be following design controls. Basically, they want to make sure that you have some system set up for tracking the design iterations of your device throughout the course of development. They don't just want you making changes right and left without proper documentation. Design control is really all about documentation. And so in this case, if you want to make a change to the design and you feel it's not significant, and that's why you're reporting it as a 5-day notice, you would do it under the constraints of your design controls, and then you would report it to FDA within 5 days. Any questions on that? Okay. All right, lastly, changes that can be sent as part of the annual report. These are minor changes to study materials, things like you're going to change your monitoring procedures, or you want to maybe make a mild or moderate change to the informed consent documents. Maybe you need to update something on the labeling or IRB information. Basically, any kind of minor changes that don't affect validity of data or affect right, safety, or welfare of subjects, they can just be reported in the annual report. And so here I'm kind of highlighting for you in a table all of the supplements and reporting requirements that are required for the IDE, and as well as their associated timelines with the FDA. Now, I want to just quickly highlight that your IRB or even other regulatory agencies that you're working under in conducting this clinical study may have different reporting timelines for reporting these events, different from the FDA. And this would be something for you just to note and kind of keep up on and take a look at. So, for example, unanticipated adverse device effects. These are the safety reports for devices. They have to be reported to the FDA in 10 working days. If you get withdrawal of FDA or IRB approval, you need to let the FDA know in 5 working days. One reporting requirement that's very different from the IND is that you actually have to send an updated investigator list to the FDA every 6 months. So in addition to having the progress report that's due annually or at least yearly, you also have to send that updated investigator list biannually. Any deviations from the investigational plan need to be reported within 5 working days, or you need to get pre-approval. So for example, let's say you know that there's a deviation coming up because you have a study subject who's coming in, and you know that something about their condition is going to require some different approaches from what you actually have outlined in your study protocol. You might actually ask for pre-approval from the FDA for that deviation. A failure to obtain informed consent needs to be reported in 5 working days. Recalls and device disposition needs to be reported in 30 working days. If you get a significant risk determination when you actually submit your study to the IRB, so let's say you as the sponsor have put together your rationale and submitted it to the IRB that your study should be a non-significant risk study, and they come back with a significant risk determination, this significant risk determination is supposed to be reported to the FDA within 5 working days. I think most IRBs are kind of kind about this, at least the IRB at Duke. They typically don't come back to you and tell you, we feel this is a significant risk study. They just say more in nicer language that they don't feel your study meets the requirements to be non-significant risk, and so in which case they haven't deemed it significant risk, so they don't trigger that timeline on you. And then lastly, the final report. You need to send FDA a notification of within 30 working days when you've actually completed the study, and then in 6 months you have to send a follow-up report to FDA with a summary of the data. Any questions on those reporting requirements? We're going to go into a little bit more detail for some of these categories in the next few slides, but just generally, any questions? Okay. Yes. Yeah, so technically per the regulations, you're supposed to follow all of these reporting requirements, except instead of sending these reports to the FDA, you would send them to the IRB because the IRB acts as the FDA surrogate for review and approval. So per the regulation, all of these reporting requirements still apply. I don't think there's any that don't. But you would just have to send them to the IRB. So the question was, when you have an abbreviated IDE, which of these reporting requirements apply? And per regulation, they all apply. You just don't actually send the reports to FDA. You send them to the IRB because they act as the FDA surrogate. Good question. Okay, so to define what an unanticipated adverse device effect is, so it's any serious adverse effect on health or safety or any life-threatening problem or death caused by, associated with a device if that effect, problem, or death was not previously identified in nature, severity, or degree of incidence in the investigational plan or application. So it basically is a very similar definition to drugs. It needs to be serious, it needs to be unexpected, and it needs to be associated with the device. You would want to conduct an evaluation of the unanticipated adverse device effect and report to the FDA your conclusions on this within 10 working days. And as Erin said, you know, it can sometimes take some time to complete a full investigation, and so you're certainly welcome to send follow-up reports, although those are not required unless the FDA maybe requests them after your initial submission. Quickly, I'm just giving a broad overview here of what you would actually put into your progress report, which would be your annual report, or even your final report once you've completed your study. So it would start with sort of basic summary information, you know, kind of an overview of the study, the purpose of the study, the device, and the intended use. You would then want to go into the study progress, how many subjects have been enrolled, how many investigational sites are ongoing, how many devices have been shipped, maybe a brief summary of the results, just kind of basically a description of what's happened since the last progress report, including maybe if you've made any deviations from the investigational plan and how those were reported to the FDA. Because remember, those require the 30-day, 5-day, or annual report requirements. An updated risk analysis, so a summary of any new adverse information that you've learned through the course of the study. Maybe you've noticed that, you know, you've started using the device and you've identified a new risk that wasn't previously identified as part of your risk analysis, and you're now updating that to say, you know, we still feel the benefits outweigh the risks that we've identified, or vice versa. Maybe you've really noticed a benefit and some of the risks have actually been mitigated. Any other changes, a summary of like any changes that you maybe have implemented in terms of manufacturing or quality oversight, And again, summary of changes in the investigational plan is not required, but you can always include them here. And then lastly, you want to tell them, kind of just to keep FDA update and in the loop, what your plans are for sort of a marketing application more long term, and what your future plans are. Let's say, you know, you're kind of in the process of doing an early feasibility study, and then you plan to move on to maybe, you know, a bigger feasibility study before you conduct your pivotal trial. You would sort of want to walk them through what your development plans are. So any questions on what would go into a progress report or a final report? Okay. So then the one thing I want to highlight here is just that there's different types of submissions that go to the IDE. So I think as Erin talked about, she really highlighted that mostly everything that you would send for an IND would be under what's known as an amendment. Here, the IDE has categorized the reporting into different categories depending on what the actual application or submission includes. So there's three types. There's supplements, there's reports, and there's amendments. So I'm going to walk through in the next couple slides what each of these are and kind of what you would expect to hear from FDA if you put in a supplement, a report, or an amendment. So supplements are any kind of changes that you're making to the application or any updates. So things like maybe you need to get an approval for a change, a prior approval, or you're sending in a 5-day notice. These would be requests to conduct a new study under that IDE. So let's say you have an ongoing study, but you want to submit a new study protocol under that existing IDE. You can do that, and this would be a supplement supplement that would go to FDA. You can request study expansion. Maybe you want to expand to new sites or more patients. You want to request approval to terminate study enrollment. Or maybe you have to notify the FDA that the study has been suspended. This would go in as a supplement to your IDE. You need to maybe request approval for compassionate use. We're going to talk about in the next couple slides some of the expanded access mechanisms that are out there, one of which is compassionate use. And so one of the ways you could actually add a subject under a compassionate use IDE is if there's an existing IND, you can request approval for compassionate use under that application. That would go in as a supplement. And lastly, if you wanted to request an extension of time to respond to FDA, let's say FDA has replied to you that they've approved you with conditions, or they've given you staged approval or something like that, and you need more time to reply to what their request was, this would go in as a supplement. So I think of supplements as very similar to the initial application. So the FDA will usually reply to a supplement kind of in the same way that they've replied to your initial application. Supplements will be approved, they'll be approved with conditions, or they'll be disapproved. So it's very similar to that initial application. So you can imagine, you know, if you want to request a new study under the same IDE, they need to review that study and they need to tell you whether they think that's acceptable or not to be run under that. So you would wait to actually get a reply to a supplement of your IDE. Now, a report is more like if you're just sending information to the FDA, but you're not necessarily requesting anything of them or asking for a change or permission to do anything. You're basically providing them updates. So this would be your biannual investigator list, your annual report. Maybe if you've had a deviation where you haven't obtained informed consent for some reason, you need to notify them of this. You need to send them a notification of emergency use, so on and so forth. There's a couple others here. Basically, the FDA will only reply within 30 days, only if they have like a comment or question or issue with a report. Usually you won't hear a response unless there's some concern. And then lastly, amendments. I like to think of amendments as submissions to pending submissions or applications. So for example, you can send an amendment to each of the 3 parent document types. So if you sent in an initial IDE and it's still within that 30-day review process, but let's say you need to make a change or you need to amend something in the application, this would go in as an amendment, and it would be an amendment to the original application. Now, you can also do amendments to supplements and reports. So let's say you send in your supplement, it's still within that 30-day review, and you decide, I need to make a change. You could actually do an amendment to your supplement. So it gets a little complicated, but that's the way that they kind of categorize things on their end, just to keep it consistent. And so I just like to highlight, for those of you that do both drugs and devices, that sometimes the terminology is different. I think we often talk in terms of amendments, and for INDs that's very applicable, but for IDEs, it's actually more likely that you would actually be submitting a supplement or a report. The only time you would ever submit an amendment is if you need to make a change to a pending submission or application. Any questions on those, the 3 reporting categories and when you might use each of those? Okay, great. So then last, we just want to talk about terminating or closing an IDE, because this may be a situation that you'll come into. As Aaron talked about with the IND, if your application is open and active, you need to continue to send annual reports. And so if you're not interested in doing this, you may wish to terminate or close your IDE. So if your IDE is not yet approved, so let's say you've submitted it, but either it's been disapproved or you've gone through several applications, or it's still just pending review, you can simply just request a withdrawal of your application. However, if you have an active IDE, but you haven't enrolled any subjects, it's also, again, very simple. Simply just request a withdrawal of the IDE, but you need to account for all the devices. You need to let FDA know where your devices are and what you've done with them in the meantime. Now, if you have an IDE and you've actually enrolled subjects under that IDE, you actually may need to complete a follow-up of already enrolled subjects. So we had an investigator at Duke who was using kind of a more long-term implantable device like a gastric band, and unfortunately the study had to be closed for some reason, but they had subjects enrolled that had already had devices implanted, and so the FDA worked with that investigator to really make sure that the patients had proper follow-up and that they had completed what they needed to do for those enrolled subjects. So in that case, you may want to have a dialogue with FDA about how to handle the closure of the IDE and what follow-up may be required. And if you've simply completed the study, you just notify the FDA within 30 days that the study has been completed, and you send your final report within 6 months where you can tell them you're closing or withdrawing the IND. Any questions? Okay, great. So then I'm going to move on to expanded access programs for medical devices. Just because at an academic center, I think that we often get requests for uses of medical devices as well as drugs under expanded access. And so I've included a link here, a tiny URL link to FDA's website. It's actually to their website. There's no guidance document for expanded access of medical devices, but their website does a really nice job of kind of outlining the different mechanisms that they have in place and how and when to go about using those different types of expanded access. So the first one I want to talk about is emergency use of unapproved medical devices. So you can actually request the emergency use of an unapproved medical device or actually just use it in an emergency situation without pre-approval. So an IDE, and this is true even if an IDE exists or does not exist for that medical device. It's really possible that the device may be so early in development that there's actually not an IDE in place yet, and we've certainly had this happen at Duke. A few things need to apply in this situation, though. It needs to be a life-threatening situation that needs immediate treatment. And basically, that subject or that patient needs to have no acceptable alternative except for this medical device or your medical device. And there needs to be, in order to use the device under the emergency use, there has to be no time to get FDA approval. So there are other mechanisms where you can use this and kind of timelines like for single patients or just a couple of patient populations, but if your situation is so dire that there's just not time to get approval under their timelines, you can apply the emergency use of medical devices. Now, you can go ahead and use that device, and you need to report that use to the FDA and to your IRB within 5 working days. One thing I want to highlight is that when you do actually use the emergency use program, you have to have a physician who's not associated with the medical device or the actual subject, but somebody who's knowledgeable in that subject area, review the use of the device and the patient's condition prior to actually using the device to make sure that they agree with your decision. So it's basically FDA's way, and for your own protection, making sure that this really is deemed to be the only choice for that patient. And that would have to be included in your report within 5 days to FDA. Any questions on emergency use? Okay. If at all possible, FDA would not like you to have to use the emergency use mechanism for expanded access. They would actually prefer that you request, if possible, if the time allows, for a single patient or what's known as a compassionate use IDE. So typically at this point, you're actually requesting of the FDA to have an actual IDE application. So a compassionate use IDE is an IDE. It's for a serious condition when the device is the only option. And it can be used sometimes when the device is already under development. Like, for example, it's early in development and there's existing IDEs for that device. You can actually request a compassionate use under an existing IDE. But it's also possible that that device will be so early in development that that an IDE just doesn't exist yet for the device. You can still actually request a compassionate use IDE for that device individually, where you would actually be the sponsor of the IDE. Does that make sense? So if there is an existing IDE, they'd like you to make the request under the existing IDE, because then all the data can be kept under that single application. However, if that isn't there, FDA still wants to be able to make sure patients can have access to that medical device, and so they'll just ask you simply to request a compassionate use IDE where you would actually be the sponsor of that application. Any questions? Okay. So again, you need to get prior approval for this from FDA and IRB. Usually the time frame you would use this would be maybe when there's an ongoing clinical trial, but it's also possible that it could be used even earlier. The one thing I want to highlight here is that FDA really does like you to use this if possible. There is still a 30-day clock with compassionate use IDEs, but in our interactions with the agency, they have committed to us that they try to get these done and approved much faster, and they really have more of like a 10-day turnaround as opposed to 30 days. So the next option besides the compassionate use IDE would be the treatment IDE. So this is for, again, same situation, serious or life-threatening condition, no alternative therapy. Usually, though, for a treatment IDE, this is meant for a broader population. So the single patient or compassionate use IDE is for a single patient or a small number of subjects. However, for the treatment IDE, it's typically a larger amount of subjects that you're asking to have access to this medical device. So this would usually happen after you've kind of already accumulated some safety and effectiveness data on the device. So it'd be a little bit later in the development. So we say typically late stage clinical trials, and you still have to get prior approval of both the FDA and IRB. And lastly, the last mechanism for medical devices is continued access. And this is when the trial is completed. So your ongoing clinical studies have been conducted. Basically, you're not enrolling any more subjects. You've submitted your marketing application, let's say your PMA or your 510K, but your device isn't yet cleared or approved for marketing. You could actually go ahead and continue to offer access to this medical device through a continued access IDE. So again, this is during sort of the preparation and review of your marketing application. The difference between the treatment IDE and the continued access is really sort of both the size of the patient population and the time at which you would ask for it. You can really you can typically apply for the treatment IDE a little bit earlier in the development stage. It's a little bit more of a narrow population, whereas once you get to the the continued access stage, it would be much more broad, and it would be ready for marketing. I'm going to skip that for now because it doesn't really fit in. Okay, so here is just kind of a little schematic of how all of these expanded access mechanisms fit into sort of the development stage of your medical device. So emergency use can be used at any time. The traditional IDE is typically from IDE approval to IDE completion. Your compassionate use IDE, I kind of have it drawn here as like typically, after you already have an existing IDE, although it can be used before that. Treatment use would be a little bit later down the pathway, and then again, continued access would be when you've completed the studies under your IDE and you're applying for your marketing application. So any questions? I just want to highlight here too that these are all actual IDE applications, and so the same reporting requirements that apply to sort of the traditional IDE would still apply to these expanded access IDEs as well. Okay. So then I want to go ahead and move into now just some more, I would say, kind of fun medical devices, some areas where there's some new developments and things that I think are kind of important, especially in an academic center. So I'm going to talk a little bit about algorithms, and briefly we'll cover mobile medical applications. And then if we're good on time, we'll go ahead and talk about some case scenarios. So what is an algorithm? So an algorithm can be defined as a combination of multiple variables that you're basically combining and using an interpretation function to yield a single patient-specific output that then can be used in the diagnosis of disease or other condition, or in the cure, mitigation, or treatment of disease. And so FDA has actually defined one type of algorithm, or the use of algorithms, as in vitro diagnostic multivariate index assays, or IVD-MIAs, and they issued a guidance on this a few years ago. I believe it was in 2009. That guidance is still in draft form. It has actually never been finalized, but I think that their intent was basically to try and let people know that when you're developing these types of algorithms or IVD-MIAs, that they are actually medical devices and that FDA can actually be involved in their oversight. So per their guidance, an IVD-MIA is similar to our definition of an algorithm, a device that combines values of multiple variables using an interpretation function to yield a single patient-specific result. For example, like a classification or a score or an index that is then used to guide kind of therapy. Importantly, it provides a result whose derivation is not transparent, and so it cannot be independently kind of derived or verified by the end user. So if the physician who's actually treating this patient gets the results of this, say, IVD-MIA, and it's not something that they could have, reviewed the medical chart and have made that decision, it would be considered non-transparent. So examples of what the FDA considers an IVD-MIA, and these are again taken from the guidance, would be, for example, a device that may use quantitative results from multiple immunoassays and then conduct, sort of a calculation to produce a qualitative score that predicts the person's risk of developing a disease or a condition. It could also be a device that integrates a patient's age, sex, or genotype to predict the risk or diagnosis of disease or another condition. So some examples of what the FDA does not consider IVD-MIAs from the guidance are things like common clinical applications. So if you're using things like creatinine clearance or cholesterol ratios to kind of, guide therapy, that's not considered an IVD-MIA in their opinion. Something that would be very transparent to a physician and they would know how to use and interpret it. Again, similar common public demographic risk calculations like the Gale index or the Framingham risk score, these would not be considered IVD-MIAs. Now, similar to how FDA takes or approaches regulation of all medical devices is that the regulation of IVD MIAs is going to be based on risk. So basically, it's going to be, FDA is going to take a look at the intended use and the level of controls that are necessary to assure safety and effectiveness. So, for example, a device that's intended as an indicator of a patient's risk of cancer recurrence may be a lower risk device than what FDA deems as class 2, or the same device may be intended, it could be the exact same device, but it's actually used to predict whether a patient should receive one type of chemotherapy versus the other, where there's actually a really big risk that, like, if that device is wrong, that the subject could be exposed to significant harm by getting the wrong chemotherapy. That would be considered a higher risk device and might fall into what FDA deems class 3. So really the risk of kind of a false positive or an incorrect result here, that's really the risk that FDA is weighing when it comes to these algorithms or these IVD MIAs, and that's going to dictate how they regulate or classify them. So I guess it's almost a year and a half ago now, we had a meeting with FDA where we talked about several things with CDRH, some questions that we had seen kind of come through our office. But specifically, one of the questions we asked them was related to algorithms as a medical device. And what FDA told us, what their feedback was that any calculation that would have multiple inputs and would result in an output that would assign a patient to different treatment arms would be considered, in their opinion, an algorithm. And that all algorithms would be subject to 21 CFR 812, regardless of format. That's, again, if the objective is to test safety and effectiveness of the algorithm. And so even if the algorithm is paper, it could be software, it could be an Excel spreadsheet, it can be something, you know, where there's a whole code behind it. Regardless of that format, it would still fall within their jurisdiction and would be subject to 812 if used in a clinical study. And lastly, we asked them the question because what we had seen was that sometimes studies would come through our office where they would be using an algorithm and they would be assessing safety and effectiveness of an algorithm by assigning, say, a patient to one particular therapy versus the other, but the therapies that were being given seemed to be on label for the subject. It seemed like they fell within the specified labeling, and so, you know, in that case we thought, well, you know, is it really would it really still be considered an algorithm, even though we feel like they're still treating the patient within the broad label of the drug, so they're not really changing anything about the treatment. And the FDA said, yeah, even if the study is designed where the calculation is randomizing those patients to a drug whose label is just so broad that the treatment still falls within that labeling indication, that calculation or formula would still be considered an algorithm. And if the goal of the study, again, was to assess safety and effectiveness, would be subject to 812. So any questions on algorithms, what they are, how they could be used, when 812 might apply, anything like that? Okay. So then the next thing I just briefly want to talk about is mobile medical applications. And so I think we're all pretty familiar with what a mobile application is. I think all of us have smartphones sitting out in front of us right now that we're checking our email and stuff on. So per FDA's definition, though, they have issued a mobile medical applications guidance document that was recently updated. I believe it was in February of this year. Where they defined a mobile application as a software application that can be executed on a mobile platform. And basically it's just a web-based software application that is tailored to a mobile platform but can be executed on a server. And so then the question became, okay, well, what is a mobile medical application? Because that's really what FDA is interested in. And they said, well, a mobile medical application is a mobile app that also meets the definition of a medical device per the FD&C Act. And so we talked a little bit earlier about the definition of a medical device. Again, remember, it needs to be intended for use in the in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions, or in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease, or used to affect structure or function of the body. And But the interesting thing about the mobile medical applications definition is that not only did they say, okay, it needs to be a mobile app, it needs to meet the definition of a medical device, but it also needs to do one of two other things. And that is, it needs to be used as an accessory to a regulated medical device, or it actually needs to transform the mobile platform itself into a regulated medical device. And so these were sort of interesting kind of distinctions that they had added to the definition. And so here I'm just kind of giving you a quick pictorial representation of how FDA has taken a risk-based approach to their oversight of medical mobile applications. And so at this time, what is currently happening is that FDA has categorized and made 3 broad categories of mobile medical applications. So in the lower level of the pyramid here, I'm representing what FDA has deemed to be not medical devices. So these are mobile apps that just simply do not meet the definition of a medical device, and therefore FDA does not regulate them and does not oversee them. Now, that's one category of mobile applications. Now, the other category on the extreme end of that are those that I'm representing in the top of the pyramid here, which are MMAs, or mobile medical applications. These are mobile apps that meet the definition of a medical device and for which FDA feels that there's high risk associated with their use. And so this is where FDA is focusing their regulatory oversight efforts at this time. And so now, sort of in the middle of this pyramid here, there's this big category that FDA says, well, these mobile apps, they could meet the definition of a medical device. It's possible, but you know, they're just really low-risk devices. We don't feel the need to oversee them at this time, and so they fall into what FDA is deeming enforcement discretion, or the enforcement discretion category, which basically means that at this time, FDA says they fall within our jurisdiction, but we are not holding you, we will not enforce the requirements of the FD&C Act. Therefore, you do not need to comply with them. And so I'm going to just quickly give you a couple of examples from each of these categories. So if anybody out here in the audience is kind of developing a mobile application, you can kind of see, okay, where does my mobile app fall? Do I fall, like at this time, is FDA enforcing the requirements, in which case that could mean, you know, the use of an IDE if you're using it in a clinical study. So the first, here are some examples from the guidance of mobile apps that are not medical devices. These are things like electronic textbooks or copies of audiobooks, things that are used to kind of help educate or train healthcare professionals, mobile apps that are intended just for general patient education. Let's say you have a patient who comes into a physician's office and he's going to have a surgery, and maybe the physician chooses to actually have a mobile application where he can walk the patient through what the surgery is going to be with pictures and descriptions and examples. This is not at this time what FDA would consider a mobile medical application. They would say that's not a medical device. It's just an education tool. Things that operate general office operations or are generic aids or general purpose products. Any questions on that? I think it's pretty easy to pick out the ones that aren't medical devices. Okay, so then mobile apps that actually are medical devices, they meet that definition, and they actually pose a significant risk to public health. These are the ones that FDA is enforcing the requirements currently of the FD&C Act for medical devices. And these are things like mobile apps that are the extension of one or more medical devices. So like they might connect to that medical device and actually control it. So if you had like an app that would connect to, say, like a blood pressure cuff and would actually measure, you know, the inflation and deflation, something like that. Mobile apps that transform the mobile platform into a regulated medical device by using attachments, display screens, or sensors, or by including functionalities similar to those of currently regulated medical devices. So we have an investigator who is working to develop a mobile application that can be used at the bedside, kind of like a fluorimeter. So basically they would run an assay bedside where they would have some type of like a plate assay or something like that. They'd get some blood from the patient. They'd do like an ELISA assay that would have like a fluorescent antibody that would bind to the antigen or something like that. in the plate assay. And then what they would do is they've created this attachment that actually goes over your smartphone. You just take a picture of the plate assay and it could read the fluorescence. So it's basically so that you can make diagnosis right at the bedside. So something like this is what FDA is talking about here. You're adding an attachment, you're transforming basically your mobile phone into like a fluorimeter type device, something that can measure that fluorescence and diagnose disease. And this is something they want to be involved with, and they want to oversee the use of that. And you can understand even like, for example, how using an app like that potentially in the context of a clinical study, if they weren't kind of using some other backup method of diagnosis or something like that, could even require an IDE to the FDA. And lastly, mobile apps that become a regulated medical device because they perform patient-specific analysis or provide patient-specific diagnosis or treatment. And lastly is the enforcement discretion category. So these are the mobile apps that FDA says, well, they could meet the definition of a medical device. You know, it's kind of close. But at this time, we just feel they're low risk and we don't really need to oversee them. So these are devices that help patients kind of self-manage their disease or conditions without providing specific treatment or treatment suggestions. So, you know, it might be an application that helps you count your calorie intake and also count your exercises because it connects to your Fitbit device and just kind of helps you kind of monitor your weight or activity. Something like that, FDA says, you know, it's low risk and they don't feel they need to oversee it at this time. Things that help you kind of organize and track your information or even communicate that information to your healthcare provider. And then also too, if there's applications that enable patients or providers to interact through like an electronic medical record. We have like Duke MyChart at Duke. I'm sure Boston probably has a similar type system for your health record. And so an application that would connect to that, again, you know, could meet the definition of a medical device depending how you're using it, but it's pretty low risk, so FDA doesn't feel the need to be involved. Any questions on those three broad categories and when and where? So the question is if you have like a glucometer that you're using maybe with a mobile app, where would this fall? Yeah. So that's a good question. I would probably put that in the regulated category at this point, especially like if it's something where the patient is using that to then inform how much insulin they should be giving themselves or something like that. I can imagine that there's a significant risk kind of associated with that. If that glucometer malfunctions or something like that and the patient misdoses themselves. So I could see that being a regulated medical device. If anyone disagrees, you're happy to, you can speak up and state your case. Okay, well, in this case, I'd like to practice, but I'm actually going to ask you guys to close your notes here because the answers to my questions are in there, so you can't look at them and cheat. But I think we have a little bit of time still, maybe like 5 minutes. So. Let's move to the first scenario. So I basically just saved all my case scenarios to the end here, so I'm really challenging you. Did you pay attention to my talk? So these can deal with, you know, is this a device study? Do the IDE regulations apply? Is this a mobile medical app? Is this an algorithm? Kind of basically everything I've talked about today in a couple of case scenarios. So here's scenario one. I'll let you guys read them, and I'll take a break for a second. Anyone need more time? Okay, so what do we think? Is the algorithm or software used in this scenario a device? Yes. Okay, yes, everybody agrees. So it's intended for use in the diagnosis of disease. Is this a device or diagnostic device study? diagnostic device study. Can you tell me why?
You have algorithm and they're interpreting the results. So they're using the device and then they're using it.
Okay. So I agree with you that that's what you're doing. The keywords I'm looking for here is you're testing safety and effectiveness. So that's when we call it a device study. You're testing safety and effectiveness of the device, and therefore 812 applies. Now, what do we think? Can this study be exempt of the IDE regulations, or does it require a full IDE? Or an abbreviated IDE? So I put the exemption, I'll put the exemption criteria up here for you guys for a device. So it's not exempt. Why is it not exempt? It doesn't meet the last bullet, right? You're driving therapy, and therefore you can't be exempt. And so at this point, we typically end our regulatory assessments with a significant risk or non-significant risk determination needs to be made, because we're not clinicians and we're not experts in this area. It's really up to the sponsor and the IRB to make that determination. So, great job. All right, scenario 2. Oh, yes, go ahead. Can I comment on that, you mean? Yeah, so usually we shy away from making significant risk or non-significant risk determinations because we just don't have the clinical, kind of knowledge or expertise in that area. If any clinicians are in the room, you're certainly happy to talk about this, but this is a made-up scenario, so I'm not even sure it would be clinically relevant. But okay. So scenario 2, go ahead and read that quickly. Everybody good? So is this a device study? I'm seeing yes. Okay. The objective of the study is to assess safety or effectiveness of a device. Therefore, 812 applies. We can call it a device study. So can it be exempt, or does it require an abbreviated or full IDE? I hear it can be exempt. Why can it be exempt? Okay. You're close. There's just a little language I want you to change. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. So yes, it appears that the devices are used according to their label. Therefore, it can be exempt. Great. All right, scenario 3. Everybody good? So is there a medical device in this study? I hear no. Anyone else? I hear yes. All right. For those of you that say yes, what do you think the device is? The software program. Yes. So the software program is intended for use in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions. So it contains a diagnostic medical device. So is this a device study then? Yes. Why? What are the 2 things we need to look for if we're talking device study? Are they testing safety or effectiveness? So in this case, we said they're making the comparison. We feel like that's an efficacy assessment. Therefore, we'd call this a device study. So can this study be IDE exempt, or does it require an abbreviated or full IDE? Oh, why is it a trick question? There is? Okay. But remember, the diagnostic device is everything. So it's like the sampling, the imaging, whatever's required to make that diagnosis. What was that? It would be full? Like you're saying it would be a full IDE? Well, what I will tell you is this study can actually be exempt because the MRI scans are being performed for clinical care. So I agree, there is introduction of energy, but they're doing the scans as part of their clinical care, so that energy would sort of be there regardless. Now, what if they did additional scans for research purposes only? Let's say in this case they really wanted to rank up or kind of like the amount of motion, so they let them do a free breathing scan or something like that, and they did an extra image. So then it could not be exempt because we would be introducing energy and we would say an SR determination needs to be made. Okay? So now on to mobile apps. I have a description here of a mobile app that uses videos and video games to motivate patients to do their physical therapy exercises at home. Do we think this is not a medical device, a regulated medical mobile application, or maybe would fall into that enforcement discretion category? I'm hearing enforcement discretion. I would agree. And our last scenario, a mobile app which uses electrodes and sensors attached to the mobile platform to measure physiological parameters during CPR and provides feedback about the quality of CPR being delivered. I hear regulated. Anybody disagree? All right, I would agree with that, regulated. Okay, well, and that's all the scenarios. I try to keep them brief, but I hope you enjoyed them. And so in this case, I'm just going to close here with a couple of websites that I think you will find really helpful. And sorry, some of them kind of went off the screen here. The CDRH has a Learn course that basically has a bunch of different, trainings and other things like that that are really educational and really helpful. And then they also have their device advice section on their website, again, which I use often kind of when I'm in new territory and want to know more information. So I think you'll find both of those websites really useful. I find CDRH's website to be very helpful and educational, so I encourage you to use it when you need to. And with that, I'll take any questions. I think we're just about, we have a minute. Oh, we have a few more minutes. Go ahead.
More general question. What's the process when you're planning to test a device that might have some aspects of the device and some aspects of the drug?
So the question was, what's the process when you are planning to test a device that has some aspects of a device and some aspects of a drug? So what you're talking about there, I would say, is a combination product. And so in which case, combination products are kind of regulated by whatever center oversees their primary mode of action. So if the primary mode of action of your combination product is the drug, and that's really what is affecting the patient, it would likely be regulated under CDER or CBER, depending on if it's a drug or biologic. And so in which case you would actually follow their regulatory requirements. Now, if the primary mode of action was a device, you would follow the device requirements. If you ever have a question about what your primary mode of action is or how your device should be regulated, there is actually an office at FDA called the Office of Combination Products that oversees these types of products and helps make kind of determinations on how they should be regulated. Very good question. Yes? So the question was, if you have a device that collects data from a patient and then you have kind of a separate algorithm that then uses that data to make a prediction or to drive therapy, would that be multiple devices and maybe require multiple IDEs or something like that? So I think the question would be, when it comes to determining kind of your device and how it applies, is in your clinical study, that initial device that's collecting, data from the patient, testing safety and effectiveness of that device as well. It's possible that it could apply, that you could have two separate devices there, and that you could need two IDEs for the development process, depending how you're planning on developing and marketing them more long term. Now, if it's something that you ultimately intend to integrate into one device, maybe that you have a plan where the device that's capturing that data will at some point, have an add-on computer mechanism or something that can then do the algorithm and output everything together. It's likely, you may just need one IDE for your study. Sometimes I think it depends a little bit like what your long-term goals are in terms of your regulatory strategy, what makes the most sense for kind of interacting with the FDA and how to regulate that. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, so the question was in regards to one of our case scenarios where we had the example of the games being used to motivate patients to do their work. So the situation is that the question was surrounding those games, if they're not making claims regarded to actually curing, mitigating, treating, preventing, diagnosing disease, that they often fall into the unregulated category. And I would agree with you. So it really depends kind of how you're using the device. So in the context of a clinical study, if you're investigating it for the purposes of determining, can it impact treatment or something like that, then we would say you're using it as a medical device, even though the labeling of that game or puzzle or device, it wouldn't be marketed right now as a medical device, but in the context of a clinical study, it would be considered, and so the IDE regulations would apply. Now, in terms of marketing, it becomes more complicated. Yes, if the manufacturer of that game or device or game or puzzle or whatever toy just wants to continue to manufacture it just like that and hope that people pick it up and start using it, that's one thing. FDA doesn't regulate the practice of medicine. So if a doctor recommends to a patient, hey, go use this application or something like that, it may help improve your ADHD or something like that, it's certainly allowed. Now, if that device company or the manufacturer of that application or that game even starts saying, hey, come use our device because it can help improve ADHD outcomes or something like that. In that case, FDA is going to say, okay, you're now marketing a medical device. And interestingly, we don't have an application on file for you for that. And they're going to want to talk to you about that. So, good question. Okay.
claims and reimbursement business issues, and has written numerous reimbursement publication articles. I would like to introduce Joe Allen.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I know this is a tough subject after lunch on a Friday afternoon, so I appreciate your perseverance. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking. I'm going to try to leave as much time for questions as possible. So this tends to be a subject matter that people are a little less familiar with, so I want to be sure that we have plenty of time for interaction. Just to get a show of hands, how many people here are developing a medical device in its classic form? Okay, how about the clinical lab, working in the clinical laboratory or in vitro diagnostics area? Okay, how about pharmaceutical drug? A few, okay. So a lot of no-shows. So if there's something that I don't touch on, because this is a very broad subject, let me know in the Q&A and I can certainly address that. So why do we talk about this? Well, in a translational medicine program, you're often at the early stages of product development, but perhaps with the hopes that at some point in time, your product can reach the commercial world. And once it does that, a key question that comes up is, how is this going to get paid for in a commercialized universe? Are health insurers going to pay for this? Are patients going to pay for this? And how do we get to that point where someone finds this valuable because it answers a specific clinical question or addresses clinical utility? And part of the reason we're talking about this now is that, you know, we used to reside in mostly a fee-for-service environment where individual services, when they were delivered, got reimbursed either directly by the patient or by the health insurer. And now all those payment methodologies have been turned a little bit upside down, and we're not paying for services based on individual functions or procedures anymore, but rather more on an episode of care basis. So your product might be used, or your decision-making tool might be used in the context of a visit or a procedure, in which case there might be a single payment that covers everything that happens to that patient. And as a result of that, it changes the way we think about how technologies are being reimbursed and answering that question, is it reimbursed? When you start talking to potential investors who you may be interested in funding your technology or your research, a question that they ask is often, is this reimbursed? And so hopefully I'll be able to touch on the fact that it's really not one question. There are multiple ideas or functions that serve under the umbrella of reimbursement, and different ones may apply to your product. And so you may be the one that has to redirect that conversation and reframe the question so it's relevant for your product. The biggest issue that we see when a product finally gets to me after it's been through the regulatory process, and we hope it hasn't been through the regulatory process by the time it gets to me. We hope you're thinking about this a little sooner and really about the same time. When you think you might have a product that has reached the point where it has commercial viability, reimbursement should be part of the discussion that you're having and should become part of the business plan that you're creating. And part of that is that FDA and payers and clinicians require different types of evidence to make decisions about, in one case, how to regulate a product or whether it should be approved for marketing, and in another case, should we pay for this? Does it have a value proposition? And is it worth this amount of money? And so the opportunity to collect data prospectively is really important. It is really always a clinical evidence-based system. So we always recommend that you build and understand what a potential reimbursement strategy will look like so you can define those clinical evidence parameters up front. And as you're moving through the regulatory process and developing your product clinically, you're also capturing the kind of data that payers or the healthcare community will need so that they will actually see that this is a product that has clinical utility. So at every stage, people are asking questions. You have a lot of stakeholders in the commercial world. You might have investors, venture capital firms, or manufacturers, medical device manufacturers who want to make an investment. You have providers, which could be hospitals or doctors, depending on who is using the technology. You have the classic payer, and in some cases, large integrated delivery systems, where in some cases the hospital or the integrated delivery system of physician practices also act like a payer. And increasingly, patients have very high copays and deductibles, and they are self-paying for a lot of technologies. And patients are becoming prudent purchasers, so they may be asking questions about the clinical utility. So I want to just get started with talking a little bit about the Affordable Care Act, because its presence has added a lot of confusion to the reimbursement discussion. On the benefit side, it means that more people have insurance than ever before, have access. But it's confused the conversation about what that access really means. So the Affordable Care Act essentially assures that individuals have access to a defined set of benefit categories. But it doesn't mean that every service or every product that may fall as part of those categories is going to be reimbursed or covered. And so a benefit is broad. It might be hospitalization or ambulatory care or prescription drugs. But it doesn't mean that every single prescription drug is going to be covered, or every type of service or product that falls into that universe will be covered. Typically, coverage is defined around a specific set of procedures and services that payers have decided meet certain levels of evidentiary criteria. And then, of course, it doesn't mean that the insurance, if they agree to pay, are going to pay everything. That, in fact, usually there is some shared responsibility for payment with the patient. So the essential benefits that the ACA affords us are these broad categories. And then within those broad categories, there are a defined set of guaranteed services. And if you notice, a lot of these guaranteed services have to do with screening, opportunities to screen patients for a specific disease or risk of a disease. And the reason that the ACA has captured these as guaranteed benefits is because typically health insurance does not cover screening. Screening is excluded from most health insurance because most health insurance is looking to cover treatments of someone who we already know has a disease or a condition. So by exception, there are a defined set of screening tests and predictive tests that Medicare covers by law. This is one of those cases when people say it requires an act of Congress. That's for real. It really does require an act of Congress. And then most private payers pick that up as well. So this week we've heard a whole lot of information about the United States Prevention Services Task Force because of the change in mammogram recommendations. The USPSTF has created their own algorithm to define whether or not certain tests meet the criteria of a screening test and are validated to be able to say that, we know that if we screen X population, we're going to decrease mortality and morbidity. And that's why we justify the fact that this group of patients should get them. So there is a series of evidence evidentiary criteria that must be met for the United States Prevention Services Task Force to make that judgment, and typically it involves very long-term clinical trials, lots of data to validate that you have that benefit to the patient. About twice a week, we get a call about a new clinical lab test or some sort of diagnostic. And the first thing that we hear from the potential manufacturer is that they want to use this as a screening test. They want to market it as a screening test. And so your language, when you start to speak about what your test is for and what your test does, or your device or your treatment is very important, because investors are pretty savvy and they know that a lot of screening tests are excluded from coverage by health insurance. So we really try to get to, what claims are you trying to make about your test, and what does it take to get on this list? So reimbursement, and I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to take questions at the end because the information kind of builds on itself. So I find that it creates a lot of confusion if I do a lot of questions in the middle. So feel free to ask me. I'll have plenty of time to answer your questions. So I'm going to just start off by talking about sort of what the language of reimbursement is, because it's very different than the regulatory language you spent most of today hearing about. First, FDA and payers have a completely different way or perspective of looking at clinical evidence. FDA is looking for efficacy and safety, especially safety. FDA, that is really FDA's purview. And payers really leave it to FDA to make that determination. And typically FDA, when you're reaching a point where you're doing a clinical trial for the purpose of getting approval or clearance, you're working in a controlled environment where you're answering a specific scientific question. And it's a very academic system. Cost is generally not a consideration. And FDA's decisions are for everybody, regardless of what kind of insurance you may or may not have. Payers and providers are operating outside of a controlled environment. So the questions that they're asking about that same evidence you might be producing have to do with how practice of medicine occurs and how a product is going to be used in the real world. So rather than asking a question about efficacy, does it work? It's going to be more about effectiveness. How well does it work? Compared to what? How long? How durable is this response? And if you do this in combination with all these other things, which you may not have really studied in your initial clinical trial for FDA, what do we know about that? Is it still safe? Does it still work? Is it better or worse? And certainly for some payers, cost may be a consideration, not to determine if they'll make the product available, but under what conditions. So when we define reimbursement, if someone comes up to you, if an investor comes up to you and you're developing your product and they say, is your product going to be reimbursed? You need to reframe that question, because reimbursement is really a three-legged stool. There are three decision-making processes that happen. The most important one for most products is coverage. Coverage is the policy that payers put in place to define under what circumstances an individual patient is going to be eligible for a treatment or a procedure or services. It's not really a blanket thing. Total knee replacements, we know that they're covered. People get them. But you have to meet certain criteria to be eligible to get a total knee replacement. And then within that category of total knees that are available, depending on your age and your clinical circumstances, you may be eligible for one type of knee, but not another type of knee. So it really defines your market. Once you have coverage, that means that payers will pay for that technology, or that service. So it's very important to know that without coverage, there is no payment. Coding becomes a big source of confusion for most companies, because a common question that gets asked in the reimbursement world is, do you have a code? Do you have a code? Do you have a code? And there are many different types of codes. We're going to talk about what those are. It's a different decision-making set, but codes really provide the language that tell a story to the payer about what happened in the episode of care. So they tell a story about the diagnoses of the patient. They tell a story about what procedures and products were delivered to that patient in that episode, and then they link coverage to payment. So if the coverage policy says you have to have, blue hair and green toenails to get this, then the diagnosis codes on that claim form need to reflect that information. If they don't, even if you had a code for the procedure present and there's a payment that would be generally attached to that code, the payment isn't going to happen because the diagnostic criteria were not met. And I'm not going to speak a lot about health economics today, but health economics is essentially sort of the science of assessing how well different treatments work compared to the other from a cost perspective as well as an efficacy perspective. So when we think about reimbursement, this is how coverage codes and payments typically add up. You start with coverage because coverage defines who gets something. Codes tell the story, and if it all lines up together, typically there is a payment. Now, right now, the decision makers are very broad. We have the U.S. government that makes decisions. Unlike the regulatory environment, which happens at the governmental level, payers are really, it's about 50-50 in terms of how government payers versus private insurers. So it's very important. I think people tend to want to rush to the government, rush to Medicare for decision making about whether technology or service is going to be allowed. Sometimes that's letting the tail wag the dog, and we generally recommend that you really understand who your patient audience is up front and which group of payers are really going to be in that decision-making seat. Also recognizing that on your left, under IDNs and ACOs, this is integrated delivery systems or accountable care organizations, that now many provider groups have taken on this decision-making role. And the reason is that their contracts, some of their contracts with payers reflect that they've been sort of handed a pot of money in exchange for taking care of a certain number of lives or members. And they can make their own decisions about what technologies and services they offer for specific conditions. So they are now in the decision-making seat, and they control the funding for those individual technologies. Importantly, the presence of accountable care organizations and these new payment methodologies that have happened under the Affordable Care Act doesn't mean that we have completely shifted to that kind of payment. It just means we've added to the existing types of payments that, that payers use to reimburse services. So getting a little deep around coverage. Coverage for payers is a very evidence-based system. You heard already that you need to register clinical trials on clinicaltrials.gov in order to publish. Payers also require that clinical trials be listed on clinicaltrials.gov and go through that peer-reviewed publication process before they'll even entertain that data to make a coverage decision. They will occasionally look at data on file, but in general, this is a peer-reviewed evidence platform. Payers exercise a lot of process around horizon scanning and technology assessment. So they are constantly combing the clinical literature to see what's coming. They go to medical meetings, they go to all the FDA meetings so that they can understand, what are we going to be paying for down the road, and what kind of evidence is being developed so that we understand how useful this treatment or technology really is. Generally, when you're dealing with a treatment, something that is actually a treatment, payers will define a specific policy that determines who gets it and under what circumstances. Sometimes that coverage policy is very broad, like all pacemakers or all total knee replacements. And sometimes it can actually, within that policy, be very narrow by saying, well, we're going to cover total knee replacements, but only these specific knees, because we think there's more evidence that validates, or we've seen problems with these other ones, and we're not going to cover those. So very important. Also important is the time element. Typically, payers don't make decisions for some time after a product has been approved or cleared by FDA. So whereas the FDA process, especially if you're dealing with a 510K, it's roughly 90 days. You're free to market. You're free to roam. Payers may say, fine, you can roam all you want, but we're not paying for that. And we're not even going to start the process of looking at this technology until we see from the clinical community and the peer-reviewed literature that it's bubbled up and it's becoming a standard of care. So different payers have different processes for making these coverage decisions. Medicare makes decisions at both the national and the local level. And just as a refresher, Medicare is the insurance system, government insurance system. It's an entitlement program that most people get when they turn 65. You're entitled to it based on money that you've paid into the system during your working life, compared to Medicaid, which is an eligibility program for the medically indigent. So Medicare, typically, because they're dealing with an elderly patient population, is really going to look at clinical trials to see what application the treatment or technology has for an older patient population, and did you study that patient population in the course of preparing your product for market. There are many methodologies. They work with the Agency for Healthcare Quality and Research and other technology assessment groups to assure that there has been a lot of scientific rigor in addressing their clinical questions. And again, it's not always just that it's safe and effective for a defined period of time, but often that there's long-term data. If you're going to have an implant, they want to know that it's durable. So 1-year follow-up may be okay for FDA, but may not be satisfactory for payers. Most Medicare decisions happen at the local level. There are about 15 Medicare contractors that cover specific geographic areas. And this is important because there are a lot of technologies, especially that are very innovative or aimed to a specific target patient population, where they need to bubble up at the local level. They're highly specialized sometimes. And so it may be that only one payer is going to really be dealing with that particular item or service based on where a center of excellence is or where a specialty laboratory is for a clinical diagnostic test. So there are these two functions. And private payers are not that different. There are some that make decisions at a big national level and others that allow that decision making to happen on a regional or a local level. Importantly, though, these are evidence-based processes. These define access based on the clinical evidence, typically not based on the cost of a technology. I think a lot of payers get a little bit of a bad rap because they think it's all about the money. Payers are paying for a lot of really expensive technologies, drugs, treatments, diagnostic tests right now. But they do it based on a set of criteria, and the criteria are really what is defined in the coverage policy. Clinical laboratory tests are a little bit different. They're different from a regulatory perspective, and they're different from a reimbursement perspective, and they're getting a great deal of attention right now, aside from the fact that there are a couple of companies definitely in the news right now for falsifying data. They're being accused of falsifying data. Clinical labs from a reimbursement perspective are sort of the kid on the block with the bright light shining on them right now. Drugs have been through this, classic medical devices have been through this, so clinical lab diagnostic tests are up. Partially because there are a lot, this is sort of the Wild West, there are a lot of new diagnostic tests that are being studied. Advanced diagnostics tests, genetic tests that have lots of biomarkers, or gene platforms, multi-panel tests, and we don't really know what all of these tests do or what every biomarker means. And many of these tests don't have to be regulated through a specific FDA process. They can be what we call laboratory developed tests, which means that they fall under the practice of medicine. And this is a really old definition in terms of lab tests as they have been done over the last many years. The problem is that now these laboratory developed tests are far more complex and could have potentially much greater consequences for the patient because many of them are being used as an aid to diagnosis or an aid to risk prediction of diseases. And they can be diseases like cancer. And while they're not they can't be marketed because they're not FDA cleared or approved as making a diagnosis or specifically informing treatment, they are part of the information that physicians have and on which they can base decisions. This has been a constant struggle for both FDA and payers, and I won't speak to the FDA piece, but feel free to chime in. For payers, this has become increasingly confusing because they do pay for laboratory developed tests, but they are still looking for evidence. And right now the NIH has a lot of studies going on looking at some of these kinds of tests where, they're trying to define, what claims can be made, what do we know about these, and are they really informing treatment decisions, and what should we do about that? Should these tests really be regulated, and should we continue to allow this LDT process to go on? So certainly Medicare has taken a line in the sand and has said, we need a starting point, and at least we know if FDA has regulated these tests that we can prioritize them and make coverage decisions. So we see that that's moving in a direction. And there has been some recent legislation under the Protecting Access to Medicare Act, PAMA, that is creating that level of scrutiny. In addition, at the local level, a Medicare contractor has put into place a specific set of criteria to look at molecular diagnostic tests and to facilitate their technology assessments, to make sure that they're registered and actually make a determination if they're included for coverage or excluded. And so where there might be a lack of regulatory perspective from FDA, payers are sort of taking it on themselves to get a handle on whether these tests are doing what they say they're supposed to do and either including them or excluding them. Why are we doing that? Well, we're doing that because a lot of these multi-panel tests, you have 100 genes on the panel or 100 biomarkers on the panel. And we may know for sure that 10 of them have a direct implication for the disease state in question. It may be that another 25 or 30 of them are housekeeping genes. We don't really know what they're for, but we know they're sort of important to have on there. And then we're investigating the other 60 or 70. So the question is, well, do we need to pay for all 100 biomarkers? I mean, some of these tests cost thousands of dollars. So there's a lot of question about, how to frame these tests up. So CMS has put some teeth around defining what an advanced diagnostic lab test actually is. Typically it is a test that's being run in a single laboratory, usually from the manufacturer. It's answering a specific question about a disease state or whether a patient should qualify for additional treatment. Often it is algorithm-based. There's some algorithm applied to to the presence of these biomarkers on the panel, so that you're making a determination of what kind of risk factors the patient has or a prediction of risk for a certain disease. The reason this becomes important to payers is because once you've assigned a risk assessment to a patient, that means that there's something ongoing that the doctor has to do that the payer has to pay for. Maybe additional tests, maybe a biopsy, maybe some other imaging study. So this is why we're trying to get a handle on what this looks like from a payer perspective. Right now, CMS is considering that there's going to be required an application process to verify that an advanced diagnostic lab test is actually what it says it is. If we jump into coding, so once you've got a coverage decision, once you know that payers are going to allow it, there has to be a way to tell the story that it actually happened. Importantly, as we said, there are multiple types of codes. There's a set of diagnosis codes. I don't know if you're familiar in the general health policy press. We just recently switched and moved up to ICD-10. There's been a lot of jokes about ICD-10 diagnosis codes. There actually is a code for getting sucked into an airplane jet engine. And actually there's a code for getting sucked into the jet engine again. Because clearly, if you do that once, you may do it twice. I'm not sure why. And then So, but in all seriousness, we're the last country to move to ICD-10 diagnosis codes. The ICD-10 diagnosis codes are used by the rest of the G8. They've been used for years. They're very specific, and they're important because they inform the World Health Organization about, how diseases and treatments and conditions are spread across the world. So, while hopefully getting sucked into a jet engine isn't the one that rises to the top, being able to fine-tune a diagnosis on behalf of a patient, particularly when we now have such wonderful technology to diagnose more specifically, becomes important. And then we have procedure codes and device and supply codes, and there are more than one type of those. CPT codes are the ones when investors say, do you have a code? This is the one they're usually referring to. It's typically the code that defines physician services and outpatient ambulatory services. ICD-10 procedure codes are unique to the United States, and they define procedures that happen on an inpatient basis. And then HCPCS codes define procedures that sort of fall outside the box for drugs, for durable medical equipment, things like that. So it's important to know, when people ask you, do you have a code, do you have a code, you need to understand, first of all, what type of code. Again, if an investor asks you that question, you need to be able to reframe it to make sure it's the relevant question for you. CPT is not a government process. It's a process that's under the umbrella of the American Medical Association and the Physician Specialty Societies. They define what procedures doctors do need to be described in a specific CPT code. And this is a very specific process, not always so transparent because the AMA is not a public entity, though we're trying to improve it. And it is an evidence-based process. In fact, sometimes the evidence that the AMA requires to decide that a new service or procedure should have a code is higher than FDA or that even payers may need for coverage. They often require up to 5 peer-reviewed publications, including 2 high-level randomized controlled clinical trials. So it can be pretty rigorous because this is defining, from a physician standpoint, something that is a standard of care. They also have a subset of codes called Category 3 codes that are for emerging technologies. The caveat with that is that these are the codes that are typically not then assigned a payment level. They're paid or they're covered and paid based on payer discretion. Because they are labeled as emerging technologies, you can imagine what payers say about those. Whoops, not ready for prime time, not covering or paying for those. So coding this is not an application process. There is an application, but it's a strategic process, and knowing when you should apply, when you're ready to apply, how to collaborate with the appropriate physician community and make sure you've got your ducks in a row around your peer-reviewed literature is really important. Timing is everything because the type of code you get can, and if you do this process too soon before you've really established coverage, then you're just going to look like an experimental therapy, and the coding is going to then define your entire access or lack of it in the clinical universe. HCPCS codes really are describing drugs, durable medical equipment, mostly drugs that are delivered in incident to a physician's services. So like a chemotherapy that you get in the doctor's office or in the chemo suite in the hospital, not a prescription drug. Prescription drugs are managed through a contracting process through pharmacies and pharmacy benefit programs. So they don't require those kinds of codes. So the coding then tells that story, and ultimately, if the diagnosis codes and the procedure codes sort of line up, you hopefully will get to payment. Payment is not an arbitrary thing. Payment is defined. For Medicare, it's defined every year based on where the service happens. So there are payments that happen for inpatient services, outpatient services, ambulatory surgery, long-term care, skilled nursing, the list goes on and on. So there are different types of payment methodologies depending on where a product is delivered and what type of product it is or service it is. Importantly, most individual services and products are not separately reimbursed. So Payers do not reimburse for the knee. They reimburse for a total knee replacement, and the knee is part of that payment. And that's why, that whole idea of what the value of a product is becomes very important. If you're looking at some sort of image-guided surgery, the MRI that happens during the surgery is not going to be separately reimbursed, but is going to be part of the payment for that episode of care. Typically, we think about procedures that happen in a facility as being prospective payments, and that means that we have essentially taken a look back at claims data over the course of a couple of years, and we understand sort of all the services that make up that episode and what that payment should be, and we then put a payment in place for the next year. It's not designed to be payment that keeps you whole on a patient case basis. Rather, it's designed to assure that as a cohort, all the total knee replacements that happen for that hospital in the course of that year for the hospital will be kept whole. So you might be a little profitable on some and a little negative on others, but on average, you're good. So this is how codes and payments sort of line up. You have diagnosis codes, procedure codes, leading to, in the case of an inpatient stay, a DRG payment. And that's not a code, that is a payment group, so you're assigned to that. Similar on the outpatient side, you code individual services and procedures. That's how, from a claims processing system, payers know how to set the rates for the following year. If you fail to code correctly, if hospitals or physician offices don't put all the codes on the claim form, then it's like, choosing not to vote. That payment amount doesn't get into the system, so the next year, payments may actually under-reimburse. So depending on where you are, you have different types of payments that happen. Again, clinical labs a little different. There are a couple of different payment methodologies. There's something called crosswalking, which means if you're developing a new immunoassay, but there are lots of other similar immunoassays out there, you may get a new code, but they may assign you the same payment as similar tests. So even if you think what you're doing is more valuable or brings more to the table, it's really a situation where it's based on the work that's being done in the lab, not necessarily the value of the individual test. Some tests that are really breakthrough tests have an opportunity to go through what's called a gap filling process, where the local Medicare contractor or the payer may assign a payment for a year and watch it, see what's really going on, and then may define a more specific payment later on. We're moving to a system based on this piece of Medicare legislation, PAMA, that came out a couple of years ago, where based on an Office of the Inspector General report, they did a study and they found that Medicare pays more for lab tests than any other payer. The private payers are negotiating much lower payments for a lot of lab tests. And as a result of that, Medicare has said, we're funded by taxpayers and we shouldn't be paying the most. So there's going to be a new reporting requirement starting in January, where reference labs are actually going to have to report what their payment is for specific tests and codes, and they will essentially be referenced by Medicare, so we can assure that Medicare is not the best payer on the block for lab tests. There's going to be a check and balance system, so labs don't take more than a 10% hit on an individual code for the first few years. Then it's going to go up to 15%. So there is a mechanism to protect labs, but in this case, Medicare has kind of been the cash cow, and the system is catching up. Some lab tests are actually paid under the physician fee schedule because there is physician interpretation or work that's required. So in those cases, lab tests have a technical component as well as a professional component if there's interpretation. So the fee schedules don't tell the whole story. We have a lot of people who call us up and say, oh, well, I looked up the codes and I looked up the payments, and so we added it all up, and we think we're going to get paid X if we deliver our procedure service in this system. And what is often missed is that when multiple procedures happen together, there may be some discounting involved. Because of the way episodes of care are covered or paid, there may be one payment for the whole episode rather than individual payments. So there's a lot that goes into defining what a payment actually looks like for, depending on the context in which a service is used. So again, you have to be careful about the kind of information you're putting out there for your test, because we often see folks jump from, this is how much we think it's going to get paid, and this is how much money the health insurance industry is going to, I'm not sure what I did here. Cancel. There we go. All right. I'm not an I person, so there we go. I'm going to get somebody to come help me here.
Which one? Is it
Let's get back to the slides.
this one?
Yeah. Well, that took me to the end, but I can no, these are not my slides. Those are my slides.
These ones here.
Yeah. And hopefully it's not going to start them over. There we go. Thank you. And then they assign this value proposition that we're going to be saving the health insurance industry hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of using that test. And as my payers friends often tell me, they say, nobody comes in and hands me a check, not ever. Typically, I am paying more money for more technologies, and it's hard to know where things are getting subtracted. So when we think about how all these things flow together, I'm going to just show you a few examples. So pacemakers, we all know what pacemakers are. Medicare and private payers have defined a specific coverage policy for pacemakers, the conditions where they're allowed for non-reversible symptomatic bradycardia. There are some specific national non-covered indications, so these are situations where the patient were to get a pacemaker for those, Medicare would not reimburse. And then others they leave to the discretion of the local contractors. So the diagnoses codes have to reflect the covered indications when they go on a claim form. If the patient gets the procedure in the hospital, that procedure is coded using the ICD-10 codes, which are pretty long, they're specific, and they describe the insertion of a pacemaker, the insertion of pacemaker leads. Together, the diagnosis and the procedure codes get grouped into the payment category under the DRG, and there could be several, depending on how sick the patient is when they enter the hospital. In this particular case, you see a big range of payments from really about $8,000 to $20,000. Hospitals don't get to choose which payment they get. It's really based on these conditions. And you see MCC and CC, that stands for major comorbidities and complications, or comorbidities and complications. Payers maintain a list of what gets you into that category. So to get into that MCC category, typically, that's a patient that really has some sort of an acute condition that has to be managed simultaneous to the patient getting a pacemaker and their primary diagnosis of bradycardia. Maybe they have a heart attack, they've just had a heart attack, or maybe they have uncontrollable diabetes. There's something else going on. Most patients fall into the lower paying classifications. Many pacemakers are now performed on an outpatient basis. You have to meet certain medical conditions to be admitted to the hospital. So more and more we're seeing patients safely treated on an outpatient basis. So this is an example where the CPT codes are the procedure codes of choice. They define procedures in a similar way. And when these groups of procedures happen in the same episode of care, you get a pacemaker, pulse generator, you get leads implanted, you may get some images, you do programming of the device to be sure it's pacing the heart. When they happen in the same episode, there's one payment that covers all of that for the facility. The physician is paid separately from this. So very important. If any of these procedures were to happen individually, they would be paid a different amount. But when they happen all together, there's this comprehensive or episodic payment. When we think about wound care is a really active area, both from a regulatory and a reimbursement perspective. There are a lot of new skin substitutes and wound products that are available. And in some cases, payers agree to pay for them a specific way depending on the type of product they are and the conditions under which they're used. So on the right side, you see that, for a venous stasis ulcer, a diabetic foot ulcer, there are specific conditions that the patient has to meet in order to receive one of these specific products. There has to be a wound that's persisted for more than 4 weeks. The patient has to have had other treatments that may have failed. They have to have either a partial or a full thickness ulcer, and often the size of the ulcer matters. And all of that has been defined based on the clinical trial that was generally done for FDA approval under a PMA. When those procedures happen, then the physician is able to code both the procedure of applying that skin substitute graft based on where it's applied. If this product is placed or applied in the outpatient hospital setting, the product cost is wrapped into the payment. So if you have an application on the trunk, and it's less than the first 25 square centimeters, it's a relatively small wound, then the code that's appropriate is 15271. The hospital is paid roughly by Medicare about $1,400, and that includes the cost of the skin substitute. Now, if that same procedure is done in the podiatrist's office or the wound care office, it's a private physician office, then in that case, the product is actually separately paid based on its average sales price, and then the doctor is paid for applying the graft, the work of the physician to do that surgical procedure. If the physician goes into the hospital and does that same procedure, the hospital gets the $1,400, but the physician gets the facility payment of $87, because in that case, the physician didn't buy the product and doesn't use the resources of their own office to administer that product. They're going somewhere else to do it. So physicians are always paid separately. When we think about lab tests, same kind of thing. Some lab tests, if they're performed in the context of an office visit, may be included in the office visit and not separately paid. If the patient only comes in to have a specific test, if you come in and have a strep test and you see the nurse, they swab your throat, it turns whatever color it's supposed to turn, and you are identified as having strep, then the office gets paid about $11 for doing that test, because there was no physician present, no decision making. Someone wrote a prescription for an antibiotic. If this happened in the context of a hospital visit or another type of outpatient visit where other services were provided, it isn't going to be individually reimbursed. And that doesn't mean that it's not reimbursed. It just means that it's not separately reimbursed or singled out for payment. If you come in and do if you have a cytopathology test, this is a generic code for a cytopath test. A Sacamano technique is kind of like a thin prep test. Sometimes there's only a technical component. The lab is performing that service, that work, and they get paid a technical component of about $61. But there may be some physician interpretation, and in that case, the physician component is about $23. So in other words, the physician is billing and getting paid for the physician services using this modifier -26. The lab is getting paid $61 for actually running the test. If the whole thing happens in the lab and the pathologist right there is billing for the service, then they get the whole payment of about $85. So again, where things happen matter and defines the payment level. So this gives you an idea of what's happening with some of these advanced tests. Vectra is a relatively new test that is used to diagnose autoimmune rheumatoid arthritis. And it's been available just a couple of years, and it's been paid based on a contractor set rate. The Medicare contractor has established a rate. It's an analysis of 12 different biomarkers using an immunoassay technique to diagnose RA. So based on how much the company, which has their own proprietary lab, is charging, the payment rate's been set at about almost $600. So this is the year. The year is up, and Medicare is establishing the fee schedule for this test. And so it's moving out of this sort of gap fill universe, and they're trying to establish a permanent payment. And now that they've got some experience, they've looked at the data, they've said, well, we're really doing 12 immunoassays. That's what that's what the work is involved for this particular test. And so there is a code for doing an immunoassay for an analyte other than an infectious agent. It's a quantitative test, and it pays X. And so therefore, we think because this test is essentially doing it 12 times, we should pay 12 times X. It's like $23 and change. So CMS has made the recommendation that the payment should be 12 times the payment for this other simple immunoassay test. The advisory panel is saying, no, this is different. There's a greater value assigned to this test because of what it's diagnosing. It's not just about the work, and therefore we think it should continue to get paid at the higher rate. We'll find out next Friday what the final decision was when the fee schedule for 2016 is released by Medicare, but I'm guessing it's going to be about $211. And again, this sort of describes the quandary we're in regarding these diagnostic tests right now, because we have historically paid for diagnostic tests based on their steps, the process, the work. We haven't typically ever paid for services simply based on the value proposition. And a lot of that's because the data, it's hard to prove the value proposition. It takes a long time to do that. So I think there's going to be a lot more to come when we start thinking about these lab tests and understanding, what should payment really look like. And that's part of what some of this recent legislation is going to help to determine. But many of the advanced diagnostic tests, there were several that are coming off of this one-year period and have been paid at relatively high rates, and some of them have taken a 94% hit in their recommended payment or proposed rate for next year. So we don't know what that's really going to look like. So I'm just reaching my conclusion, and I'll grab your question. No, and I'll tell you why in a second. Well, I'll tell you why right now. The reason they're not going to go away is that I think doctors are finding them useful, so they have clinical utility. I think there will be a lot of discussion about what those payments really look like, and the purpose of all of this is to get to the next level, and so we have a payment system that really is reflecting how valuable some of these tests are. Now, this is a test that is FDA. I think it's cleared, but I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure it's cleared. It's not a PMA approval. Part of the challenge with some of these tests are that they have not been through the FDA process. They are laboratory developed tests. So when you are calling them an aid to diagnosis, you can't make a claim as to how good that test is, or how valid it is, or whether having the information from this test means that you are going to get cancer beyond a shadow of a doubt in X years, or by knowing this test, we're informing a different treatment than the patient would have otherwise gotten, and therefore we are changing the trajectory of the disease. So, a lot of the lab manufacturers, the test manufacturers, are trying to bypass the regulatory system with these laboratory developed tests, and the exchange for that, the trade-off is that they can't make those claims. However, they do want to get paid several $1,000s for these tests. It means that if you want to have that test, you have to pay for it out of your own pocket. And the hard thing about some of these tests are that, some of these tests are predicting risk of predicting whether or not a child has autism, or has a biomarker for autism, or the mother carries a gene for autism. And we recently did some work on a test that was looking at oral cancer. And it was like, if you have this biomarker for oral, it's a biomarker for oral cancer, but it doesn't tell us anything about, well, does it mean that you have a 10% risk of getting it or a 20% risk of getting it? We don't know. And you can't treat oral cancer until you have it. So what do you do with that information? And then that gets to the clinical utility question. And we just can't answer that right now. And payers are like, well, why should we pay for that? Because, it's like when you decide to go to the Mall of the Americas in Minnesota and get a total body scan, because you can. And they see all kinds of stuff, because who validates those scanners in the Mall of the Americas? And, who calibrates that machine? Probably no one. The guy from McDonald's. So you get this scan, and it's full of artifacts because it hasn't been calibrated, and we don't know what it is. And so then you're hysterical because they see all this stuff, and you go running to your doctor, who then is compelled to do a million other tests to see what's really happening. And they're not free. So, it's like, well, what are we doing? What's the value of screening the general population for everything? Especially if it doesn't influence what we're going to do for that patient. And I use myself as an example. I had a bad injury in a skiing accident 25 years ago, and I was non-weight bearing for a long time. And as a result, I have some osteopenia. And as it turned, so right away, they found it really on X-ray when I was having some sort of follow-up visit, and they decided, I needed to go on Fosamax and all the drugs that you use to treat osteoporosis, even though I was pretty young at the time, not now. And so, as it turns out, all those drugs, I have every side effect, every one in the package insert, even the ones that are way down on the list. So I thought, great, these make me deathly ill, and they could kill me, so can't take them. So I take calcium, I do weight-bearing exercises, I do all this other stuff, and have been doing that now for about 12 years. And there are some new drugs on the market. One's an anabolic steroid, not taking that. One's a hypercalcemic, not taking that. None of the data on any of these drugs, in my opinion, and I'm the worst possible patient you can imagine, meet my requirements is something that I think is going to really change the course of the disease to make the side effect profile valuable. So I opt not to have the screening test, the DEXA scan, partially because my business partner came from the imaging world, and she says those machines are the worst in terms of calibration, and typically the drugs move the needle 0.1, and there's a 0.5 standard deviation on the scan. So you don't even know whether anything is working or not. And so I've just opted that, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, and I don't need to have scans, even though the screening recommendations are that I have a scan every 2 years. There's no point to that, because it isn't going to change what I want the doctor to do for me or what the doctor can do for me. So, I don't think I'm unique, really. I'm probably more of a pain in the neck, but I don't think I'm that unique when I go to the doctor, and now they tell me, we can do all these point-of-care tests in the office. And my first question is, and your first question should be, and payer's first question is, what are you going to do differently for me? Because you've run this test. And if you're going to do the same thing, why do I need it? If it's just for information gathering, that's research, and that's great, but then that's not under the umbrella of health insurance. That's not what health insurance is for. If you feel that I show certain risk factors and there's value in knowing what this number is so that it will inform my treatment, that's a different story. So I think nowadays, especially with lab tests, that whole patient deductible, if you're employed by a company or the university, you have insurance through your employer, you may or may not have a big deductible. Under the Affordable Care, I buy my insurance on the exchange because I'm self-employed. So I have a really high deductible plan because I know how to work the system. So I am very careful about, knowing what goes against my deductible. And diagnostic tests you have to satisfy your deductible generally before your insurance starts paying for them. And, you know, deductibles now can be $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for an individual deductible. So a lot of these tests are coming out of people's pockets anyway. And so that's why they're really not going to go away. But, you know, I think in general, it is because people have a greater co-share, patients are asking more questions about why they have to have certain tests or treatments. And I think that's adding scrutiny to the system, which maybe isn't a bad thing. You know, we'll see. The take-home message from all of this, and I appreciate you all sticking it out after lunch, is that you have to start thinking about all of this really early. You know, when you're starting to think about your FDA process, if you've got something that's getting ready to go through, you're designing actual clinical trials to determine whether your product is safe and efficacious, and you think there's literally clinical utility and that it's going to be used in the clinical setting at one point, not just for research, then you need to be thinking about this, because having the opportunity to design your clinical trials prospectively and include both reimbursement-related variables and questions as well as answering the questions that FDA may be asking, you get a one-time shot at that. And if you have to go back and do it again, it's nearly impossible to do that in the commercial setting. So, you know, I would just hope that, you know, if you're doing exciting work and you think it's going to have that kind of utility later on, just include, at least know what questions to ask. Investors at an early stage, at a translational stage, they don't expect you to have all the answers about reimbursement, but they do expect you to understand what questions need to be asked. And they're going to ask if you know what those are. So if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to take them. Mm-hmm.
Have you had an opportunity to assess how private payers view safety labs prior to treatment during the course of something like a cancer study, given that, you know, in a cancer study, the patient is having treatment maybe twice a week?
Mm-hmm.
How do private payers assess or view safety labs?
Well, safety labs are really important, and typically they are part of a treatment protocol for cancer. So those would be covered tests. So if they're running, you know, certain, you know, CBCs to determine if the patient's white count or red count is appropriate to receive chemo, or in the case of sometimes companion diagnostics where, you know, you have HER2/neu and Herceptin, you know, you have to get the test to know that the treatment's appropriate. That, for the payer, is the holy grail, because there's nothing better. I mean, there's nothing more cost-effective than being able to do a lab test and say, you have the gene, we know this treatment's going to work for you. So payers are happy to pay for those kinds of things. Oh, absolutely, because that's informing treatment, and that's part of the treatment protocol. Any other questions? A category B, IDE. Good question.
Because CMS and
right.
your MACs will pay for category B
right.
with
right.
prior approval.
Right.
But the question is the provider, if the provider must buy that device from the sponsor of the study, is the provider allowed to mark up that device the same way they would a like device used in the same type of procedure?
No. Well, they typically, this is an excellent question. The question is, there is an interagency agreement between FDA and Medicare that allows for category B devices that are being studied in the course of an IDE clinical trial to be eligible for coverage and then payment during the clinical trial. So the experimental procedure, including the device, is eligible for payment. And because it's eligible for payment, that means the provider has to purchase it. So if you had a study that for a new device but that falls into an existing category of devices, like a new pacemaker or a new stent or knee, there have been some stent trials recently, then what CMS is saying is that, the patient still has to meet the eligibility criteria, and there's a process for confirming that the trial is eligible for coverage. The provider buys the device. Typically, manufacturers charge something on par with current devices that are out there. You have to file with FDA a price schema that shows that you are charging a pre-commercial price for a device. Now, interestingly, a pre-commercial price can be more expensive than your commercial price because you haven't scaled up, so you don't get those economies, and you get to wrap in research costs, but typically manufacturers just cap it because, who's going to pay $20,000, $30,000 for an experimental device? Nobody. So typically, the caveat for payment is that when you go in to have that total knee replacement or stem procedure, Medicare is going to pay what they always pay for those procedures. It's a prospective payment. So, no, there are limitations on what can be charged. An exception in that universe is for a humanitarian device exemption for an ultra-orphan disease or an orphan disease. Then it seems like the sky's the limit these days, and the prices are extremely high. And even though there are allowances by FDA so that you can come to market with those you can commercialize those devices in the absence of clinical data, payers, it's not a guarantee that payers will cover or pay for those.
Can I follow up on that?
Mm-hmm.
Because we generally, if it's a research device, IDE, we don't mark it up. But if it's the commercial device being used in research,
You pay.
mark it up.
Yeah, you can go through your traditional, because in that case, it's usually a post-marketing trial, even if it's approved for a different indication. So you could charge. Now, again, payers don't pay your charges. They pay, Medicare pays on a cost basis and private payers on a contractual basis. And I don't know, did anyone talk earlier about the FDA CMS parallel review at all? So there's also, I'll just really briefly say, it's a demonstration project. It's set to expire this December, but we hope it will get renewed because I think everybody's just getting the hang of it. But essentially, there's a mechanism in place now for some innovative technologies for there to be a co-review process between FDA and CMS so that when a typical product, when these products are approved by FDA, then Medicare can make a more expedient decision about coverage. So there's not that big time lag between when FDA makes their decision and Medicare makes their decision.
Can you talk a little bit about Medicare reimbursement of INDs? I understand that that's going to come pretty soon.
Well, that exists. That's been since 1995. So if you're running an IDE trial and you have a Category B device, pardon? IND, I haven't heard much about that for the experimental drug. Now, routine care in those trials is covered. And typically the procedure, like if it's an IV administered product, they'll pay for the administration, but not for the drug itself. I haven't heard anything about that recently. I have a hard time believing.
I just don't know when it's
They've been talking about it for a long time. It's one of those things that's coming soon, later that same day, yeah. It's like the cartoon. Yeah. I think the question is safety. The thing about drugs is that often the best data we have about a drug is when it first gets approved, because it's coming out of this really nice, drugs go through a clinical trial process like none other. And so you have the very best data then. And then when it hits the masses, we start hearing about other side effects and other problems and other issues. And, typically that gets tempered. With devices, it's just the opposite. Because there's a learning curve when it comes to devices. Someone has to get good at the surgery, or they have to get good at using it. And so as a result of that, you don't have maybe quite the same rigor, even with a PMA compared to a drug trial. And you're using it, typically device trials are much smaller. But then the efficacy gets better and better over time because the learning curve improves and more doctors get experience doing it and they refine their techniques. So we find often that, it's just that opposite effect and that payers become more inclined to pay for device-based procedures later because there's just more information about the long-term outcomes. Anything else? Okay. My email's on the slide. You can feel free to email me if you have any other questions. Thanks so much. I don't know how to do this. I'm not an Apple person.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you want to say a closing thing? Go, please.
No, I was just going to close it.
So I just wanted to thank everyone one last time for coming today. And if anyone has any questions about the slides today or any of the materials, the live stream will be posted in a week or so on our website, and so you'll be able to watch the slides and listen to the presentations again if you like, and have them and share them with colleagues. And also, if someone can't wait for a week, the presentations from last year, which don't include reimbursement and insurance coding, are online from last year, so you can always access those, as well as any of the other CFTCC programs that we've done in the past. And the last thing I'm supposed to say before Mary Tara helps us, I thank Mary Tara and the CTSIs, both CTSIs, all CTSIs for coming today. Thank you. Is that we have a lot of lunches left over, so please feel free to take them with you, because if you don't, the graduate students will get them in 5 seconds. So. Yes, so again, thank you to the BU CTSI and the Duke CTSI, NIH and the NIBIB, and hopefully we'll see you again next year for a similar seminar. Thanks.